positive wattage needed to generate that. So I can connect all of these cables. Shift right click, 4 and 5. Take a look at the battery block again, and we'll put them right. Steam engine will make you your definitely different in normal biomes. 2 iron ingots. So this take everything. So the first basic power generation we'll probably get into in magnetic craft is the small steam engine. The small steam engine requires 3 blocks in order to work: the combustion chamber, the boiler, and of course the small steam engine itself. So we're going to create those blocks right now, starting with, I should probably get my bricks out first. 6 bricks, 1 light iron plate, and 1 iron ingot will make you your combustion chamber. And then light iron plate and 6 iron ingots will make you your boiler. And then a light iron plate and a piece of paper. And once again, this is a semi-shapeless recipe, so long as the starting to rise. Now we need this heat to go somewhere, which is where the boiler comes in. If you set the boiler right on top, you see that the heat is starting to rise in the boiler. And all you have to do is supply water to it, and it will start producing some steam. However, water, you don't want to just throw in buckets upon buckets upon buckets. You want to automate this a little bit, which is where iron pipes and the water generator come in. So iron pipes, you're going to 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a piece of glass. You're going to get 12 iron pipes, and I'm starting to produce some steam. One thing to note about the combustion generator, you'll see that the heat is slowly starting to rise here. You can actually right-click this front portion of the block, and it'll actually open it up, and the heat should actually be going down, but regardless, I'm going to close that back up again. Okay, it did slow down a little bit, but whenever you open this up, you're going to slow down your heat generation. Yeah. So let's actually set up this steam engine. So when you have one of the blueprints in hand, all you have to do is just right-click, and this little multi-block structure is going to show. It's just a light iron plate surrounded by copper coil ingots. Copper coil is the main block of it. We're going to have to need lead coils and the iron. You'll get the iron ingot machine block. So right here, where this, and knows that it's connected with an iron pipe, and we're going to throw the coal in here. Oh, another way that you can throw in the coal is right-click the combustion generator, right-click and open, and then right-click with whatever your combustible fuel is. And yeah, it's just a little bit more immersive than right-clicking and shift-clicking the block in there. Regardless, we're going to look at the boiler, and water's in there, but no steam's generating, of course, because we're not at the boiling point. So, once the internal generator of the steam generator reaches, I believe, 212 degrees Fahrenheit, the steam will actually start generating for us. And here we go. Yep, at 212.4 degrees Fahrenheit, steam starts generating. So now we want to transfer the steam over to our steam generator. So all I have to do is take our iron pipes again, and this is the incorrect way to do it. I just wanted to show you this. So the iron pipes can connect to the steam generator perfectly fine. But if you see over here, I tested this out a little bit before, but I realized I didn't show this off. Regardless, no steam is actually going to be transferring over here from this side of the block. Steam will only eject from the boiler from the top. So I'm going to move this over here and delete these. And now steam is actually going to be transferring to the steam engine, no problem. So you have to make sure your iron pipe is on the top. Since we're finally at the point where it matters, we're going to create the wrench, and the wrench is made with 3 iron ingots, 2 pieces of redstone, and an iron plate. And the wrench, a very handy piece of machinery, actually helps us configure these pipes. So say you had, where are my pipes? We'll put the pipe right here. Say you put a pipe right here and you didn't want that. So you were having the steam transfer to your steam engine via this way. Well, this looks terrible right here. So you can use the wrench to, if you right click this area twice, stone and an iron plate. And the wrench, a very handy piece of machinery, actually helps us configure these pipes. So say you had, where are my pipes? We'll put the pipe right here. Say you put a pipe right here and you didn't want that. So you were having the steam transfer to your steam engine via this way. Well, this looks terrible right here. So you can use the wrench to, if you right click this area twice, it'll actually go away and gives it a much cleaner look. But the reason why I went over this way is because this is actually the cleanest way that this looks right now. However, you notice that that first right click actually turned this orange. This means that this is an output only. So if I wanted to output something from this side, then, which isn't possible with the boiler, this is only an input side. If I wanted to output, then you just right click and it knows that this pipe, this side of the pipe, can only be used to output, and that's what the orange means. So if you already have a piece of the pipe missing, right click one more time, the pipe reappears, and it knows that it can be used as an input or an output, and it will prioritize input. And that's the wrench. It has a lot more uses, but as those uses come up, we'll use the wrench for it. The next item that we're going to create is the thermopile. And the thermopile just generates wattage based on a hot and cold block that are next to them. So that is made with 4 light copper plates, 4 ingots, and a machine block. Once you have a thermopile, all you have to do is set it down. We'll clear out this area right here, and we'll put them right here. So different so I'm going to move this over here and delete these. The cleanest way that this looks right now. However, so say you had, where are my pipes? We'll put the pipe right here. Say you put a pipe right here and you didn't want that. So you were having the steam transfer to your steam engine via this way. Well, this looks terrible right here. So you can use the wrench to, if you right click this area twice, it'll actually go away and gives it a much cleaner look. But the reason why I went over this way is because this is actually the cleanest way that this looks right now. However, you notice that that first right click actually turned this orange. This means that this is an output only. So if I wanted to output something from this side, then, which isn't possible with the boiler, this is only an input side. If I wanted to output, then you just right click and it knows that this pipe, this side of the pipe, can only be used 22 output, and that's what the orange means. So that is, look at, cool. So this goofy looking setup right here is just to show the optimal placement of the wind turbine. So I'm going to be placing the turbine right here, and this is going to be it's going to be the 8th block up from here, but I have 8 blocks going to the left, 8 blocks going to the right, and 16 blocks going out in front of it. So in order to place the wind turbine, I want it to be facing this direction, so I have to face the direction, place it down, and any second, there we go, a windmill will actually pop up. So if there's not enough room for the turbine to actually generate itself, like I'll put it right here. So since there's not enough room, no turbine will ever generate right here, and it will actually show you that wind not blocked 65%. There is wind, but because there's no actual windmill, it's not going to be generating any wattage, no voltage. So you got to be careful about that. Another thing is, so the 8 blocks to the left and right actually does matter for placing another wind turbine. So if I place another one right here, no windmill will ever populate here, because I actually have to place the wind turbine 16 blocks away. I'll place this right here, and another turbine should pop up momentarily. There we go. Because it recognizes that I have 8 over this way, and then 8 over this way, that there's enough room for another turbine to generate. So the Y level that you place this at also does matter, and I don't know why those turbines just disappeared, but they should regenerate momentarily. There we go. So yeah, I have power generating. Going to take a look at this. So wind not blocked 100%. There is nothing obstructing the wind flow to the turbine, which means it's always going to be generating its maximum wattage if this wasn't full. Since the voltage is full, it's not going to show you the wattage generated, but I'll place another one and take a look at it. There we go. So 22, 30. So this is a very powerful power generation. It just takes a little bit of setting up. Wow, it's almost 60 watts, 62, 63. If I was actually transferring this electricity somewhere. Yeah, it's going to start decreasing now. 10,000 joules, and now the wattage is 0. But yeah, that is how the windmills work, and I'm actually going to raise this up quite a bit, place another one at close to world height. And I am at, oh, I'm only at 13 right now. I must have been thinking of a previous version of Magneticraft, because there's actually no difference in the wind. The wind is actually worse up here at Y level, I believe I'm at Y level 40 right now, than it was down there. So, it's whatever. you can place these wherever you want, so long as that it meets the requirements of 8 by 8 by 16. It's also good to note that this wind is very variable no matter where you place them. So yeah, you just saw that it was at 30, and now for some odd reason it just arbitrarily decided that wind wants to be over 65%. So, however, if I go over to this one, is it going to be 65%? No, this one's still at 47. So, yeah, having multiple windmills generating your, wind turbines, generating your electricity is definitely a good idea. But you also have to remember that if anything blocks the turbine, wind blocked, 97%, because it recognizes that even though it's not flush with where the wind turbine is, it recognizes that there's something in the way of its 8 by 8 by 16 area. So I'm going to put that there. Well, put that there. Wind block 96%. And what the heck? We'll just throw a whole bunch of random blocks out here. Wind blocked 91%. So if you want the maximum amount of potential wind that could be here, then yeah, just have to remember to not block your area. But we're going to move on to the next generator now. The next machine is the solar panel, but we can make the blueprint no problem. It just requires a piece of quartz and a piece of paper. But it also requires making electrical machine blocks, which we haven't made yet, and that's light tungsten plates and lapis. So let's make those real quick. Block of quartz in the center, the 4 pieces of lapis, and then the 4 light tungsten plates, and I have to rotate this. There we go. Electrical machine blocks. So, just like with the steam generator, just like any blueprint, all you have to do is right click and it'll show you what you have to do. So it just wants those 8 electrical machine blocks. And then right click the center block and boom, you have a solar panel. So you'll notice that it's sticking up right now, and this is where the power port actually is. This is where you take power from. But let's change the time. So, time set, let's change it to, oh no, 0600. You see that the solar panels will actually rotate depending on the placement of the sun and what it's generating. It will not actually tell me. Regardless, what it's generating depends on the time of day, and yeah, that's pretty much what the solar panels are. The last generator that we're going to be constructing is the solar tower. The solar tower generates heat based on the amount of solar mirrors that are linked to it. So, we're going to create the solar tower first, which requires a light tungsten plate. Got that blueprint. And the next blueprint are the solar mirrors. So, we're going to place the solar tower right, find a good amount of space. Yeah, sure, we'll place it right here. So, we'll have that right here. I'm going to set this up using all of the blocks that we've already used, and then I'm going to show you how to link the solar mirrors to it. Alright, give it a right click, and here is the solar tower. So, I'm actually going to dig underneath it to show you that this is where you actually take the heat from. So, like I said, this is not like the solar panel. It doesn't generate power from the placement of the sun. This actually generates heat from the placement of the sun, and then that heat can go wherever you need it to. It also does by default generate a little bit of wattage, but you'll mostly be using this to transfer heat around. And now that we have the solar tower, let's set up some solar mirrors. So, whoops, my bad. You have to make sure that you have this placed properly. So there we go. I'm going to place one of these on each side, or at least on 3 of the sides. Yeah, here we go. So these are really simple. All they require is some machine blocks and then some corrugate iron machine blocks. There we go. There's one. And then I'm going to just create the last 2, and then I'll show you how to link them together. Once again, it's another change that is different to me. You see that the heat right now is 378 degrees Fahrenheit. So I'm going to activate this. and hit this button right here. And once I hit this button, I should be, yep, I'm receiving some heat. So I'm receiving 16 watts worth of heat. Activate this one, 16 watts, click the button, 32 watts. And then click this one, once again, 48 watts. Awesome, so you get 16 watts worth of heat on the solar tower, and this actually used to be a lot more interactive. It's not as interactive as I remember it being. In any case, so you'll see that my heat is now steadily starting to go up. So I need to transfer this heat somewhere, because once this reaches a maximum amount of heat, and the mod by default goes by Celsius, but I changed it to Fahrenheit, because I'm American. I go by Fahrenheit, and I can't convert that off the top of my head. So once this reaches a certain amount, the solar tower will actually melt. And I am going to wait for that to happen and set up as many mirrors as necessary in order for that to happen, because I just want to show you what it looks like when this thing is actually melting. Alright, it's reaching its maximum now, which means it should be starting to melt. So 7,000. Wow, it is actually another thing that is apparently unfinished with this mod. Since it's been abandoned, there it goes. Alright, yeah, it just melted and became lava. So, yeah, I gotta clean that up before it starts melting everything, but that is what happens once it reaches a certain level. Wait for that to happen and set up as many mirrors as necessary in order for that to happen, because I just want to show you what it looks like when this thing is actually melting. Alright, it's reaching its maximum now, which means it should be starting to melt. So 7,000. Wow, it is actually another thing that is apparently unfinished with this mod. Since it's been abandoned, there it goes. Alright, yeah, it just melted and became lava. So, yeah, I gotta clean that up before it starts melting everything, but that is what happens once it reaches a certain level. So let me clean this up real quick. Alright, I've reset it back up, but I'm actually not going to activate it until I am ready to show you how to take care of the heat mechanic and where to actually throw it. So, yeah, that is the end of all of the generation options in the mod, but now we're going to move on to how to actually store that and move it around. One last aside before moving on. It should be worth noting that the solar mirrors can actually go 25 blocks away from the solar tower before it stops being recognized. So you can have quite a few of these mirrors. You just have to make sure that you can make up for all of the heat that's going to be generated the more mirrors that you have. But this is by far the best way to generate power in the mod, with the biggest drawback of having it melt once you reach the heat threshold. Now that we've handled power generation, we got to work on power storage and power transferring. So for that we have electric connectors. You get 8 of those for this recipe. You have copper coils, the electric cables, small batteries, and then the battery block. I'm going to make all of these up right now. So the connectors are 2 pieces of stone, 1 piece of copper, and 1 piece of iron. And you get 8 electrical connectors. And the copper coil is 4 copper ingots with a light iron plate. Boom, got the copper coil. Electric cables, 4 pieces of leather with copper in the center. The batter. Oh, well, I guess we should probably make the small battery first. But 2 pieces of sulfur, 4 lead plates, 2 iron nuggets, and the copper nugget gets you a small battery. And then using 3 of those small batteries, an iron grate machine block, and 5 iron plates. I should probably put. There we go. 5 iron plates. You have the battery block. So, with all of these, you can actually start storing your energy. And I have updated the thermopile setup that I had going on right now. I'm going to connect the electrical connectors by shift right-clicking on the thermopiles. The electric connectors will attach to it. And then, what the heck, we'll place the battery block right here. So you see this little hole right here. This is a connector for another electric connector. So you right-click right there, and then you can start connecting cable to it. So this copper coil is actually, for all intents and purposes, infinite. I'm going to go into survival mode real quick. And I'm going to shift right-click the electric connector, and you see that the position updated, position whatever this position is. And then, without holding shift, right-click the battery block, or the electric connector on the battery block, and the cable will connect. We can look inside the battery block and see that voltage is rising. I'm getting some joules, which is the just the overall storage inside this battery block, and the positive wattage needed to generate that. So I can connect all of these cables. Shift right-click, right-click, 4 and 5. Take a look at the battery block again, and you'll see that I am positive. This is probably going to mellow out at about 60 or 90. Yeah, around 60. But I still have the proper voltage, and my joules are still raising much faster than they were before because I have 5 of these connectors attached to this battery block. I'm going to go over here to the solar panel. Put this right here. 1 more electric connector, and then the copper coil. Oh, sorry. Connection right here. Shift right-click, right-click, and look at the battery block. So, voltage is going up. Once the voltage reaches where its peak is, it's actually going to decide where the wattage is. So, cool. I am now filling 97 watts inside this battery block. Awesome. The solar panel is doing some good for us. I've broken the electric connection on the thermopile to show you the electric cables. So I am going to, boom. I've just connected the electric cable, and here we go. Alright, it's mellowing out. So the electric cable worked the same way as the electric connector, just with this handy dandy cable interface instead. The wires are out. show you the electric cables. So I am going to, boom, I've just connected the electric cable, and here we go. Alright, it's mellowing out. So the electric cable worked the same way as the electric connector, just with this handy dandy cable interface instead. The wires are actually, that's really weird. I've never noticed that before. The electric cable took the property of the ice that was underneath it. Cool. In any case, so yeah, electric cables are always a option for you to use as well, especially for something that's close quarters. The wires are used for something that's a little bit more long distance, and I'm about to get into that momentarily. Now that we've actually created machines and a battery, we can finally go over what each of these gauges actually means inside Magneticraft machines. So, as I said at the beginning of the video, Magneticraft tries to simulate real-life electricity as best that it can, as best as Minecraft will allow. So you have a voltage indicator, a wattage indicator, and a joules indicator. Joules being the internal capacity of a battery, wattage being how much power is being input into the battery, and then voltage is what is actually allowing the joules, the capacity of the battery to be maintained. So I'm going to go over here to this thermopile, and you see that this thermopile is at 125.04 volts, which is the maximum amount. The internal battery is 10,000 joules, and it's maxed out, and the wattage is 0. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to connect an electrical connector here, and boom, boom. We're going to take a look at the thermopile again. You'll see that the internal battery is now drained. It has transferred over to the battery block. And the voltage has actually tried to normalize itself with the battery block. So within a network, the voltage is always going to try to maintain itself as evenly as possible. So if I connect all wires to this, then the network is going to try to keep itself evened out at around 90 volts. And so I am gaining 12 watts and filling up 12 watts per tick, or 12 joules per tick, into the internal battery on a voltage of 90 volts. Now that I am actually have evened out, you'll see that this 12.30 that's transferring over here, there's a little bit of resistance in between, but yeah, it's trying to maintain itself at around 12.30 watts in order to fill up this internal battery. And that is very, very basically how this is actually working, which is indicative of, I'm just going to destroy this right here. You see that the voltage is now steadily starting to rise. There's nothing resisting the path. So the voltage is going to rise to about 125 again, at which point the wattage will drop. Here we go. So maximum voltage, I'm going to start charging the internal battery. Once the internal battery is charged up, the battery recognizes that there's no more need for it to generate any sort of wattage to fill up the internal battery, and it is going to drop. And that is basically how electricity works with Magneticraft. It's not RF per tick, it's not forge energy or anything like that. It's all based on the voltage in your network. So I'm going to show that one more time with the solar panel that I was doing earlier. So I'm going to break this again, place it, put on an electrical connector, and then this wire, and you'll see that no wattage is being generated right now because the voltage hasn't evened itself out across the network. Now that it's evened it out at around 91 volts, you'll see that some wattage is starting to be gained. Now that the wattage is starting to be gained, the battery is starting to fill up. The battery block's internal battery. Since I can't actually look inside the solar panel, this is just a really good way to show you that wattage won't be generated unless voltage is evened out across the network, and your internal batteries will not fill until things are evened out across the network. The book actually, in the best way that it does explain it, and of course I can't find it right now, but probably the most clear thing that it says is, here we go. Every block has the same voltage, however the generator will try to make the voltage higher and the machines will try to make the voltage lower. and that's using something called Ohm's law. So it's just taking resistance into account. So that is why, now that it's as evened out as it possibly can be across the network, you're starting to gain some wattage, and you're starting to fill up an internal battery. Now, obviously, whenever you're transferring power, you don't just want to use the copper coil route and just use a bunch of electrical cables or electrical connectors. So there are other ways, the first of which being electrical poles. I'm going to turn that off for a second. You have electrical poles, electrical pole transformers, heat pipes, insulated heat pipes, and there are two different ways that you can make those insulated heat pipes. So let's go ahead and make those up. So first you're going to want the electrical poles, which are just 2 pieces of wood and 3 of the electrical connectors. You get 3 electrical poles. Next thing you're going to want to make is the transformer. So another one of the electrical connectors, copper ingots, and light lead pipes. And you'll get electric pole transformers. Next, the copper plate, surround with iron ingots, and you'll get 5 heat pipes. And then in order to make the insulated heat pipes, there are 2 different ways. You can either put your heat pipes in a cross pattern and then surround it with bricks, and that will give you 5 insulated heat pipes. Or you can do the other variant, which is the regular heat pipe recipe surrounded by bricks, and you get the insulated heat pipes. Awesome. So let's show you how to use these. I have the same battery setup that I had before, which is the thermopiles connected to this battery block. I have another battery block over there, and just for safety's sake, we'll put one more electrical connector on it. Here we are. So, I'm going to put down a electrical pole right about here, and I'm going to attempt to connect the electrical pole to the battery block, but it says unable to connect wire. The reason for that being is that these electrical connectors cannot attach to the electrical pole without the help of the electric pole transformer. So once you select that, you'll see it's angled down a little bit. So connect you again and try to connect it to the pole. And now you'll see that I have the wire connected to the battery. So now I'm ready to transfer all of the battery power over here. So I'm going to place down another battery. What is the placement over here? Just 2 blocks in between. So another electrical pole over here, another transformer, so that I can actually connect this battery block. And then you'll see that it automatically connected all of the wires. There's more than enough room to do it, so I just have to boom, boom. Oh, wrong way. Pipes. Or you can do the other variant, which is the regular heat pipe recipe surrounded by bricks, and you get the insulated heat pipes. Awesome. So let's show you how to use these. I have the same battery setup that I had before, which is the thermopiles connected to this battery block. I have another battery block over there, and just for safety's sake, we'll put one more electrical connector on it. Here we are. So, I'm going to put down a electrical pole right about here, and I'm going to attempt to connect the electrical pole to the battery block, but it says unable to connect wire. The reason for that being is that these electrical connectors cannot attach to the electrical pole without the help of the electric pole transformer. So once you select that, you'll see it's angled down a little bit. So connect you again and try to connect it to the pole. And now you'll see that I have the wire connected to the battery. So now I'm ready to transfer all of the battery power over here. So I'm going to place down another battery. What is the placement over here? Just 2 blocks in between. So another electrical pole over here, another transformer, so that I can actually connect this battery block. And then you'll see that it automatically connected all of the wires. There's more than enough room to do it, so I just have to boom, boom. Oh, wrong way. Here we go. And you'll see that I have voltage attempting to equalize itself across the network. And now I'm starting to gain some wattage. Awesome. And this battery block over here is starting to transfer over, or is starting to fill up. And that is how the electrical poles work. Now we're going to go on to the heat pipes. I'm back over here at the solar tower, and I've reactivated it, but I haven't connected any of the solar towers to it. So we're going to do that right now. See that? Oh yeah, heat's going up crazy right now. And I have a insulated heat pipe connected over here, then another insulated heat pipe connected to a boiler. I haven't made any machines that actually use heat as a source, except for the boiler, so that's what I'm going to be showing you. So I'm also going to use the regular heat pipe and connect it over here, just so I can and see how the heat's doing. So the heat's actually going down quite a bit, lucky for us, and the heat is transferring over here. Now we're going to go back into survival mode. You see that when I'm touching this insulated heat pipe, nothing's happening to me. And the second I touch the regular heat pipe, I'm starting to burn up. So that's the reason why you have the insulated heat pipes. It just keeps you from getting hurt whenever you touch one of the pipes. But yeah, heat's starting to raise once more, because I actually don't have any of the steam generated here. Yeah, the boiler isn't being used for anything, so eventually this is going to overheat and melt again, but that is what the heat pipes are for. So I've just looked through all of the footage, and I actually think I'm going to break this into 2 parts. I've gone over the basic stuff, energy generation and energy transferring, and in next episode I'm going to go over all of the individual machines that Magneticraft offers you. I am Kelly Engineering, and I hope that you enjoyed the episode. I will see you in part 2. Bye-bye. Before we begin, a note. Throughout the course of this episode, in order to show the automation of some of these machines, I'm going to be using something called an inserter and a conveyor. And the inserter's recipe is an iron ingot, a lead ingot, 3 iron nuggets, a motor, and 2 light iron plates. And then the conveyor is 3 light iron plates, 4 iron ingots, and a machine block. And I've already made both of them right here, and we'll get to these upgrades a little bit later. But the inserter is this little doohickey right here. So this portion right here is where he's actually going to be looking into. And do I have a chest? I have a wooden box. It'll do. So say I have a wooden box filled with, give myself some iron. So iron ore. I'm going to put this iron ore in there, and you'll see that he starts working and just transferring the iron ore over here into here. And you see that he is doing it by bits of 8. Very handy. So the 2 upgrades are speed upgrades, and you see that just working double time. And then you have the stack upgrade. So I'm going to give myself another stack of iron, throw it in there, and yep, he just takes the entire stack and throws it in there. So you have these buttons right here, and this is just deactivating or activating the arm. This is for ore dictionary, this is for metadata, this is for a filter, and this is for NBT data. So the filter is if I only want this arm to worry about iron ore or iron rocky chunks, whatever, then you put it in here, hit the filter, and the arm will only look for and transfer those things. And then the conveyor belt is just as it sounds. It's a conveyor belt. So whenever a item hits the conveyor belt, and I'm going to give myself some iron rocky chunks in order to show this off, you see that the entire stack is just transferring over here. So this is actually not part of the world. This is not an entity, this is just a render. So these items will not despawn, and they will group in stacks on the end of the conveyor belt. At that point you can use an inserter, boop, and put a wooden box, and the inserter will move by 8 from the conveyor belt into the wooden box. So these are the 2 primary things I'm going to be using to automate, since they are part of the Magneticraft mod whenever I'm showing off the multi-blocks later in the episode. One of the first multi-block structures that you're going to be making, other than the like the small steam engine, is the shelving unit. And the blueprint for the shelving unit is made with a iron bar and a piece of paper, and I have that stuff right here. I also have the blueprint right here, so I'm just going to go ahead and set it down. So much like I discussed in part 1, whenever you set down a blueprint, everything that is required in order to make it is right here in front of you. Leaves a nice little ghost image. The shelving unit takes 29 iron grate, and I'm just going to place all of these down. It's really simple stuff. It just requires a bunch of iron in order to make. Here we go. All the iron grates hit the blueprint block, and boom, you have this iron shelf. So the iron shelf is kind of useless by itself, so all you need to do is have some chests, and then right-click the shelving unit with it. You can see these little crates are popping up all over the place. So this is one part of it. You can right-click it, and everything. This is quite a bit of storage. You can... Unfortunately, there's no way to really sort through it, and that's the downside of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give a whirl. You're going to change in the configs. So inputs, put into it. I'm going to make sure that the proper output happens, and I'm going to make sure that the proper input happens. If you just have Magneticraft in the pack, then you're going to have some pretty derpy looking inputs, but the primary input is here at the top. But you can input stuff right here just by shift right clicking it in if it actually accepts the input. But for automation purposes, the input is up here at the top. So here's the grinder in action. I put some conveyor belts leading up to the grinder itself with this inserter, just grabbing it from the conveyor belt and putting it into the insert slot. Out here at the back, this is the output, and once again you can put conveyor belts here, and all the outputs will immediately hit the conveyor belt, and another inserter can be used to just drop it into a chest or a wooden crate, or it can even interface with the shipping container as well. So the power is over here on this side, and I just have this infinite energy, the creative energy source offered by the pack. And I have it hooked in with the electric connectors as if this was a true energy source. But looking in here, you'll see that 40 watts is the maximum amount that of power that this needs in order to process. And it will process the quickest with the 40 watts. So if you're not supplying enough power and you only have, if you're only generating like 20 watts or whatever, this will move remarkably slower. I'm also going to find, let's see, this wolframite. So looking at the grinder, you'll see that this takes 50 ticks in order for it to process through the grinder, whereas if you look through, where is the gold? That is odd. There should be different tick numbers for... I guess it's 50 ticks regardless. In previous versions of Magneticraft, different ore have different tick numbers in order to actually process, but it looks like everything is 50 ticks in this unfinished 1.12 pack. So yeah, it's going to be 50 ticks regardless. But yeah, as you can see, the using conveyors and these inserters, you can get pretty immersive with this. And like I said earlier, the conveyor belts, while stuff is just sitting here, this is just a render. It's not actually in-world, so you don't have to worry about it despawning. And looking at here, yeah, 2 iron rocky chunks just waiting to go out. I'm going to throw in the stack and the... Here we go. It's going to go much faster now. But yeah, that is the grinder. We're going to move on to the sieve next. The sieve blueprint is made with an iron mesh and a piece of paper. Got it right here. In order to create it, you're going to need 7 machine blocks, 6 support columns, 8 striped machine blocks, 4 iron grate machine blocks, and 4 corrugate iron machine blocks. So let's place this down and get her set up. And right click, and boom, we have the sieve. So as you may have guessed, the sieve is the automated version of the sluice box. So it even kind of looks like the sluice box, but it's not a terribly complicated machine as it looks. So let's get everything set up for it, and I'll be right back with you. So here is the sieve in action. It doesn't look like much, just looking at it like this, but you can see that the plates are moving. It is working. And the unfortunate thing about the sieve is the outputs are actually here on the bottom. So you have to be creative with how you actually want this to be set up. So I have conveyor belts going, and all of the flint that's being generated from the gravel I have input. Oh, the input is over here in the up here at the top. So you can automate it just like you did over here with the grinder. But yeah, that is how this works. You have to rely on the bottom outputs. Oh, so these 3 right here, there are a possibility of 3 different outputs. Output 1 is going to come from here, output 2, output 3. But it honestly doesn't really matter which one is which output. I'll open up the sieve recipes right here. So this iron rocky chunk can have a primary output of iron chunks. Then you have secondary of nickel dust and aluminum. I'll open up the sieve recipes right here. So this iron rocky chunk can have a primary output of iron chunks. Then you have secondary of nickel dust and aluminum dust. All of the rocky chunks can go inside the sieve, and then you also have soul sand, sand, and gravel that can go through it. So yeah, just like the sluice box. There's really not much else to say about the sieve. This is how it works. You have 2 energy inputs. The item input is in the top, and then the item output is down here at the bottom. The next item that we're going to be creating is the pump jack, and the blueprint is made with a bucket and a piece of paper. In order to craft it, I don't actually have all of the items in this box right now because I have gone ahead and set up the pump jack in a separate world. I obviously can't use the pump jack to its full potential considering Bedrock is only 3 down from our current location. So yeah, I created a normal world, set up the pump jack there, and I'm going to head to that world now and show you how it works. So here is the pump jack in all of its glory. You only have to worry about 2 things, which is the energy input right here, and then the fluid output. If you look inside this thing, you'll see that there's going to be a bunch of icons that are going to appear here. So whenever this is searching for oil, and I'll show you what the actual oil block looks like. So this oil source full, whenever it's searching for one, it's going to show this icon. And then there are a bunch of other icons that I'll show you in just a moment. But according to the actual Magnetocraft manual book, oh wow, that actually saved. That's really weird. So, the best place to find oil is to search in places where the coordinates x and z are multiples of 2560. Well, if you look at my XYZ coordinates, I'm at minus 2560 and minus 2542. I have dug out most of this trying to find oil, and there was no oil to be found. I mean, I know it exists. I mean, I've seen it exist in previous versions. I'm just wasn't seeing it in this version. So once again, this may be something that is an inevitability with the unfinished state of this mod. But all I did was place some oil source blocks of my own. So I have these smooth stone right here just to show you that the pump jack, when it's completed and it's actually searching for something, it'll extend down this pump jack pipe to the level that the oil is at, that these oil sources are at. It will search 3 out from the pump jack pipe for an oil block, and I'm going to place one right here and head back up to the pump jack itself. You see that this scanning oil deposits means that it found one, because this is a magnifying glass, and it's taking a little bit longer in order to actual scan. So it's finding how many are actually in the area. Now this orange arrow just means that the pump jack pipe is mining down, and then it's just going to continue mining down and finding. So oil deposit 4 of 4 blocks. So it found the 4 oil blocks that I have down there. Eventually it's actually going to go through and mine up that oil, and it's going to fill up this fluid reservoir. And you know what? I'm going to go help this speed. I'm going to go speed this along by replacing all of these blocks with the oil blocks. Boom, boom. Also, while I'm waiting, I'll go over this small tank. So this small tank can hold 32 buckets, which is quite frankly not much. And it's just a iron grate machine block and surrounded by glass, and you have this small tank. It can hold the 32 buckets. You put it right here, and look at that. It found some oil, and yeah, it's throwing it inside the small tank. So you're going to be going through quite a bit of the fluid tanks in order for this to work. Or you could just use fluid pipes and transfer it to a refinery, which we're going to go over actually probably next after the pump jack. So yeah, it can be a little frustrating because wherever you place this, you do need to make sure that the oil blocks are within this requisite area. But yeah, that is what it is. We can make do with it. I really want this to. I really want it to show you actually going for the oil. I mean, when I was testing this setup, it had no problem going for the oil. I had to break it a couple times, but this is a little disconcerting that it still hasn't actively on camera for me found the oil. There we go. Alright, it's very brief, but at least it showed a little bit of it. As it was mining out the oil, the wattage raised a little bit, and the tank filled up very, very slightly. Yep, wattage, it found some fluid, it transferred the fluid out. So it is doing its job, albeit slowly, not nearly as fast as it was doing in my tests. Regardless, yeah, use small tanks, or if you have the ability to transfer using fluid pipes all the way to your refinery, yeah, do that instead. So now that you have a way of actually obtaining oil, it's time to make the oil heater. What the oil heater does is it takes various liquids and puts it up to its boiling point, so you can turn water into steam more easily, or you can turn the oil into hot crude, stuff like that. But it is a piece of paper, a bucket, and a light copper plate. Got the blueprint right here, and then it's going to take 12 corrugate iron machine blocks and 14 support columns. Now I've already gone ahead and set it up right here because yeah, it's a little tricky. So you have all of these going on the y-axis up here in the front, but in the back this all needs to be on the on the x-axis. So yeah, it's a little confusing because break this right here. So this definitely shows it on the y-axis, but if you break it right here, this also shows the y-axis, but it needs to be on the x-axis. So I just destroyed those and didn't... Where are you, my friend? Here you are. So I just destroyed those. Gonna put them back real quick. But yeah, so gonna put this on the x-axis even though the ghost shows y, and bam, that is the correct placement for it. So place these, place one more on the y. Looking job. Regardless, yeah, use small tanks, or if you have the ability to transfer using fluid pipes all the way to your refinery, yeah, do that instead. So now that you have a way of actually obtaining oil, it's time to make the oil heater. Yeah, what the oil heater does is it takes various liquids and puts it up to its boiling point, so you can turn water into steam more easily, or you can turn the oil into hot crude, stuff like that. But it is a piece of paper, a bucket, and a light copper plate. Got the blueprint right here, and then it's going to take 12 corrugate iron machine blocks and 14 support columns. Now I've already gone ahead and set it up right here because yeah, it's a little tricky. So you have all of these going on the y-axis up here in the front, but in the back this all needs to be on the on the x-axis. So yeah, it's a little confusing because break this right here. So this definitely shows it on the y-axis, but if you break it right here, this also shows the y-axis, but it needs to be on the x-axis. So I just destroyed those and didn't... Where are you, my friend? Here you are. So I just destroyed those. Gonna put them back real quick. But yeah, so gonna put this on the x-axis even though the ghost shows y, and bam, that is the correct placement for it. So place these, place one more on the y-axis, and complete this. So yeah, this big looking block is your oil heater. I'm going to set it up, and I'm going to absolutely set up another one over by my solar tower, because the solar tower, as we discussed in episode 1, generates heat, and heat is what powers this. No electricity required. So here is the basic layout for the oil heater, and down here at the bottom I have the insulated heat pipes going into the bottom. Heat is received by this machine via the bottom, even though it doesn't actually show any sort of input for the heat. But place that right here, and fluid input happens over here in the back, and fluid output happens on the top. So looking at this, you can see that I'm only at 140 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's not good enough in order to convert into steam. So I have the solar tower over here working, trying to heat itself up, transfer the heat over to the oil heater, so I can actually make stuff happen. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to activate 2 more of these. 64. The heat should be increasing a heck of a lot more now, and trying to transfer over to the oil heater. Still not very quick. You know what? Let's go for broke. So now I just have to wait for this to reach 212 degrees Fahrenheit, and I can start producing steam. Going to, nope, did not want to do that. Looking at the recipes, there are only 2 recipes in the oil heater, and that is turning crude oil into hot crude and water into steam. So yeah, that's 662 degrees Fahrenheit. Every 2 ticks will turn 5 millibuckets of crude oil into 50 millibuckets of hot crude. And at 212 degrees Fahrenheit, 1 tick, 1 millibucket of water will turn into 10 millibuckets of steam. Yeah, those are the only 2 recipes, and oh, look at that, we got steam. So the steam isn't actually going anywhere because apparently this small tank can't hold steam. So I'm just going to have to use a fluid pipe to transfer it over to like a small steam engine or something that takes steam. But that's no issue. I have shown what I wanted to for this machine. Now that I have all 8 of the solar panels, I'm going to be generating quite a bit of heat, and eventually this thing won't be able to take any more heat. Wow, it's filling quite a bit, and I will again have to worry about this thing melting. So I don't want that. I'm going to deactivate all these panels again. Generally, if you have a massive refinery setup, then you're going to need to set up multiple oil heaters in order to mitigate the amount of heat that's going to be generating from your solar tower. So that's just a forewarning. But that is the oil heater, and yeah, that's simple stuff. Let's move on to the next one. So you have refined oil, and you have steam being produced at the oil heater, what have you. But what you need to do with that is you need to build a refinery. What the refinery is going to do for you is it's going to take steam, turn it into water, or it's going to take hot crude, turn it into heavy oil, light oil, petroleum gas, a whole bunch of gases offered by the mod. Unfortunately, like kerosene has no use, diesel has no use, gasoline. A lot of the fluids that the refinery creates for you have absolutely no use in Magneticraft at this point in the mod, and it never will. This mod is discontinued. So some mod pack makers will actually take the liquid plastic or the naphtha, and it will either or dictionary it or find a use for these by creating recipes. But as it stands right now, Magneticraft has no use for any of these liquids, so there's really no point in setting this up. Regardless, the recipe for it is an iron mesh, a piece of paper, and a bucket. And wow, I didn't fill any of this up. But this is a large structure. I'm going to give myself the schematic for it and build it for you. I'm going to build it all the way over by the oil heater because this does require steam in order to operate. So I'll be back with you once I set it up. So as you can see, this is a pretty big structure. This is 9 blocks high and it's a 3x3. In order to create it, it requires 48 corrugate iron machine blocks and 31 support columns. So, yeah. But like I said, this is a pretty intense looking structure, but it's really not all that complicated. So, if you look in here, you'll see that this does require a little bit of power, and then you have 2 fluid inputs, and then 3 fluid outputs. So one of those fluid inputs is actually steam. So I'm going to give myself some pipes, iron pipe, and transfer it over here. Is this thing on? Here we are. It's filling with steam. I forgot to take my wrench and turn this into an output. Remember, the iron pipes are both an input and an output, but it will prioritize the input. So I got a little confused about what this was actually for, so I had to tell it, you are an output. But yeah, the steam is going in just like it should, and it can hold quite a bit of steam. And yeah, I'm going to... I actually have no way to actually make this thing work. I suppose I could just use more water. So yeah, this kind of actually sucks a little bit because I can't show you how this actually works. I could use steam, but once again, no steam is going in. Son of a gun. And I'm not generating enough heat in order to make this work. So, alright, give me a second to actually set this up properly, because steam is the only thing I can use. There are no... I can't give myself buckets of oil, or crude, rather. Yeah, I can't give myself anything of crude. Or hot crude, for that matter. So, yeah. Alright, so I have it set up as best as I can right now. And, yeah, I have 5 watts of power. And that power is actually not being supplied by this, so I'll just get rid of this right now. No electrical power is required in order for this to operate. Once it sees that there is a valid input and output, it will generate its own. It will generate its own power. So fluid steam, in order to operate, fluid steam as an input, and then fluid water is one of the outputs. If I had crude in here, then I would be getting hot crude. If I put hot crude in here, then, well, yeah, if I put hot crude in here, then I'd be getting one of the hot crude outputs, heavy oil, light oil, and petroleum gas. And then the outputs are any of these on each of the 3 levels. But that is really all there is to the refinery. I regret not being able to show you the full setup for it. But yeah, this is the best I can do since the mod won't give me buckets of the oil to stage this. The next block I'm really not going to go over. It's the big combustion chamber, and it's supposed to operate just like the small combustion chamber over there, which you supply hard fuels to it like coal, and but this block you can actually insert water into it, and what it's supposed to do is generate steam for you. So I have it set up right here, and you can see that like it looks like the top of a boiler right here, so you should be able to like hook pipes into it, but unfortunately you can't hook pipes into it. You can put a boiler on top of it, but nothing will actually transfer out of the top. So I'm putting water in here, and this is generating heat with blocks of coal, and I'm inserting water into the sides. But of course nothing is generating. This block is unfinished. Heck, if you look in the book, under the multi-blocks, yeah, it's not even in here. So this is a unfinished block, which means it will never be finished. So yeah, that is what the big combustion chamber is, and it really is a shame that it's an unfinished block, because before a boil over there with chamber, and the next block up buckets of the oil to stage this. The next block I'm really not going to go over. It's the big combustion that water is properly, because but actually make this thing work, I suppose I could just use more water. So yeah, this kind of actually sucks a little bit, because I can't show you how this actually works. I could use steam, but once again, no steam is going in. Son of a gun. And I'm not generating enough heat in order to make this work. So, alright, give me a second to actually set this up properly, because steam is the only thing I can use. There are no... I can't give myself buckets of oil, or crude, rather. Yeah, I can't give myself of anything of crude, or hot crude for that matter. So, yeah. Alright, so I have it set up as best as I can right now, and yeah, I have 5 watts of power, and the power is actually not being supplied by this, so I'll just get rid of this right now. No electrical power is required in order for this to operate. Once it sees that there is a valid input and output, it will generate its own. Power. So fluid steam, in order to operate, fluid steam as an input, and then fluid water is one of the outputs. If I had crude in here, then I would be getting hot crude. If I put hot crude in here, then, if I put hot crude in here, then I'd be getting one of the hot crude outputs, heavy oil, light oil, and petroleum gas. And then the outputs are any of these on each of the 3 levels. But that is really all there is to the refinery. I regret not being able to show you the full setup for it, but yeah, this is the best I can do, since the mod won't give me buckets of the oil to stage this. The next block I'm really not going to go over. It's the big combustion chamber, and it's supposed to operate just like the small combustion chamber over there, which you supply hard fuels to it like coal, and but this block you can actually insert water into it, and what it's supposed to do is generate steam for you. So I have it set up right here, and you can see that posted. So nothing is generated. Combustion. Bitch, where are you? The hydraulic version quests. This paper, quad 2, just using any of the slick looking light plate, any of the and I opted for something that isn't as fancy as it could be. So I have the chest and I have the inserter going into the hydraulic press, and this is the input side. For the output side, I went for something, I didn't use the conveyor belts like I did over here. Instead, I just have a piece of ice here, and throw this in here. Now, when this is in ingot mode, and you throw in a piece of ice, then this will actually turn it into packed ice. So, whoops. Here we go. So, packed ice just left. And without the need of a conveyor belt whatsoever, we have it out here in the output. Now, the input, unfortunately, does not work like that. You can't set a chest by the input and have stuff automatically take. You still need the inserter for that, and heck, you can't even use conveyor belts for that. You have to use the ingot mode, which I just showed their base parts. Or you could have, let's see, yeah. So, stone to cobblestone, polished diorite, granite, and andesite will become their regular granite, diorite, and andesite, so on and so forth. And then you have, in heavy plate mode, 2 ingots will become a heavy plate. And then you have in heavy plate mode, 2 ingots will become a heavy plate. So I'm going to throw those in there. And then if you have it in light plate mode, then 1 ingot will become a light plate, and then get output as necessary. So let's turn this into heavy plate mode. And bam, it just took 2 of them and made that heavy plate. And I'll output it right over here. And that is the hydraulic press. Unfortunately, the heavy plates, yeah, like I mentioned before, the heavy plates don't have any sort of recipes associated with them. But mod pack makers can most certainly use the heavy plates in other recipes. So that is an option for you. But that is the hydraulic press. And with that, I am going to call this an episode. So I went through a little bit of setup beforehand, but the Tesla Tower is made with fine copper cabling. This mod spotlight is because a surprise update just came out for Magneticraft. And part 2, I was lamenting the fact that this mod was discontinued, and so a lot of the things that were wrong with it probably weren't going to get fixed, such as the big combustion chamber. And as of right now, this still isn't completely fixed, but with the way that it's going, it very well could be working in the near future. I'm just very happy. So yeah, I'm going to do a part 3 to take care of the things that I missed in part 1 and 2, such as like the limestone tiles. And I'm also going to go over the things that were fixed and the things that were added, because if this wall is any indication, quite a few things were added. So let's get to it. The first items that we're going to go over are not actually new to the 1.12 version of Magneticraft, but those are the voltmeter, which are 6 pieces of gold, a piece of paper, a piece of redstone, and a copper ingot. And yeah, we got the voltmeter right here. And then we have the thermometer. The thermometer is 6 pieces of glass, 2 pieces of redstone, and an iron ingot. And we got the thermometer right here. What the voltmeter is still a little buggy right now, but if you're holding it in your inventory and go to anywhere where there's electrical connectors, you'll see the little pop-up that shows here. So this is showing the potential different. That's what a real voltmeter does. This is just showing the wattage, amperage, and voltage that's coming out of whatever an electrical connector is attached to. So yeah, I have all 5 here for these 5 thermopiles, this one right here for this electrical connector, and this here for an electrical connector. You can see that they're not lined up exactly the way that they should be. It could be a little confusing depending on the angle you're looking at it, especially over here. When I first used the voltmeter, I thought that it was measuring this cable for some reason before realizing, oh no, it is the electrical connector. It's just showing a little bit to the left. So yeah, just make sure that you actually understand what the voltmeter is actually reading, but that is what the voltmeter is for. And yeah, over here, if this battery block, well actually, you know what, let's get a battery block and we can see this thing in action. Alright, I have a brand new battery block out here with the electrical connector. I haven't actually connected it with the copper coil yet because this is something that was added in the surprise update. And whenever you shift right click with your copper coil, you see that it's actually showing the cable attached to me. So it instead of just being a blank slate, you actually know where your electrical connector, where the first position is, with the help of the coil being connected to the player character. And then attach you. Awesome. We'll take out the voltmeter again, and you'll see that here is all of the potential difference between the 2 electrical connectors. Yeah, it's stabled out now. But while it is in the process of filling, this is what the voltmeter is showing you. So you can see any sort of loss or if there's anything wrong between your 2 connectors or what's trying to be filled. And that is the voltmeter. Next is the thermometer, and the thermometer is used for reading the temperature on your heat pipes. So all you do is just right click, and you see down at the bottom, it's kind of hard to see and I'll zoom in on that, but when you right click it actually shows the temperature of whatever pipe you're looking at. And this works for the insulated heat pipes or the standard heat pipes. If you try to if you try to look at anything else, it doesn't really work because it's not something that can carry heat. Or in the case of our block over here, heat is already shown inside the GUI and there's no need for the thermometer to work on it. But since that isn't the case with the heat pipes, that's what you need the thermometer for. I didn't go over in part 1 when I explained the heat pipes, But if you have a normal heat pipe in line next to your insulated heat pipes, you'll see that they're, yeah, there they go. They'll actually change color to show you the temperature if you do not have a thermometer. There is a visual indicator for temperature on the heat pipes by themselves. And yeah, that's a really cool feature. Also, another thing, if I also explained this in part 1, if you're in survival mode and you touch the regular heat pipes, you will get hurt, so be careful of that. More things that have changed since the surprise update came out are the hydraulic press. The hydraulic press, the sieve, and the grinder have had blue X's added to whatever can be used as an input. For automation purposes, an input on each of these machines. So I said when I first built this thing that it was difficult to tell that this was actually an input for the device, and heck, down here wasn't even an input at all. So this was an added input to the grinder, and this has its blue X added to make it more obvious that it is an input. And like I said, that was added to make it a little bit more obvious on the machines, as well as the power inputs have actually changed as well, just to make sure that they're noticeable that they are indeed power inputs on each of these machines. Another awesome thing that has changed about the mod is I'm going to get rid of this inserter, put down another conveyor belt, and the inserter is actually not really needed in most cases unless you want to have a more complete factory feel. So whenever you put something on a conveyor belt, oh, it got stuck. Why did it get stuck? Oh, because it's going the wrong way. Yoip, yoip. There we go. So you put something on the conveyor belt, it will automatically insert into a chest now. This did not exist in the previous version, and it's just much handier for automation purposes. You don't have to make nearly as many inserter arms, because conveyors will automatically input into chests, and got wooden boxes as well. They'll also automatically input into boxes. So any sort of inventory the conveyor belt will recognize and automatically put the things in there. Another thing that changed, and is probably my second favorite change with the mod, other than the conveyor belts automatically inserting into inventories, is the solar tower has actually been changed so that the solar mirrors will change their orientation depending on their placement in the sky. When I built this thing in part 2, I wasn't really happy with the fact, or I made note of the fact, that these weren't changing their orientation, and they used to in previous versions of the mod. Well, that has been fixed, and they now actually change their orientation. And it looks just as cool as it did in the older versions. I love it. So another thing that changed about the solar tower is when the heat got too high, this thing would turn into lava. It would melt. That is no longer as much of a risk as it was in the previous versions. Now it's based on how many solar mirrors are actually surrounding the solar tower. So with these 8 that I have here, I don't really have to worry about it turning into flames anymore. But if you go full ham and you put like 30 solar mirrors around this thing, yes, absolutely, it will burst into flames. I also have the heat running off, and so this thing isn't really getting that hot. I'm going to break it anyway. You see that the solar mirrors return to their default orientation. Another thing that has changed is not inventory, but some recipes for plates. So if I bring up the light plate, or what used to be known as the light plate, is now called the double plate. So the double iron plate, the double gold plate, what have you, used to be the only way that you could make The plates are with the hydraulic press or with the crushing table. A new recipe has been added where an iron hammer and 2 ingots of whatever type in a crafting table will make you the double iron plate. I don't understand why it's still not called the light iron plate. I understand it's double iron because you are using 2 iron ingots in the crafting recipe, but it's still 1 iron ingot in the crushing table and 1 in the hydraulic press. But it is now called the double iron plate instead of the light iron plate. You still have the heavy plates. Here we go. You still have the heavy plates, but instead of the light plates, they are called the double whatever ingot it is plate. And now that that's done, we're going to move on to the new additions to the mod. Now I said that we're going to get to the new additions, but I forgot that there's one new addition to the mod. So oil deposits were actually fixed. So I am at, what is my 7761 minus 7546, and you can see that I have oil sources. This is what they actually look like when they spawn in world. So I'm going to clear out a little bit of the area now. Yeah, you can see how big this oil deposit is. Yeah, it's absolutely massive. But the documentation in the manual was changed to reflect this. So if you look at the pump jack, the best thing that this, what this used to say was to just go to multiples of 2560 on the X and Z axis. But now it's a little bit more specific to say X and Z 2560 and then travel 128 blocks south and 128 blocks east, and you will be at an oil deposit, as I am right now. So yeah, this is an oil deposit. You can put down your pump jack, you can put down multiple pump jacks obviously, and collect a lot of iron. This is more iron than I even remember being in previous versions. Well, I'm very happy with that, and you would need to set up multiple pump jacks in order to reach it all. But this is how the oil deposits are now. It takes place... Holy wow! How far does this go? This is insane. But yeah, the oil deposits have been... it's easier to find them now. Oh, and this is what limestone looks like for if you want to make the limestone tiles or the burnt limestone tiles. This is what the limestone looks like. You can find it at any any y-axis on in any biome. But that's what the limestone looks like. In any case, these are the oil deposits. You should have no problem finding oil anymore. It's literally everywhere. One of the first new things added in the surprise update are the pneumatic tubes. Now, the mod already had a way to transfer power with cabling. It obviously has the fluid pipes, but it didn't have a way to transfer items, and that's what the pneumatic tubes job is. It's made with 2 double copper plates and a piece of glass, and you get a pneumatic tube out of it. Take these 2 pneumatic tubes. You also have the restriction pneumatic tube, which is made with a pneumatic tube and a piece of iron. I'm going to take those as well. I've got 2 of them. Now, the way the pneumatic tubes work is it's not as intuitive as you would think, because you need 3 different items. You need a relay, and a relay is made just like a 4 pieces of cobblestone, 3 pieces of wood planks, a double iron plate, and a piece of redstone. You'll get the relay. You also have the filter, which is the same recipe except an iron mesh, and the transposer, same recipe but with a motor. So I got 3 of those right here. I'm going to take my wooden box, the filter, the transposer, and the relay. Now, the way that the relay works, I'm going to place down some pneumatic tubes and then place the relay. So if you try to place the relay by itself, it's going to go to the orientation up, but that's not going to work because the pneumatic tubes will only attach... Whoops. Well, I guess they will attach that way. Actually, let's test that out right now. Before recording this, I didn't actually test whether or not it will work this way, but I am going to place the pneumatic tubes here. Yeah, you see that nothing is actually moving. It's inside the relay's inventory, but it's not actually moving to the wooden box. So I'm going to place a wooden box right here and place in the restriction. You see that the items are actually moving to the box. So the output for the relay is actually down here at the bottom when you see that little hole right there, and it will move through and into whatever inventory is on the other side. So let's break this, get my tubes back. You also have, it's kind of like the way that the quark piping works. So I'm going to place 2 inventories right here, and then pneumatic tubes, and place down the relay. If I drop items in here, I'm going to put in these 2 pneumatic tubes and watch them go. You'll see that, oh, of course they didn't split for me. So it's going to take the path of least resistance and go into this wooden box. But I'm going to take these out, add 1 more pneumatic tube, and have them be equidistant, so there is exactly 1 block in between. I'm going to place those pneumatic tubes in here again, watch them go, and you see that they just split. So since there isn't a lesser area for it to go, it sees the same distance and it split where the output needs to go. So, break these, get my pneumatic tubes back. And I'm going to instead place a, where did my restriction go? There it is. Alright, so I am going to place down a restriction and then a wooden box. So, no matter what, even though they are equidistant, I'm going to put in my restriction pneumatic tubes, watch them go. Oh, I did that wrong. So, place down a transposer, place down a filter, watch them go. And you'll see that even though they're equidistant, they still only went to this wooden box. Now, this wooden box was full, and I'll fill it up right now with, yeah, whatever, we'll just fill it up with some stone. Alright, so I'm going to fill this up with stone, take out 1, and yeah, we'll just take our transposers back. Here we go, so I have 1 slot left. Give myself 1 more. And then there's nothing in this one. So if I put it back in the relay, 1 stack of stone, another stack of stone, you'll see that the first one headed over here, and the first one recognized that there was no other space it could go to, and actually doubled back to the empty inventory. And that's what the restriction pneumatic tube is for. It doesn't need any redstone power or something, it just sees that this inventory was full, and it doubled on back. Now there is a, I noticed a bug during my testing with it, so I'm going to put this in the GitHub and report it to the mod author. But I'm going to put in these 3 stacks, watch them go. All 3 of them tried, but you see that it popped out. So if you try to have multiple things going, before the wooden box, before the pneumatic tubes noticed that this box was full, it shot back the 3rd one, but the 2nd one just popped out. And you could lag out a server doing things this way. So you got to be a little careful, especially if you're not sure whether or not some overflow protection needs to exist for this restriction pneumatic tube, which is itself overflow protection. So yeah, it's just a bug with it. I'm going to report it, but that is how the pneumatic tube and the restriction pneumatic tube works. Now you also have the filter and you have the transposer. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to set down a wooden box. We're going to set down a pneumatic tube, the filter, here we go, another pneumatic tube, and where are you? Here it is, the relay. So I'm going to put in a pneumatic tube in this filter, and I'm going to try to push the stone through. You see the stone didn't actually go through because it recognizes that the filter has a pneumatic tube in there. If I put a pneumatic tube in, oh, that's a problem. So once something is actually in the relay and it knows that that stone is in the relay, it won't push it through because it doesn't see that there's anywhere it can push it through, and thus the pneumatic tube is stuck in here. So break it, put the relay down again, put in the pneumatic tube, and the pneumatic tube goes right through because of the filter. It's another bug, but expect it to be updated. I'll report this as well, and that's how the filter works. Now you may not want the relay to be the only way that you can input items, because if you tried a wooden box and pneumatic tube, boop, 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 and another wooden box, if you tried to put something in here, it's not going to happen. Nothing is actually telling the pneumatic tube to take out of this wooden box and transfer it over to this one. And that is what the transposer is for. The transposer, you got to be careful because the orientation matters for this as well. You see, once I put the transposer there, the pneumatic tube immediately left through. So it recognized that there was something in this inventory that it could transfer. The transposer took it and shuttled it down the pneumatic tube, and that is how those blocks work. The next item that was added is the brick furnace, and the brick furnace is made with 7 pieces of brick, well, 7 brick blocks, and a double copper plate. And here's the brick furnace. Now, because the brick furnace was added, the electric furnace recipe has changed. The electric furnace recipe is now 3 copper ingots, 2 fine copper wires, and the brick furnace in order to make the electric furnace. They're functionally the same, it's just how they get their power is different. So, the brick furnace, I'm going to go over here to my heat piping and attach it to the heat pipes, and you'll see that it is gaining heat. And once it has its heat, you can put in a piece of cobblestone or something that can go into any furnace, and it will start processing. It will start acting like a normal furnace. And you're going to lose a little bit of heat per operation, but depending on how much heat you have going into the system, it's not really going to hurt you very much. It's just a furnace that you don't need to burn coal in order to get to use. But that is the brick furnace, and I cannot remember whether or not I showed the electric furnace in action in any of the previous parts, so yeah, we'll show that as well. We're going to attach you to the battery block, see that I have some power going in, and it operates much the same. You just put in something that can go into a furnace, and the electricity, instead of the heat, will take care of actually smelting things up for you. And that is the brick furnace and the electric furnace. So for this next part, what we're going to do is we're going to show all of these things in action. So I have pneumatic tubes, I have transposers, I have relays, and I have filters going in here. One thing I have not gone over yet, and it's one of the basic things about the mod, but still, I haven't gone over it, but it is limestone. So throughout your world generation at all Y levels, you have limestone able to be generated. So limestone, whenever you get it, it can be smelted down to make burnt limestone, or it can be crushed at a crushing table to make limestone cobble. So whenever you have these, and it makes an excellent decoration block, namely these limestone tiles. That's what we're going to make right now. So I'm going to give myself a bunch of limestone, and I'm also going to give myself some limestone cobble. I'm going to throw it all into this chest. Here we go. You can see that it's all leaving. And then it's going through. Oh yeah, see, there's it's getting stopped, and this is one of the glitches I was telling about that I need to work on. But my limestone and my limestone cobble is going in, and why didn't it go into this last one? We'll worry about that later. But it is making burnt limestone out of that, and it's going through. Ooh, that's a problem. Burnt limestone cobble should not have gone in there. So, there are some kinks to iron out. Just another thing that I need to report. But what I have going here are filters. And in this filter, I have burnt limestone. In this filter, I have burnt limestone cobble. And it's going through, and it's recognizing that these filters are in place, and it's sorting it accordingly, which is excellent. And this is just one use that you could use the filters for. When you are placing the filters, make sure you're placing them correctly, and I'm going to break this filter. Let's grab some burnt. I'm going to break this filter, and I'm going to place it like it's normal. But this is actually the wrong way, because if you look at it, you'll see that the output is actually on the bottom. So right now, the burnt cobble continues to go, but any furnace that has regular burnt limestone in it, it's not actually going, because it doesn't see a valid output, since this filter is not configured correctly, and this filter only accepts burnt limestone cobble. So you need to make sure that you go to the chest you want to go to, and then from below, shift right click, and you'll see that the input just went proper. Make sure you put the filter in. There we go. And now everything is sorting the way that it's supposed to again. So the orientation of these filters does matter. The orientation of everything does matter. But down here at the bottom of these electric furnaces, I do have transposers going down into the pneumatic tubes. The transposers recognize that there is something it can go to on the other end of them. That's why it's letting things actually leave the electric furnaces. And this is just one way that you can set it up. And honestly, it looks a little spiffy, if not annoying that there's not really any overflow protection. But I'm sure we can fix that. And that is how you make the burnt limestone variants. I'm going to throw this in here again. There we go. Alright, so after that is all said and done, in order to make these awesome tiles, I'm going to need a crafting table. So let's give myself that. Place down the crafting table and take some of our burnt limestone. Take some of the burnt limestone cobble. And we'll take some of this standard stuff. Go back to the table. So, whenever you're looking at these tiles, if you look at the recipe for them, you'll see there's actually two variants. There is the limestone tiles, and then there's the inverted limestone tiles. So the limestone tiles are just burnt limestone and limestone. Boom. Like that, and you get 4 of them. Or the inverted is just the inverted recipe. There we go. So the limestone cobble, if you look at the recipes for it, there really isn't anything other than using burnt limestone cobble. So I'm not worried about that. But regardless, it is a pretty spiffy looking block. You can interchange it all over the place. It does pair well with the burnt. So you can make some nice designs, or like a more ruddy area of whatever factory or whatever you happen to be building. And then you have the limestone tiles, which, oh, they look good. The inverted limestone tiles. Oh, there is no difference. Oh, I used inverted for both of them. I messed up. Alright, limestone tiles. Round 2. What is going on? Alright, I will report that as well, because I am using the correct recipe, but it's all coming out as inverted. Huh. Okay, I will report that because there is a recipe conflict. Well, those are how you make the limestone tiles, the burnt limestone, and the limestone and the burnt limestone cobble. Next item is the fabricator, which is honestly a super cool block. I love its simplicity. It's much easier to use than like the Ender IO crafting. So the fabricator is made with an iron ingot, a copper ingot, piece of redstone, and a crafting table. So I'm going to take out these iron ingots, double copper plates, and a machine block, and I'm going to place down the fabricator. So you see the fabricator doesn't require any sort of power. It's kind of like a extra utilities analog crafter, but all you have to do is put in the recipe you want, and it doesn't take the item. And copper plates and iron ingots. And you see that what that needs to be making is a thermopile. So this is red, showing that this is a valid recipe, but there's not actually any items to make the thermopile. So all you have to do is add in the items you want. The redness goes away because it recognizes that all items necessary to make the thermopile are there. And you have to do is click the center. It utilizes the items and gives you that thermopile. So if you have something that you use a lot of, then this is just an easy block to be like, oh shoot, I need more of whatever that block is, come on over. All of the items are already in here, and just keep clicking until you have as many as you need. So that is how the fabricator works. It's not really used for automation, but for convenience's sake, there are plenty of early game things that you can use the fabricator for. And that is the fabricator. And 2 last things about the fabricator. The first is, it is JEI integrated, so if you don't have a recipe in here, then you can click the recipe you want, put the plus sign, and it will move the recipe into the fabricator for ease of use. Another thing I was completely unaware of until Kaut brought it to my attention in the original video, but if you place a chest or any sort of inventory next to the fabricator and stock it with items, then the thermopile will actually check adjacent inventories, and it sees that there are items it can use to make whatever recipe's inside it, and you can make your items that way. So you don't have to manually put stuff into this inventory to make it work. So this absolutely can be automated with tricky use of transposers, filters, and pneumatic tubes. And yeah, that is an awesome feature that I was completely unaware of. The next item is the Tesla tower, and this is going to require me to set it up a little bit of setup beforehand, but the Tesla tower is made with fine copper cabling, a light iron plate, a double iron plate, and 2 iron ingots. So the Tesla tower, right here, it is a 3-block high, and this existed in previous versions, it just didn't exist in the 1.12 version. But when you place it, see that it's 3 high, and you have to power it from the bottom. So once you actually have this thing powered, it will charge things in your inventory that take an electrical charge, and so long as you're within distance of the Tesla tower. I'm going to set this up and show you how it works. So we're ready to show the demonstration, and I have this infinite energy right here. I'm going to place it on top of the Tesla tower. I'm going to get a little bit closer to it. Here we go, top of the Tesla tower. I'm going to give myself a medium battery. See that the medium battery isn't actually charging right now, which means the Tesla tower isn't set up properly. So infinite energy, put it on the bottom instead, and you see that the medium battery has started to charge. So you have to make sure that this is powered from the bottom, or else the Tesla tower will not work properly. I've also set up these terracotta blocks right now, and this is 32 blocks away. So I'm standing right here, not getting anything from the medium battery. Once I get into that 32 block range, I start getting another charge again from the Tesla tower. So 32 blocks is the range, and that is a massive range from the Tesla tower in order to automatically charge things that require power in your inventory. And that is the Tesla tower. So I mentioned it when I was explaining the Tesla tower, but I've added thermal expansion to the pack, and I'm going to create a flux capacitor, but in the meantime I'll give myself a small battery. And you see that with anything with magnetic craft, it is going to charge when you're in range of the Tesla tower. But I'm also going to create myself a flux pack, so copper, lead, redstone, and sulfur. You see a basic flux pack, and you'll see that it is also starting to charge. The Tesla tower is by no means limited to things from magnetic craft. If it can take RF or if it can take a charge, it will when you're near the Tesla tower. So keep that in mind. The next item is the RF transformer, which was made with 2 double lead plates, 2 double gold plates, 4 double iron plates, and a redstone block. What the RF transformer does is it converts redstone flux from other mods into electrical power that magnetic craft can actually use. So over here, from thermal expansion and thermal dynamics, I have a magmatic dynamo. The magmatic dynamo, if I try to place an electric furnace next to it, you see that it's not actually receiving any sort of power. And even if I try to use one of the flux ducts, it's not even making the connection. It just doesn't see it there. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to place down the RF transformer, and you'll see that that connection is actually made to the RF transformer. At that point I can place down an electric furnace, and you'll see that it's starting to receive power. This works on all sides. It's receiving the power. And yeah, that's what an RF transformer does. It's a very handy block, especially if you want to convert power, or if a mod pack author has gated magnetic craft power behind something, then the RF transformer is how you get around that. So that is the RF transformer. It does not appear that this relationship is reversed, however. So I have infinite energy attached to the RF transformer, 2 different ways, one by electric connector and one by infinite energy, just in case, and a cryostabilized flux duct going to a pulverizer, and it is not being powered. So the RF transformer is appears to only be capable of turning other mods RF into magnetic craft electrical power. It does not appear to be able to turn magnetic craft electrical power into something that another mod can use. That being said, the batteries from magnetic craft, so I'm just going to give myself a medium battery. I can power machines by putting a battery inside the charge slot here. So you see the pulverizer is gaining power from the medium battery. So that is just another way that you can power the machine without actually going through any of the other normal steps. One last change that I forgot to go through is the way that the wind turbines work is actually changed. So the height matters now. So I have a 8 block high, well this is 7 block high, but now it is 8 blocks high for a wind turbine, which is the minimum amount needed for it to actually work. And we're going to wait and see how much voltage this is actually generating in the wind turbine. Alright, so I've waited for the wind turbine to generate 120 volts and to start gaining joules. I was monitoring wattage that entire time, and the lowest wattage I got at 8 blocks high was around 1.98. The highest I saw was 3 watts, and that was honestly very rare. It hangs out anywhere between 2.6 to 2.9 more often than not. And yeah, that was, oh wow, I mentioned 3, but look how high it is now, 3.07. But yeah, it doesn't hang out there very often. It is going to be between the 2.5 and 2.9 when it is hanging out at 8 blocks high. But let's move over to 18 blocks high, place down a wind turbine, and we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to monitor the wattage being generated and take the average of that. You see that now that it is much higher, the voltage is going up a heck of a lot higher, and wattage is hanging steady around 3.31 right now. And then we're going to go over here, and this is 32 blocks high. Place down the wind turbine, and we'll monitor this as well. And it's already jumped up to 5 watts, 5.85, 6.30. Wow. So yeah, this is definitely the better choice. You can see I'm already generating a voltage very quickly at 32 blocks high, and this is only going to increase the higher that you place the wind turbines. So yeah, this is hanging steady around 7.5 to 8 watts. And those are the changes to the wind turbines. So height actually matters for them now, and you can place them at varying heights. I'm going to take a screenshot of those. And those are the changes with the wind turbines. Now, before I close out this episode, I do want to say that the surprise update for Magneticraft is version 2.6.0. I am running 2.6.4 of Magneticraft. There were a couple of game-breaking things in 2.6.0, especially the fabricator was added, but if you tried to place down the fabricator, it would crash your game. Various bugs like that. So 2.6.4 does fix a lot of those bugs that has happened. And I am very much going to call this episode 2.6.4 of Magneticraft for the surprise update. But I am Kelly Engineering. I hope that you enjoyed the episode. And if there's anything else that I missed or anything else that you'd like me to go over with Magneticraft, by all means, put it in the comments and I will get working on it. I love making mod spotlights. Well, I am Kelly Engineering. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Recently, I did a Reddit post showcasing off my Britannia setup, and a couple people asked for tutorial videos on how to work with Britannia. So, let's go ahead and get started. So one of the first things you're going to want to do when you're starting Britannia is make the in-game book. And then that houses all the recipes, all the basic tutorials from VazKey, and all the information you're really going to need for this mod. There's really no place else to look up the recipes, and actually, while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and just turn off the daylight cycle so the daylight doesn't change. But we're going to want to make the book so we know exactly what we're doing in Britannia. So to search up Lexica Britannia, and you can go ahead and get yourself one of those. It's just a sapling with any sapling in the game with the book. And you can see it's actually any sapling in the game that's registered under Word Dictionary. So any sapling in the game should work for this, which is nice. So you go ahead and open your book, and you're going to come to this page, which has multiple different tabs on how to navigate through the book. So you have your basics, mechanics, and then you have your mana manipulation. You can go ahead and left-click to open up the tab, and right-click will bring you back a page. Sort of similar to how the Hardcore Quest mod book works. So you can just go ahead and you can click around here, you can look around through all the stuff. And as you're clicking around, if you notice, anything in italics is basically required to progress through the mod. So basically, this entire tab is required to progress through it. Mana manipulation, these 3 items are required. These 2 are required, and so on and so forth. So basically, anything that's in italics is almost necessary to progress through the mod. Just so that way you know what to look for when you're trying to look for basics and fundamentals for Britannia. And as you're going through the book, if you are reading along, and let's say you get to this page or whatever, you want to come back to read it later, you can save it. And so if you just want to quickly shortcut to that bookmark, you can just, click on that bookmark and you'll be brought there. And you just shift left click it to remove, and then, right click to go back to the main menu. So that's the in-game documentation for Botania, and you just, click around and read up on everything that's in here. So the next thing you want to do is go find flowers, because if you didn't know, Botania is based on magical flowers. If you don't know what a botanist is in real life, botanists typically deal with flowers, and they're flower shop owners, and they sell your little rose bouquets and things like that. But you're going to want to walk around the world and look for flowers. If you don't have Ⅲ installed, you're going to have to memorize the textures and what they look like, or look for flowers that are having this little shimmering particle effect. So that way you know that it's from Botania. So just go ahead and collect some flowers. Just walk around. You don't need a lot of flowers. The main ones that you're going to need to start the mod are the white, yellow, red, and orange ones to basically get started with it. What I recommend is just taking about 15 minutes of your time, 20 minutes of your time walking around, skipping through the wilderness, picking flowers, and just having it all in a chest waiting for you. So go ahead and get some flowers ready, and we can progress shortly. Alright, so now I've got all my flowers. I just want to go ahead and cheated myself a stack of each flower, and I got them all ready here, so I can start doing some Botania stuff. So if we look through the book, we go to the Basics and Mechanics tab. This will start teaching us how to actually do stuff with Botania, how to get flowers, how to start manipulating the mana and the magic that's inside these flowers. So you can read through this. First thing, this will tell you all about the Lexica Botania, what it is, and you can see any entries typed in italics are basic entries which are basically required to progress through the mod. Mystical flowers will tell you all about the flowers. What's also nice about these is that you can craft these into their respective petals, so whatever color flower you have will progress into that color of petal, and you can go ahead and use a pestle and mortar, grind up those petals, and get some dye out of them. So you can use them to dye wool or anything like that. So if we just go ahead and go search up floral dye, or just floral. If we just go ahead and see the use of it, you can see it's just used as a regular dye because it's registered in the Lore Dictionary as dye. So the first thing that once you've done collecting all your flowers and getting your books, so you know what to do, is the first thing we're going to need to make is a petal apothecary. So in order to actually create these flowers that we're going to be using to generate mana, we need the petal apothecary. So what this does is this takes all the energy that's stored in these flowers and will turn it into a new flower or a new thing that you're going to try to create. So in order for botanists to create plant life, you need to infuse the energy that's in these flowers together into one specific thing. So that's petal apothecary. You can put a water bucket in it, or you can use a new device, which we'll go over later in the tutorial. But you basically take a water bucket and you fill it inside the petal apothecary. Once you throw all your combination of petals and stuff in, you can throw some seeds in, and that will finalize the process and create your flower that you're looking for. You can shift right click, that's the thing, you can shift right click the petal apothecary and remove the last item that you throw in. So this is how you make the petal apothecary. It's just a slab with any kind of mystical petal inside it. So I'm just going to show the recipe for it. It's any kind of mystical petal with cobblestone in the bottom row and in the center, and then 2 slabs in the top left, top right. So I got my petal apothecary. Let's go ahead and plop that down, and let's just get ourselves 2 things of water. So I have an infinite water source nearby. Let's get a water bucket. So there you go. So now to go ahead and fill your petal apothecary, you just put water in it, and that's easy. You can't put more in there. It won't let you put more than a bucket, and you can't pipe in water. You have to right-click it physically with the bucket or the item that we'll go over with later. So the first thing you're going to use your petal apothecary for is to make something called, if we go ahead and go back to the tab, it's called a pure daisy. So the pure daisy, what it does is that it doesn't use any magical energy or mana cost or anything. It just simply will work without doing, without taking any kind of input power, or whatever you want to call it. But what this will do, this will change any wood or stone into its respective counterpart of living material. So wood turns into living wood, and stone turns into living rock. So all we do to make the pure daisy is we take 4 white petals, we throw in the petal apothecary, and then we throw seeds in there. Which actually reminds me, I need some seeds. Let's go and get some seeds. We'll get some mystical white flowers. We'll get ourselves the mystical white petals. And if we look in the book, it says we need 4 white petals in the petal apothecary. So we go ahead and drop 1, 2, 3, and 4 mystical white petals in the petal apothecary. And to get our pure daisy out, we'll drop some seeds. And look at that, we now have a pure daisy, and we can just go ahead and plop it on the ground, and it will work just like a regular flower should. So now that we have our pure daisy, oh, hello Mr. Pig, now that we have our pure daisy, we can go ahead and plop it down, and get some wood, and some stone. We can go ahead and plop it around the pure daisy, just like the book shows on this picture. So you just go ahead and plop it around the pure daisy, and you'll know it's working when you see white particle effects spitting out of these wood blocks. I'm just going to go ahead and get myself another pure daisy. Oh, that's the oxy daisy. I want the pure daisy. So I can plop down another daisy, and then do the same thing with just regular stone. So both of these will start sparkling and taking their time to convert over to their living counterparts of living rock and living wood. So let's go ahead and wait for this to convert, and I'll be right back when it's converted. There you go. All it does is just, after a while, it will just, convert over to its living counterpart. You can just go ahead and dig it up like it's any other material of the same type. So we go ahead and dig up the living wood, and now we have some living wood to use. And the same thing will happen with the stone. In a second, it will go ahead and transform into living rock. So there you go. So now it's living rock, and then we just go ahead and dig it up. And once we're done, we can just go ahead and take some more and just put it around here. Trust me, you're going to need a lot of this for some of the stuff that's required later, so it's really helpful to have a lot of living wood and living rock on hand for the future. So if you just want to go ahead and get yourself like a stack or two at the beginning, it's probably helpful to have. Otherwise, you can just probably just make it as you go, and then do some other things while you're waiting for this to create its living form. So now that we have our living rock and living wood, we can now go ahead and use it for the first thing we're going to need is called the Wand of the Forest. So this is basically like the wrench of Botania, or the wand of Botania. That would be equivalent to like Thaumcraft, essentially, except for you don't use wand foci, but it's essentially like the wrench of Botania. So to go ahead and make that, you're going to need to make some living wood twigs, and then just put any 2 petals that you want in the respective areas. So living wood twigs are 2 living wood on top of each other. So if you do a full set around a pure daisy, you'll have enough to make living wood twigs plus 2 extra to make your wand. So I'm going to go ahead and do a blue and black flower. So if I just go ahead and take these 2, let's put the extra ones away. I don't have a crafting table. Let's go ahead and get one of those. Let's put our crafting table down, and if we go ahead and use our living wood twigs and put the black petal here and the blue petal here, you'll see we'll get our wand of the forest. And what's really nice about the Wand of the Forest is the fact that you can interchange these colors and use whatever colors you want to make it. So if I see the blues on top, the blacks on bottom now, I can go ahead and change the colors, and we'll change those respective areas to reflect what your crafting recipe is. So I'm going to go ahead and do blue on top, actually, just change it up a little and just make it a little more colorful. The actual in your hands texture is different, but the icon is what your actual color is. So it might, the buggy texture might stay the same with this whole blue thing still over here, but it still works just like you really truly want it to. So just go ahead and pick up more living rock and living wood, and you're going to be doing this a lot, just because there's really no way, at least at the beginning, to automate this creation of it unless you have some kind of computer detecting when it's changed blocks, or some drone from like Pneumaticraft that's going to be mining the blocks for you. So you're really going to have to do this manually for a while. Alright, so now that we finally have all the materials that we need to get started with Botania, which is living rock, living wood, and some flowers, the last thing you're going to need to go get is gold. So you're going to need some gold to create the first piece of Botania to actually start generating the mana, which is the essential part of Botania. Botania is really focused on mana generation. So we go to the next part of the book. You can see the Wand of the Forest is the last thing. Let's go ahead and go to mana manipulation, and let's go to introduction to mana. So mana is basically the backbone of Botania. This is the thing you're going to be using to run all of the flowers, to put it lightly, run all the flowers to actually do things for you. So you're going to need to create mana, you're going to need to move mana, you're going to need to be able to store mana. So mana is, you can find out how to create mana using generating flora, and you can find out how to use mana in functional flora. So well, the first thing we want to do is we want to create mana. So introduction generation, generating mana is considered to be the hardest part because you have to figure out what flowers you want to use and how to sustain their generation of mana. There are a couple ones that are fully automatic, but of course they're the slowest ones, and there are other ones that require different fuel types of different kinds. So what you can do is just generate different manas, and then there's all of these different flowers that you can use to generate mana. And you can see on italics the one called Daybloom. This is the one that you need to progress. You have to create a Daybloom at some point in order to progress through Botania, because there's no other way to create any of these ones without using the Daybloom's mana that you get from it. So the first thing you need to do is create the Daybloom, and this just simply works in daylight. So anytime that it's bright outside and it's daytime, this thing will generate mana for you. So again, as the book says, it's rather slow, and you're going to need a whole bunch of these to really get started. So you're going to need to create a bunch, like 10 or 12, or really go for like 16. I normally start with like 9 and then just let it go for a while I'm busy mining. So the first thing we need to do is create the Daybloom, and that's 2 yellow petals, an orange, and a blue. It's actually a light blue. My apologies. So let's go ahead and get yellow, a light blue, and an orange. So go ahead and get the petals. Go ahead and get rid of any eye. But again, we need to put water in this thing first. So as it says, we need 2 yellow petals, 1 orange petal, and a light blue petal. And this actually will give me a good time to showcase what happens if you put the wrong stuff in. So you'll see that I have the right things in, but say I accidentally put in an extra petal or something like that. This won't work. You need to have the exact creation of items in the petal apothecary for it to actually work. So to get the actual item that you dropped in last, just shift right click the petal apothecary with an empty hand, and you'll get the last item that you threw in. So you can just keep doing this and get all the items. If you accidentally place a petal, you'll see that it's actually sparkling. This happens when you're trying to shift right click to get all the stuff out of petal apothecary. You'll see that it shift right clicks on the ground. You can just break it and pick it up. But anyway, so let's create the Daybloom, which is 2 yellow petals, an orange, and a light blue petal. So 2 yellow, 1 orange, and 1 light blue. You can see them all swirling around. So let's throw in the seed, and now we have our Daybloom, which is nice. So let's go ahead and we'll break that, and let's plop it down right there. And you can see it really doesn't show anything when you just put it down at first. But if you hold up the one of the forest and mouse over it, you can see that a little GUI pops. Not really a GUI, but like a heads-up thing shows up in front of your screen. And if you right-click it, you can get some information about the Daybloom. So you can see that it's going to be sitting here, and I can see how much mana that it has inside here. Actually, I don't know if this actually creates mana during a non-daylight cycle. So you're going to need some daylight to progress in order for it to get some mana. But we can see as we right-click, we're going to have some mana generating, and the bar is going up, which is nice. This is the only way that you can really get mana at the beginning of the game. It's not that we're actually creating mana. We need a place to put it, because the flower's internal buffer is really tiny. I mean, this thing does not store any mana at all. So you're going to need a place to move it and a place to put it in order to do more with it. So that's where mana manipulation comes in. So we need a mana pool, basically, to store all the mana. So we need to store the mana in here in order to actually really use it for stuff. So what you need to do is get some of that living rock, which is why I said you can probably get a good amount of it, because it's just helpful to have in the future. So we get 5 living rock and just put it into a U shape, sort of like a minecart or a boat. So I just get 5 living rock, put it in the boat shape, and I have my mana pool. So if I go ahead and I plop down my mana pool, you would say that this is not, let's actually put it right next here for demonstration. You can see that it's not outputting the mana into the mana pool. This is just creating more mana, but this is not accepting the mana. That's because you need something to actually extract the mana out of the flower and then put it into the mana pool. So let's put the mana pool over here, and to extract the mana out of the flowers, you're going to said, we need to get this mana out of this flower and put it into this mana pool. And the only way to do that is with a mana spreader. So, you can take down the mana spreader, and let's just go ahead and go to the crafting recipe. I'll show you the features in a second. But it's 6 living wood, a gold ingot, and then any kind of petal in the middle. So if we just go ahead and go here and show our living wood here, and then I'll just go ahead and use one of the extra petals that I have from the other crafting recipe, and just put the gold ingot on the left side, and we see we get the mana spreader. And any petal works. It's just, again, it really matters what petal you feel like using at the time. So now that I got my mana spreader, the only way to move it is, you can see right here on the icon is that there's this little hole in the front of the block. Actually, let's just go ahead and place it down. You can see this hole at the front of the block. You know, that will face you whenever you put it down. So if I face this way, it will face me when I put it down. And if I face this way, I'll put it down. And it even works when you're placing it looking up. And if I have, yeah, I got the dirt. So if I do it this way, it'll even do it when I'm looking down. So whatever way you're facing, it will face the opposite direction. So it'll point towards you when you put it down. So since this green thing is where the mana is going to be exiting, and the mana is coming in from the back, this means I need to stand in front of the day bloom here, then put the mana spreader down. And you can see that when I now right click, all the mana is gone out of the flower. Well, where did it go? It now went into the mana spreader. So the mana spreader is now collecting a huge internal buffer, and it's going to eventually, when it gets enough mana, it's just going to go ahead and put it into the mana pool. And you can see that when I'm holding the Wand of Forest, it's got the nice beam showing you the actual direction that the mana spreader is pointing to, where it's going to put its mana at one point. So, since you can see that's pointing directly to the mana pool, it's going to go directly into the mana pool and store it in here. Now, when it doesn't have any place to kind of put it, you can see that after over here, there's this dot. After this dot is anywhere where you're going to start losing mana if you put it any further than this. So if I put my mana pool here, I'm going to start losing mana every time it decides to shoot a mana burst, because it's past this point. This is the last point of the highest mana gain out of it. So you're going to want to put it somewhere after before this point. So as I said, I'm just going to keep it nice and close and put it right here. I almost failed to mention, the mana spreader actually has an ability to be pointed in any direction you want. You can simply either go behind it, shift right click a few times, and just hold it, and then point it yourself manually, so you can watch where the green beam is going, and then that's the direction it's currently going. So let's just say I want to point it towards the ocean, or towards the sky. Let's point it towards the sky, like this. So you can see I can just, shift right click and change the angle of it manually, or if you shift right click it, and you notice that you get the wireframe going around it, the glowing wireframe, that means you currently have this object selected to manipulate with its current direction. So if I just go ahead and have this selected with the wireframe and then shift right click on a destination, it's going to go ahead and automatically point itself towards that mana pool for me. But then you got to make sure that you have that wireframe, because I can shift right click this mana pool all day, but if I don't have it with that wireframe, it won't point itself there. So to simply turn on and off the wireframe, just shift right click it, and make sure that you're going to be careful when you're moving around these mana spreaders, because if you shift right click and let's say, oh, I want to move it to this pool here, and just do that, no big deal. But then you want to move this mana spreader over here, this thing will not change because I still have that mana spreader selected as the one change. So you can see that even though this wireframe shows up, this one is still currently selected because I never deselected it, then selected this one, and then pointed it there. So again, just be careful when you're trying to manipulate the motion of these things. It'll take some getting used to, but once you move it a few times and you experiment with the different patterns and how you can move them, you'll be perfectly fine with it. Alright, for the sake of demonstration, I went ahead and just plopped down a whole bunch of day blooms just so we can get a whole bunch of mana going, and I can showcase off the next part of the mana spreader, which is the mana burst. So I can get some more flowers actually here. Maybe that'll speed it up a little bit more. So we can see this mana spreader is building up its internal buffer, and once it hits a certain point, it's going to do that and shoot the mana into the mana pool. And you'll know you have mana in the mana pool when you see this little water effect. That's the mana actually being stored in the pool. So then you know that you actually have mana inside the pool. And these mana pools actually have a decent internal buffer. It's going to take a while to fill these up with most generation methods. There's really no upgrades to these things, so you only have one tier of mana pool, so there's no upgraded storage. So if I search mana pool, there's no upgrade to this. It's just this one mana pool. But even so, there's a huge buffer in this thing, so really don't have to worry about filling this up unless you're going to be using it for a lot of mana, or you're going to be generating a lot of mana. So, another thing to note about day blooms, since they're the first game flower, is that you might notice this little grid pattern in between them. This means they're actually performing inefficiently, and the thing that's bad about them is you don't want to have them next to each other. So if I go ahead and break this one here, these grid lines are going to now disappear, which means now that these two aren't having conflicts with this flower. If I go ahead and break this one, this flower is now generating at maximum speed because there's no other flowers nearby, at least adjacently in the north, south, east, and west directions, that we're going to cause conflicts with it. So if I go ahead and do a checkerboard style pattern with these, like this, you see there's no more grid lines anymore, which means that all these flowers are now generating their max efficiency. So you can see I'm actually getting mana at a decent rate now, which it's about maybe a tick a second right now. But if I go ahead and bump these up with more flowers in the way, so now we're getting this inefficient grid pattern, you can see it kind of slows down a little bit. I'm not getting as much mana as I used to, or I might be getting as much, but the benefit of having them all close by does not help. So you're gonna want to space these flowers out and do more with them. So this setup right here is the best setup that you can have these day blooms, because there's no conflicts with any of these flowers. Let's get back to noon time. Now all the later flowers require something called a mana petal. Now these mana petals, if you just go ahead and shift left click to see the recipe, are just a petal dropped inside a mana pool. So you drop them in there, I'll get the mana petal version of it. So I got a mystical blue petal, drop it in, I now got the blue mana petal. So it's a really easy mechanic. You just drop your petals inside the mana pool and you'll get the mana versions of them. So now that I've gone ahead and showcased how to basically start generating mana, let's go ahead and showcase some of the other methods that we have of generating mana. If we go ahead and go to the Lexica Botania, there's a whole bunch of other flowers that you can use to generate mana. One of them is the Endoflame. And this is by far the easiest to understand flower, and it is a furnace. So if we go ahead and go here, the Endoflame does exactly, it absorbs combustible items or blocks in the nearby vicinity. So it acts like a furnace. So basically anything that can burn, you can just toss it next to the Endoflame and it will generate mana for you. So let's go ahead and get a couple mana spreaders just so I have them ready. And then let's get ourselves an Endoflame. There we go. So if we're going to plop down an Endoflame, we go ahead and get a mana spreader on it. If I pop down anything that can burn, so wood for example, if I just plop it down right next to the flower, it should pick it up, and now you'll see that it's generating this red effect. That means it's generating mana it's actually working, and it's creating mana to use in the mana spreader, and eventually the mana spreader is going to shoot it into the pool. Should be like right about now. Oh, come on, don't make me a liar. Oh, I fell just short. I'm just going to go ahead and drop down hook with planks so I have more of them. You can see that the mana pool will just generate straight into the mana spreader and go into the pool for us. So we can go ahead and plop down a few of these, and these ones, the day blooms are the only one that have this whole grid restriction thing of how inefficient they are in a close by vicinity. Most of them don't require you to have this spacing between. It's just the day blooms, so that way you don't have them all clustered together like this and have this whole grid pattern thing. Kind of prevents clustering of flowers. But these ones, doesn't matter. You can toss down almost any source of burnable thing. So I can toss down a piece of coal, and that will get sucked up eventually. So there you go. They get sucked up by that flower. So I can toss down that. I can toss down a piece of charcoal, and that will work as well. You can even toss down blaze rods if you want to, which is really handy. So go ahead and toss down a blaze rod, and that will get sucked up as well, and that will also be used as fuel. Now the thing to note about the Endoflame is that you can't use anything that has a byproduct. So, for example, lava buckets, as the book says, you can't use lava buckets because the endoflame can't absorb the bucket. So if I go ahead and get a lava bucket, although it has a burn time, it will not work because the byproduct of a lava bucket is a bucket. So you can't use lava buckets. You have to use some kind of burnable material that doesn't have any byproducts. So, my example is blaze rods work wonderfully. If I can just toss down a whole bunch of them, flowers will suck them up and create a ton of mana for us. These things are great. I use them all the time because it's really good to get a nice, good burning factory going. So you can just use these and put them in your mana spreader and generate some mana. So the next flower that we have on the list is the Entropinium. I think that's how you say it. This one is a little bit dangerous, to say the least. So let's just go ahead and remove these endoflames. I'm going to go ahead and clear this out again. I don't need my space. Oh, and there's a weird bug right now with Botania flowers. Anything that's, like any kind of special flower, it doesn't affect the regular flowers like these ones. But if you use the special flowers, Tinker's tools will break it and not return the flowers. So be careful when you're doing that. It's probably going to be fixed in the near future, but just be careful if you're trying to use the Tinker's tool on a flower and you don't get it back. You will not get it back. Anyway, so we'll go to the Entropinium. If we look through the book, igniting a block of TNT near the Entropinium will have a ladder absorbent effect. So basically, what this flower will do is we put it down, and the book says that we have to ignite a thing of TNT nearby. It sounds kind of dangerous, but don't worry, you'll be fine when you do this. So let's go ahead and ignite this thing. What this will do is this will suck up the TNT blast. So bam, you can see it sucked up the TNT blast and put all the mana in the Entropinium. And it's got this huge buffer. So this flower is really good if you have a nice supply of TNT. So let's just go ahead and let's get another one of these. Let's just go ahead and do... Oh, not you. Need to clean out my inventory. All these seeds and flowers are getting in the way. We can go ahead and do this, for example. TNT. And ignite that. And this will explode. And it all went into that one. So I can ignite 2 more things of TNT here. Not that one. Be careful, kids. TNT is dangerous. So now that time I got sucked up by that one, and then now it's going to go into this one. So this is a great way of generating mana. But be really careful when you're doing this, because if a flower isn't completely empty, bad things will happen. So yeah, the Entropinium is a very, very dangerous flower. Although it's very helpful, just be very careful with it. So the next flower we're going to go over is called the Hydroinish. Yes, I don't know how to say that. But this works just like the Daybloom, except for it sucks up any water nearby and generates mana off of that. So what you need is some light blue petals, a light blue mana petal, blue petal, a blue mana petal, and then a pink petal. And you just do the petal apothecary, and you'll get it out of there. I'm going to go ahead and just creative mode myself it. So what this will do is if I put that down here, is that any water, let's go ahead and get some water, any water nearby, this will suck it up. Gotta be a little careful there. So I'm actually going to recess this in the ground. But if I go ahead and put this nearby, and I put the water down, you'll see eventually that it's going to suck up the water. Come on. Suck up that water. So there you go. Now it's sucked up the water, and it's put up the mana in here, but then now it's put the mana inside the mana spreader instead. So I can just go ahead and just take some water, put it in here, and eventually it'll just, suck it up again, and then just convert it into mana. So it's really nice. So a nice way to actually, have some early game mana generation that's better than the Dayblooms just by a little bit is to set up an infinite water system behind the Hydrogenous. I just call it Hydrogenous. I know it's wrong, but it's just what I'm going to be calling it. So just go ahead and set up some infinite water pools over here. That, and then you have some early game water, or early game generation, which is pretty nice to have. So So I can go ahead and, set up right here. I can set up another hydrogenous. Actually, I'll put it here. So I'll put up another hydrogenous right there. Just spread it out like that. Get some water over here. And there you go. I got some nice early game water generation, or water mana generation. And this will again just take up the water you saw over there. Take the water and then put it in the mana spreader piece. So the Kekamarus is an interesting flower. If we go ahead and look at the recipe for it, it just requires some mana petals and some runes, which we'll get into very shortly. Waiting until we get to actually using the mana to get into that. But this just requires some petals and then a rune of gluttony. And if you put a cake nearby, this thing will suck up the cake and generate mana that way. It's a very hungry flower and requires some cakes to do things. Oh, that's weird. The sky gets darker when I put the cake. But this thing will, eat the cakes. So let's just surround this thing with cake. So there you go. This is an interesting way to generate some mana if you want. You can do it using Kekamarus. So we can see we're building up a huge buffer of Kekamarus, or of mana in these cake flowers. And the mana spreaders go into town, putting all our mana inside the mana pool. So again, interesting way to generate some mana. The next flower on our list is a Munchdew, which just uses leaves. So if we get a Munchdew. Let's just get a Munchdew here, and let's get some leaves. It will suck up any leaves nearby and generate mana off of those. It doesn't generate a whole bunch, just to kind of see what one leaf does. One leaf is like a little bit. It's about like equivalent in effectiveness to like a Daybloom if you're talking about like one tick of whatever the item is. Let's actually get it back to noon. So this is really helpful if you have like a tree farm going off. You can put this Munchdew here and just generate mana from leaves. Basically using nature to power nature. Isn't that convenient? Awesome. The next one is the Nightshade, which works just like the Daybloom, except for it generates mana at nighttime. So if I go ahead and get myself some Nightshades. And these ones also don't have the whole restriction of being next to each other with the grid pattern. These will work actually in close proximity. Let's get it towards nighttime. Actually, this does have a restriction, so you need to not put these next to each other, but these will generate mana at nighttime. See, there we go. Got some mana shooting off. So same thing as Daybloom, just work at night only. Next one that's kind of interesting is the Rosa Arcana. This thing runs off of experience points. So if I go ahead and get some Creeper Essence berries from Tankers to start giving myself some experience, you're going to see the Rosa Arcana is sucking up my experience to generate mana. Actually, I got a better way to do this. Let's just go ahead and do let's do 100 levels. So this will start sucking up my mana. As you can see, the experience is slowly draining down. It's filling up the Rosa Arcana's internal buffer and going into this mana spreader, which is putting it in here. So this is, if you have an experience farm with, let's say, the Creeper Essence berries from Tinkers, if you want to use these, you can use them and then right-click the berries, which drop the experience orbs, and then you can use those instead and power the Rosa Arcana. So again, it's another interesting way to generate some mana. The last flower on our list is the Thermalily. It works just like the Hydrogenous, except for it runs off of mana, or runs off of lava, excuse me. So I go ahead and get a Thermalily, and let's just go ahead and recess this into the ground as well. And if I get a lava, we'll just do some lava stills. So if I get some lava, and like that, I put some lava down. What's nice about that is that the Thermalily will suck up the lava and then start generating some mana for the mana spreader. So you can see it's actually generating a decent amount of mana per second. So it has a burn time sort of similar to like the Endo Flame, So if you wanted to use lava buckets, this is how you would do it. Because the lava, just pure lava alone, doesn't have a byproduct. So this is a great way to use lava to generate mana. Alright guys, that's going to cover it for this section of the tutorial. This one was just mainly about the crafting mechanics and the generating mana section. So just to kind of recap, went over the Petal Apothecary, went over Living Wood, Living Rock, and then all the mana generation and mana manipulation methods. So next tutorial we'll go over the different uses that are for mana, both with flowers and then through other means like items and tools and actual storage methods that you can carry with you. And we'll also go over some of the baubles options that are available. So again, that'll be it for this one. The next part will be out soon, probably the following day after this, and I'll see you guys next time. So now once you have all this mana stored up, by the way, this is a creative item only. I just placed this down instead of having to find a nice generation method for mana, but this is a creative only item, so don't think about trying to get this in your world. We need to start using it for things. And you might have noticed when we're doing the generating floor, some of these items require things called runes, which require the runic altar. Now the runic altar is just 5 living rock with a mana diamond or mana pearl, which is just dropping the item inside a pool. So that's a ender pearl into a pool, the other one's just a diamond. So we go ahead and get ourselves a runic altar. There we go, we have our runic altar. Now we need to supply it with mana, and you guessed it, we need to use a mana spreader for that. So mana spreader, just hook it up to the hook up the back to the or to your mana pool, and just have it point directly at the runic altar. And you'll know it's working when you see the runic altar symbol at the bottom. So then what you need to do is figure out what rune you need to make. So I want to make, let's say, the Rune of Fire. So I need a piece of gunpowder, wart, nether brick, and mana steel, which is, by the way, just dropping iron inside a mana pool. So just to demonstrate that, let's get some iron. You can see that you just drop it in there. Whoops, if I can drop it in. If you drop it in there, you'll get your mana equivalent. And this also works with the block form, so that works as well. Actually haven't tested this, yes. What if you could drop a block? I didn't think so. But to get a mana diamond, all you simply do is just drop a diamond in there. And to get a mana pearl, you simply just drop a pearl in there. Easy enough. So now that we have this thing supplied with mana, we need to supply it with the items. So we need a nether wart, a nether brick, gunpowder, and mana steel. Now to insert these items inside the runic altar, just right click it. And it will just go into the altar, and then you shift right click it to get the item out. So again, it's really easy to do that. So now I need to get the other items, which is the nether wart, nether brick, and gunpowder. Whoopsies, gunpowder. There we go. So we just go ahead and put all these items inside the altar. And now that we have all our items there, we can go ahead and start the process. So just simply right-click the runic altar with your wand of forest, and this mana spreader will start pumping mana into the altar. And then once it's done, let's go ahead and get it back to new. Once it's done, you'll know by this little ball here shooting out lightning particles like that. So once it's done, all you have to do is drop a piece of living rock on top of it. I just simply like doing it. It's really easy to just get on top and just drop it down. But you put living rock on top of it, and then you right-click. And bam, we now have our Rune of Fire. So that's how you create all these different runes. As you can see, there's Rune of Fire, there's Rune of Winter, so it would just be doing all this stuff, and then there's Rune of Water. So you just do all these different things to create these runes, which you can use to create either, the Kekameris, the Thermal Lily, the different instruments. There's different items that you can use, you can create inside the runic altar. And you can see there's all these different runes everywhere, which is nice. Alright, so now that we have also the runic altar done, let's go ahead and start using this mana to do some cool things now, shall we? Let's just go ahead and fill this in. So now that we have all the crafting components done, we can start using this mana for some really cool things. So if we go ahead and go to the functional flora tab, these are all the different flowers that can use mana to do some really cool things. So we're just gonna go ahead and go down the list and just go over each flower. So starting with the Agricarnation. The Agricarnation, when given some mana, will simply allow things to grow quicker. So if I get some seeds and hoe, so if I just go ahead and till this dirt, put some seeds down, you should see that these seeds will start to sparkle in a second. But there you go. They're starting to tick and they're starting to grow faster, like that. So once you see that little particle effect apply, which means that the aggregation is now working its magic on these different seeds. So this is basically like the current equivalent of farming speed up, like a watering can type thing, or a lamp of growth. So just use aggregation and this will help speed up the growth. And you can put down more flowers if you want to speed it up even faster. So again, it's just a nice like a bone meal style thing. The next one on our list is the Bellthorn. Bellthorn will damage any entities besides yourself that are in the area. So let's go ahead and get a pig. And you can see the Bellthorn damages the pig for us, so it's a really nifty way to do some mob farms. And the next one on our list is the Clayconia. So given that you put some sand nearby that sandstone, we put some sand nearby, and we'll go ahead and turn it into clay for you. So again, if you really need some clay, like ASAP, you just simply spam some sand, and you'll get some clay out of it. So you only get the clay ball form. So you can see I put down half a stack of sand, and I got clay balls. So this is not really a good way to get clay blocks, but if you need like emergency clay, it's a really good trade-off. So the Daffodil works sort of like the fan from Open Blocks, where if you put it down and you put an item down, it will blow the item away from it. So it's got a decent range, actually. You can see that it pushed the block, pushed the item all the way over here, and it still even goes from this direction. So it went like all the way over here. And that's a really far distance away. It's like probably about 15 blocks or so. But you can see that there's the little particle effects of wind. I know that's kind of hard to see, but you can see a little wind particle effects. And to change direction, just simply shift right click with your wand of the forest, and now it'll blow the items that way. So it's really helpful if you're trying to create an item farm, for example, and you don't want to use water. You can use a Daffodil instead. And it doesn't work in other directions. It only works in one direction at a time. So now the Dreadthorn is sort of like the Bellthorn, where the Dreadthorn or the Bellthorn hurt any mob in the area. This one will only hurt adults. So if you're trying to create some kind of breeding area, you can simply have all these babies around that you want, but no adults will survive. So this is one way to create a nice little breeding farm. The Exoflame is a interesting little flower. What this will do is this will cause furnaces to heat up faster. So if I go ahead and put some oak wood in here, you can see I don't need any fuel, but the Exoflame will go ahead and provide the fuel for me. And it also provides an efficiency boost, so you can see that the items are actually burning a lot quicker than if I wasn't using a regular Exoflame. So if I can put this here, you can see it's not burning, and if I use this, see how slow that arrow goes. But if I look at this one, the arrow is going a lot faster. So this is a really efficient way to really speed up your furnace if you have no alternative. Fallen Canade is a pretty easy to use flower. Just plop it down, and this will heal any players in the nearby area. It has a very short radius of 2 blocks. If you go to 3 blocks, you won't get healed, but if you go in 2 blocks, you will get healed. It's a very small radius of effect, but again, it's Regeneration 3, which is a very nice effect. The Highsight Dream is an interesting flower. This thing will make mobs go against each other. So you can see they're now firing at each other while they're on fire. Yeah, my puns are bad. Hopperhawk's an interesting flower. Just plop it down and plop an inventory next to it. Drop the item, and this thing will suck up items next to it and plop it in the inventory. Now you can supply this thing with mana if you prefer, and if you supply it with mana, it just means it has a really big radius to pick up items. So just sort of pick up the item and put it in there. And I picked up the bones from actually all the way over here. If I just let this sit there, eventually it'll pick it up and put it in there. So it's a really interesting flower if you need some kind of automatic item pickup method. So the Hyacinthus is an interesting flower. This will poison any mobs nearby and bring them to 1 health, so that way you can one-hit kill them. So if we just wait for this pig to lose the rest of his health, he will be poisoned down to 1 hit point, and so there you go. Now he is poisoned, and I can simply one-hit punch him. And Jaded Amaranthus is an interesting flower. This thing will generate mystical flowers for you. So you can see this will spawn mystical flowers for us. So if we are running low on flowers, we can pop down a Jaded Amaranthus and get ourselves some more flowers. The Ⅲ is an interesting flower. Think of it like the interdiction ritual from Blood Magic. Any mobs nearby will be pushed away. So this is another way also to create a mob farm if you want to use this instead of water. So you can even put them inside the circle, but they will still be pushed out and away. Now one of my personal favorites at the end game of Botania is called the Lunium. What this will do, this will generate any kind of dungeon loot in the game and just make it appear out of thin air. So we can see over there, our first drop was a name tag. The second drop should be arriving very shortly. Should be getting another drop. Basically anywhere. There's our drop over here. So this drop was 10 ingots from industrial craft. So this will generate any kind of dungeon loot, and you can just go ahead and collect it and just keep it for yourself. So if you're really, struggling to get some dungeon loot, like Logic Matrix Programmer or some Iridium ore from industrial craft, this is one really good way to go ahead and get some. Or, as my personal favorite, this is a really good way to get Blood Magic Catalysts, because I do not like crafting these things. They take a lot of time to make, and I just like to be able to, just plop it down and just get some catalysts. The Orchid is a very, very expensive flower to use. What this will do is that any nearby smooth stone in the area, this will take it and convert it into ores. So let's just go ahead. Oh, that was quick. So you can see that the raw stone I placed was turned into iron ore. And this one was turned into coal ore. And this thing will just simply create ores for us out of thin air. So that time we got aluminum ore from Tinkers. So this will just go through the World Gen ore dictionary and just figure out different ores and then just pick one at random and then spawn it. Of course, it will go into the whole commonality thing, so you can see we're getting more coal than anything else. But this will definitely go and create some ores from you, which is really helpful to have. So Polydesiac is an interesting flower. Just plop it down, and any animals in the area, so those two guys, for example, will be bred and be fed into a better mood, so the book says, and just allow them to breed and create a baby. So this one is also another personal favorite of mine, in combination with the Kekimaris. So let's actually go ahead and let's get some cake. And what block do I want to use? Let's use lapis. We'll get two of these. So if I go ahead and get a Kekimaris, and let's get ourselves a mana pool so I can demonstrate this pretty well. Now the Kekimaris, what's really nice about this thing is that it generates mana, based on cake that's placed in the world. But it's really really hard and annoying to have to place down a cake manually, to generate the mana that way. So what is really nice is that you can use the Renucabris. I hope I said that right. And this serves as a right-click block. So the way that you use this is you place it down in the world, and you can see under here it says dirt. So what this will do is this will look underneath the block it's currently on to know what block to put things on. So you can see right now it doesn't have anything. If I put a piece of, well, do mana quartz. If I put mana quartz down, you'll see now it's a block of mana quartz. And then I can instead, plop down a lapis lazuli block. That's a mana pool. I can plop down a lapis lazuli block, and now it's searching for lapis lazuli blocks to put on. So if I put down a lapis lazuli block here, it will put anything it finds that's dropped in item entity form on that block. That. So, how is this handy for you, say? Well, drop a cake, places it on the lapis lazuli block, put down your mana spreader, and put down your mana pool. You can see that. So you see how this works? You can drop your cakes here, and what this will do is that, once the cake is done, it will put it down, and I'm generating mana with an automatic cake machine. So this thing, it just serves as a right-click block. Another application that you can have for this is if I get a sapling, for example, and I put the dirt back down there, and I drop a sapling, it's going to plant it on one of these two blocks, and then I can simply get an automatic tree cutting machine, drop another sapling on here, and rinse and repeat. So the next one is the Tangleberry. Unlike the Geolulia, I really hope I'm saying these flower names right. Unlike the Geolulia, the Tangleberry will keep mobs inside the circle. So if we go ahead and get ourselves a Tangleberry and a pig, see if we plop down the Tangleberry, put a pig in here, we can try to push it out all we want, but there'll be eventually a point where it won't go any further, and it will just hit this invisible wall and won't go any further. So you can see like a white particle effect that's hitting it. It's really hard to see when you're pushing it. So like right there, it's hitting this wall and it's not going to be going any further. And what's even nice is that apparently it even has a diagonal access to it, or like a circular style access to it. So if you want to keep the animals in, use a Tangleberry. If you want to keep them out, use a Geolulia. Now I know a lot of people are going to love this one. This one's called the Tiger's Eye. This one, given a creeper nearby, and let's make sure that I'm on Alt1. So if I put a creeper down here, he is going to walk away from me. So there you go. The Tiger's Eye will make him afraid of me and make him run away. Every player's greatest dream. So I can walk back to this Tiger's Eye after I aggravate him, and he's now going to run away from me. See? Run away. And the last flower that's on our list is the Lotus. This one will prevent Endermen from teleporting elsewhere. So what you can do is, if I said it's nighttime, and let's get Enderman. So what you can do is, if I get the this one, if I put Enderman down, if I, hit him, he's going to teleport and go straight to that flower. This makes it really easy for Enderman catching. So like that. Like that. I can control his teleports and keep him in a safe area. Hey, look at that. He got me a pearl. Now I can use the mana pearl, and you can see where I'm going with that. Alright, I went ahead and switched worlds to go ahead and start showcasing some of the other things Botania has to offer besides all the mana generation. We're going to start going over some of the items that you can create and some of the blocks that are available inside of Botania. So let's start right off with the decorative blocks. So you already know about living wood and living rock. So these are all the different permutations, we'll say, of living wood. So you can get planks, you can get mossy planks. That's just with seeds. You can get framed living wood, which is just 4 living wood planks together. So you can see that these are different ways of getting the same thing. They're just different decorative things. There's one block called the Azuljo. I'm pretty sure I'm saying that right. This one is just a lapis lazuli with a block of quartz, and then you can get all these other ones by simply crafting the one before it. So you can get this one by crafting the first one that you make. You get the first one you get crafting by crafting the last one, and so on and so forth. You just keep crafting them. You'll keep cycling through all of them and eventually get back to the start. Here's all the living wood, living rock types. So there's basic, there's regular bricks, mossy, cracked, framed, regular stairs, and then frame stairs. And then there's reed block, which is just a bunch of sugarcane together. There's thatch block, which is a bunch of wheat together. Hellish brick, which is a netherrack style brick. There's soul brick, which is soul sand. Frosty brick, which is snow. And then there's roof tile, which is bricks. And you might notice prismarine. This is a, let's call this a backwards port from the snapshots of Minecraft 1.8. You can get this actually by going to miscellaneous prismarine, and it says some say it may be even from the future. And to create it, one requires an alchemy catalyst, which we'll get to shortly. And you toss a nether quartz into a mana pool. So you toss a nether quartz into the pool with an alchemy catalyst, and you get prismarine shards. So you can get all the different permutations of prismarine that are available in the game. So you get prismarine bricks, which is all of these. You get dark prismarine, which is prismarine over nether brick, and then the sea lantern, which is prismarine over glowstone. So there's kind of a backporting of prismarine, and behind me is the wall of quartz. Make sure it's noontime. So if we go over to the wall of quartz, this is different types of quartz that you get, -1, which we'll get to shortly. All the different types of quartz blocks you can get. So you can get mana quartz, which is tossing a quartz block into a mana pool. I don't remember where that actually is right off the top of my head. Let's see, maybe it's in here. It's not. mana quartz is you toss quartz into a mana pool when it doesn't have the alchemy catalyst underneath. So we'll get to that shortly. Lavender quartz is just lavender quartz dye, so you can either use flowers or purple dye. Actually, no, you have to use flowers. Never mind. There's smoky quartz, which is charcoal or coal quartz, and then blaze quartz, which is, of course, blaze powder with quartz. And then you can get all the different permutations of quartz with that. So those are the decorative blocks of Botania. Most of these are pretty easy to get, including these ones. These are very easy to get. It's just one piece of lapis with quartz. So you see one piece of lapis with quartz, and then you can get any type of one that you want. My personal favorite is actually the living wood, especially with the framed, the planked, and the glimmering living wood. These are my personal favorites to build with, along with living rock brick. So those are some of the decorative blocks. I figured now would be a good time to actually talk about it, since I already mentioned it briefly, is let's talk about alchemy with Botania. So what you're going to need to start that is the alchemy catalyst, which is created with a mana pearl, 2 brewing stands, 2 gold ingots, and 4 living rock. Let's go ahead and get one of those. Catalyst. So if you put it under your mana pool, you see in the picture, you place it under the mana pool, and then you can start doing all these different cool things with it. So, for example, you can toss rotten flesh to get leather, you can toss in some wood and then change it to any type of wood, and you can change up the saplings. So let's go ahead and get a couple things here just so we can test for demonstration. Let's get some wood, so we'll do one of those, and then we'll do a sapling. So for example, if you really need some leather, there you go, got some leather now. Or if you really want different types of wood, go ahead and just start changing it up. So now I'm back to darkwood, and let's say I have a bunch of oak saplings. I have 6 oak saplings, but I want to get all 6 types of trees without having to go venture out. I can simply take these oak saplings, toss it in, and then I have a spruce sapling. I can toss this one in, and I'll have another spruce sapling. Oh look, now I have birch. Now I have 2 types of saplings that I want. And I can keep doing this. So now I have those. Let's go ahead and convert these over. You can see, just by doing this, do that. So now I have acacia. And if I top the last one in, I now have all 6 types of saplings. Just from doing alchemy with mana. Whoopsies. Come on, birch. So there you go. That's one way you can start using your mana for other means. And of course there are other uses for it, so you can break down your glowstone, you can break down your quartz blocks, you can change the stone bricks into chiseled stone bricks. Like I said, there's a lot of things you can do. You can change over different types of fish if you need the fish. You can change over your crops if you're trying to get melons or carrots or anything like that. You can change a blaze rod to netherwort if you are having a really hard time trying to find a netherwort or a fortress. You can exchange flint for gunpowder, which is really nice because there are some times where you just can't find creepers, but you don't. You have tons of flint from all the gravel that you've been digging up. And again, you just keep going through here. You can find all different types of recipes, including ways to get name tags, and so on and so forth, and converting to get ender pearls, which is actually, this is really nice to have. So again, that's basically alchemy with mana. You just look through this book of all the recipes that you have, and you can use this to do a lot of interesting things. The obtruse platform is a pretty interesting block. If you go ahead and you stack it up, you have some kind of area underneath that you can fall. Let's just build a quick 3x3 platform here. You can see I can walk on it like a normal platform, but then if I shift, I fall right through it. So it's an interesting way if you want a nice little floor that you can have, and you have a basement. So let's say you have some walls over here, and you just want to have a nice floor, but you don't want to have an area where you can just have to have a ladder or something. You can just simply shift and you're down through the floor, and you can have a ladder or something if you want. You can also have these as invisible floors. They only work if you stand on top of them, and it's also a really interesting way to have a ladder. So if you just go ahead and stack this up, let's say I want to use this as my ladder, I can simply walk in and then just keep jumping, and eventually I can make my way up. Eventually I'll get my way up to the top, and there you go, just like that. That's one interesting way to get through to have a ladder. You can just use obtruse platforms. Now, if you remember from the last part, we talked about the jaded amaranthus, which generates flowers out of thin air. Well, it's kind of really hard to collect them and have to build like this water system and keep destroying the jaded amaranthus, replacing it, all that stuff. Well, there's a nice and easy block, we'll call it, for you. It's called the Drum of the Wild, and if you give it a mana burst, by the way, this is a redstone mana spreader, which is just a mana spreader with redstone, and this just responds to redstone signals no matter how much mana it has. If you shoot mana burst at it, it will break all the flowers nearby. So I can place, more flowers. Let's say the Jaded Amaranthus made more flowers, and I want to break it. Bam. All the flowers are gone, and I can just go ahead and walk around, pick them up. And now I have all my flowers. So Drum of the Wild's really good in combination with the Jaded Amaranthus. Now again, another animal breeding mechanic. It's called the Eye of the Ancients, which, if you look at the entry, it says that there's something that's always looking out for living beings. By attaching a comparator next to this, it'll send a redstone signal equivalent to the amount of animals it can find. So the counting only starts at 2. And that's just to make sure that you don't accidentally kill your animals. So let's go ahead and spawn a... let's do a sheep. Let's get a sheep. So, see, I'm not going to get anything coming out of this. Now I'll get a signal of 1 because I have the 2 initial animals that it asked for. So counting only starts at 2. With 2, it starts with a strength of 1. And then if I put 3 animals, I will get a signal strength of 2. If I put in 4 animals, I'll get a signal strength of 3. 5 animals, signal strength of 4, and you can see it. So it could be, your redstone signal count is always going to be 1 less than the amount of animals in front of it. So this is another nice way to keep track of how many animals you have in your pens. So for you redstoners out there, it's a nifty little gadget for you, and it's called the Force Relay. And what this will do is this will basically be a wireless piston and relay the force of a piston push across any distance. So you get it by dropping a piston inside a mana pool, and now we have a force relay. So if we go ahead and drop down a force relay, you can move any block basically wirelessly with a piston. So I want to move this block here. If I right-click the force relay, as you'll see I get this ding letting you know I clicked it, and if I go ahead and click on this block, it's now going to be physically bound to that block, so if I use a piston on it, it's going to go ahead and move it. And this doesn't work with sticky pistons. So if I go ahead and push it back, you'll see that that block doesn't move, but I can do it again and then move that block forward. So you can see it's an interesting way to go ahead and move your blocks across the... That was interesting. Okay. It's an interesting way to move your blocks across the terrain. So let's go ahead and shut that off so we don't do that again. So you can simply push it forward and then push the block back. Push it forward again and then push the block back. So again, it's another way to do it. So it doesn't work with sticky pistons, but it does work with pistons. And just in case you guys are curious, no, this does not move tile entities. So don't go ahead and try to move things like furnaces and stuff like that. It won't work with those. So again, we're hitting one of my other favorite personal blocks of this mod, and it's called the mana pylon. So if we go ahead and see the mana pylon, which should be right here, it's made by 2 mana steel ingots and a mana diamond with 2 gold in the top. And the use of these, if we go ahead and read the entry, you can put it next to an enchanting table, and just having 2 of these will reach level 30. So if we go ahead and get ourselves an enchanting table and a mana pylon, we put down the enchanting table, we can see that, oh, I need something to enchant. Let's do wooden sword. So we can put that in there, we'll see we'll get to level 8. We put down one of these, levels instantly shoot up to like level 16, level 16 is the highest one we can get. If I put another one down, we'll see we'll get straight to level 30. So it only requires, if you want to sacrifice 2 diamonds to get yourself level 30 enchanting, I'd say this is the way to go. It's pretty darn cheap for 30 levels, and you can get some pretty interesting designs with just having 2 mana pylons or other mana pylons. The interesting thing I like to do personally is I have my little corner of the room, and I put my 2 mana pylons here, the enchanting table right there. So it's level 30, and it doesn't take up that much room. Next up on our list is the open crate. So if we go ahead and get ourselves an open crate, it's just made by a whole bunch of living wood planks in a N shape. What this will do is we also need to get ourselves a hopper, actually. So we go ahead and put this over air. So we'll put it over here, and then we have a hopper or some kind of item duct or item conduit feeding into it. Any item that we drop into it, so actually let's just go ahead and get ourselves a stack of grass. Any items that we drop into the hopper will get dropped into the open crate and drop straight down perfectly. So you can see that every time I drop it, it drops straight down. So it's a really nifty way if you want something to drop in a perfectly straight fashion and you want to hit it the same spot every time. So I can simply just drop this and it's always going to drop in a perfectly straight line. So it's really handy if you want to do something like this. So let's get ourselves an endo flame. So let's say I want to have some kind of automatic fueling system. I can go ahead and get myself a thing of coal. I can have it drop out of the hopper into the open crate, drop onto the endo flame, and eventually the endo flame will suck up the coal. I think I need a mana spreader for this. So the endo flame will suck up the coal, and we can now use it to power something. So you can see the mana spreader is now getting all that mana, and we can now use it for stuff, which is really nice. So the next thing on our list is the spreader turntable, and simply put it under a mana spreader, and the mana spreader will start spinning around and going in multiple directions. So it's really kind of useful if you have a setup like this, for example, where you want the mana spreader to hit other different mana pools, so this thing will automatically turn for you, so you don't have to worry about actually turning the block. And you can simply speed it up or slow it down by right-clicking on the turntable. And you can see how fast it's going by how many arrows there are. So 6 arrows is the fastest speed, by 1 arrow is the slowest speed. So let's go ahead and put it on fast mode. And so we can see it's actually going so fast, it's skipping the middle one. So let's actually put it on 5. Maybe that'll be perfect. So it's going to shoot into that one, then it's going to shoot into that one. Maybe we need to go on 4. So now it's going to... This speed looks like it's about the right speed, so that way we can shove it in all the mana pools at once. So again, you just right click to change the speed, and if you want to go ahead and turn it off, you can simply apply a redstone signal and it will turn it off. Alright guys, so that'll do it for about this part of the tutorial. Just to recap, this part of the tutorial we covered the mana using flowers, all the decorative blocks, and some of the actual functional blocks that are covered in Britannia. And in the third part, which will probably be the last part, we'll go over all the tools, weapons, and end game parts of Britannia. That shouldn't take much longer. I think it'll be about probably another 20 to 30 minute tutorial, but that should eventually cover it up. So until then, I'll see you guys next time.
Hey everyone, how you doing? Blue here, back with part 3 of our Minecraft Medieval Castle tutorial. Now over the last few episodes we've managed to cover the gate, the walls, the towers, and we've made a start on the castle. Today we're going to make a start with the main supporting platform underneath the castle, and hopefully we're going to build up the rest of the walls on the castle all the way up into the roof level. Now with that being said, I'm going to go ahead and put a bunch of items all on screen now. All these items are going to be the items that are going to be needed for the entire castle, so I have put these already in the previous 2 videos, but I'm going to post them just again in case you want another reference of the items needed. And with that being said guys, let's get building. Okay, we've got lots of work to do guys, so we're going to dive straight in and we're going to head over to the main castle over here, and we're going to head to this tower. Now if you remember in last episode we did make a little marker for the floor level, which was just underneath this wall here. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue this over to the right hand side, okay, and then we're going to bring it all the way down to the back of this tower, to the last block on the corner here, okay, right on that corner. Now counting from that corner, we're going to count that one there, and we're going to go 2, 3, 4, 5. Then from here, we're going to count this block here, and we're going to go back by 23 blocks. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Now if we start bringing this one across this way, okay, which is going to be running parallel with the front of the build like this, once we get to this bit that sticks out here, we should have enough to have 2 blocks for the platform here, okay, so 1 and 2 as you can see. Now we're going to continue bringing this all the way down, all the way across, and we're going to keep going, bring it all the way over, and then here, right, okay, so we're going to break it just there. We want to bring it where we've got this free section of wall here, we want to bring it to the little gap before it. So if we bring it to there, we want to bring it straight to that marker there. So we've got the free section of the wall here, which is right on the corner here, the final sort of tower point. We want to make sure we bring it into this little first pillar point here. Then we're going to go ahead pretty much from here, and what we do, let's just do that for a second. Underneath here, we can come, and this will be inside the castle. So what we're going to do is we're going to go and get stone for the moment, and from this point here, so let's put one block there, and then from underneath here you can see exactly where I am. So the stone here, I'm going to just run this all the way around the edge, just one layer for now, all the way around the edge here, and this just helps us keep a marking for now of where the castle finishes. So we're going to do that all the way, and then once you get to this corner here where the tower is, we're going to just continue round on the outer edge like this, and then join over to here. Okay, and then while we're here, you can actually see we've got a one block gap there. Let's just put a block inside there for now. So when we come round here and we go on to the inside, we can go ahead and put in our flooring right in front of these last blocks here. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to cover the entire flooring all at that same level on the inside of the castle, okay, which will bring us on this level here, and then we want to fill this section on the outside here as well. We want to fill that up as well. Okay, so this section here can run straight underneath this wall here and join in here, but we want it to finish at the edge of the castle here, so that's why I put that little stone wall bit on the bottom edge. So let's go ahead and we're going to start from the corner over here, and we're going to just start filling in all of this. Okay, once your platform is all in place, guys, be sure to go ahead and put in a bunch of torches. Make sure you get them underneath as well, because it's going to be very dark underneath here, and make sure you get them inside the castle in all the gaps as well, just to keep it all lit up. I've gone ahead and put some higher up on the walls as well, just to keep it lit up in here so you guys can see what I'm doing when I'm working. But we will be getting rid of all those torches and getting some more practical lighting in place. Now we're going to go ahead and start getting in some of the details here. So first of all, we're going to work out where the stairway is going to be. So we have a 5 block gap in the doorway here. So we're going to go right to this block here, which is the first block of the gap for the doorway, and we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, then we're just going to simply go ahead and put in a polished andesite block next to each one of those, and then up here we're going to put a normal stair just behind it like so. Now get your spruce stairs again, and we're going to go underneath, and I'm going to just do one side here for now. So we're going to put an upside down stair, then we're going to put another stair, so that's 2 stairs going down. Repeat the pattern, 3 stairs, 4 stairs coming down, and then 5 stairs. This is actually going to be where the ground level is. We're going to make a nice little walkway that comes up, and we're going to sort of rearrange the terrain down here. It's going to be a bit of work, but we'll get that all done later on. Now just go ahead and bring your stairs over all the way across like this. And then you're going to go ahead and get your polished andesite, place 1 next to each stair like so. Then we're just going to extend this back and join it up to this one here, and then of course just fill in the gap like so. Do exactly the same again around on this side, and then get your polished andesite stairs, and at the top here put an upside down one, and then just put an upside down one all the way down until you get to the level here, and then repeat it on this side as well. Now the stairs are all in place, let's go ahead and start working on the wall. So first of all, we're going to go on the right hand side of the stairs here, and we're going to put a polished andesite block just there in line with the spruce planks. We're going to leave a 3 block gap and place one here, and then just repeatedly leave a 3 block gap all the way across, and you should land on this corner. Once you're on the corner, place a block on this side, leave a 3 block gap, and continue the pound all the way down until you are 2 blocks from the end, which is this one just here. Now we're going to go around to the left hand side of the stairs, and we're going to do exactly the same again. So we're going to place one there, then we're going to do a 3 block gap, place one here, another 3 block gap, one here, and then finally a 3 block gap, one here. and we're going to stop just there for the moment. Now over here we've got this bit of the wall that comes down here. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks so far. We're going to go 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, so 22 blocks from this one here all the way to the one right in front of this little corner block here. And then we're simply going to just make that 3 blocks wide. So go 1, 2, and just bring that all the way down. Now we should be able to go over to this corner here, put a block here and here on these 2 corners. Then we should be able to leave a 3 block gap, place one here, a 3 block gap, a 3 block gap, and then we should have 3 blocks before the corner one just here. Now what we're going to do for all of these is we're going to make pillars underneath, but the pillars are going to go under to where the spruce planks are, so they're 1 block further back. Then we're going to bring them all the way down to the ground, just like this. Okay, so for the corner here, as you can see, both these blocks will join to that same pillar. On the single ones, we're just going to go back like this, and we're going to go around and we're going to do that around all of them. Just remember that that corner over there will only be 1 pillar obviously going down, and also underneath here, because we don't actually have a corner piece, we still want a pillar right in this diagonal corner. So when we have this one here, there's going to be a 3 block gap, and one here, there will also be a 3 block gap. So just make sure you get that pillar in there as well. So I'm going to go ahead and get all those in place now. You guys can do the same, and then we'll come back and we'll finish up some of the details. Okay, once that's all in place, we're going to go ahead, and for now we're going to just do it with stone, but we will texture it later on. So from this corner here, so there's the stairway there. Okay, if we come over to this corner here first of all, where we got this first pillar, we want to diagonally come in here. Let's place 2 blocks here for now, and then we're going to bring a row all the way down to the corner, all the way down to here, and then we're going to bring it all the way across, keep going all the way until we get to the end pillar. Okay, just remember, once you get to the end pillar here, guys, you want to be inset. Okay, so the pillar needs to stick out one, and then down here we're going to bring another bit all the way down here, and for now we can just leave it just there. Okay, and we're going to just go ahead and raise that until it is in line with the bottom of the wood planks down here. Okay, so just bring it all the way up to the planks, just like this. And do that all the way around. It's going to take a little while because there's quite a lot of stone to put in place, but go ahead, get that all in place, and then that will finish the front walls here and leaves us a nice section underneath the castle for doing something that we want with it. I mean, look, we've got a large space here to play with, which is going to be awesome. So let's go ahead and get this all in place. Okay, once you've got that all in place, you should have something that looks a bit like this. And we're going to go round to the side here, and we're going to work our way all the way around to the other side. So starting over here for these gaps, guys, what we're going to do is put an upside down stair underneath like this, an upside down stair on here, and then 1, 2, 3 on top like so. Later on we're going to go ahead and put probably an iron trapdoor or something here just to cover up the ground under there, but for now we're going to just leave it like that. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to put 1, 2, 3 of the polished andesite, and then we're going to put in our cobblestone wall. Now we're going to be going around obviously every other block, putting in a slab and then onto the other ones. So we're going to go ahead and do that all at the end. So for now we're going to just go ahead and get this details in all the way around. So just make sure you put your upside down stairs like so, 3 of them across here, 1 under here, and then polished andesite block like this on every other block, and then of course go ahead and get in your cobblestone wall. So I'm going to go ahead and do that all the way around, guys, bring it all the way around these gaps here. On this corner here you can't complete it because we've only got a 2 gap here, so what you do is put 1 there, 1 stair there, put 2 on here, and then up here you go 2 blocks like so, and then your wall like so. Okay, so just go ahead and get that all in place. Okay, once that's all done guys, just make sure that over in this corner here that the stairs actually run right around this little corner here, okay? Because there's 3, they basically will join together nicely in the corner. There's 2 stairs just like that, and you will end up with a little a polished andesite stair just here, but you're going to need to keep that there because otherwise the wood is going to be seen from the outside. Now go ahead and get your polished andesite slabs, and wherever we've got a pillar, we're going to go ahead and we're just going to put one on top of all of those. Okay, and the last little bit of details for these walls guys is just doing a little bit of texturing, so just a few stone bricks and some andesite just to make it look a little bit nicer, or a little bit more sort of warm with the texture, something kind of like that. Just go ahead and do that all the way around. It's easier to probably do it now than it is to come back and do it later, because you'll end up having to come back and do so much at once that it will be a very boring job. So it's better to keep doing it in small chunks than it is to do it all at once. But it's entirely up to you guys how you want to go about doing it. I'm going to just quickly go ahead and do it all now, and then that way it's all done, and then we can move on to the next section. So go around if you want guys, get this all in place, and I'll catch you once we're done. Okay guys, now just to finish off the walls, I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to put an iron trapdoor just underneath here, just to cover up that little bit of ground from the spruce wood. The iron trapdoor works out pretty nice actually. It's got a nice little sort of colour change, which just adds a little hint of detail. So let's just get those in all of those gaps, just like so. Okay, to finish off the base of the castle on this side over here guys, what we're going to just do is we're just going to pretty much just bring the stone from the walls all the way down for this edge here. So just basically bring all of this down this edge all the way down, bring it all the way down to the ground for now. We'll just use the stone. We may need to break some of this a bit later, so I wouldn't worry about texturing it just yet, because we're probably going to break a little bit of this later on. So for now, just bring it down with the stone just to finish it all off. Just to there, okay? So just till we get to this block here. Just extend all of the stone there and bring it all the way down to the ground, okay? This is the left-hand side of the castle. Okay, now time to finish up some things on the castle. So first of all, let's get our doorway in place. So in the 5-block gap that we have at the front here, we're going to come up by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. On that 7th block there, we're going to bring it all the way across like this, and then we're just going to go ahead quickly and just fill that in with the rest of the stone, just like so. Now the next one is going to be a little bit higher, so we're going to go, for now we're going to just leave a 2-block gap, so 1, 2, and we're going to just bring this one all the way across like this, and again let's just fill that gap across there. And then the next one is not quite going to fill all of that gap, so we're going to leave that as it is. Now starting on the bottom, we're going to just use a stone for now, but it can be textured later on. So we're going to put in a stone on there and a stone on that corner. Then we're going to use a stone upside down stair, and then on the top one here we're going to put a slab and a slab, so we get this kind of a shape. Now on the next one here, we want to bring it down a little bit further. So first of all, get your stone brick stairs, and where we have this upside down stair at the bottom here, go 1 block up, and you want to put a normal stair and then an upside down stair above it. Then we'll do the same over here, so the 1 block above, a normal, then an upside down stair like so. Go back to your stone, you're going to put 1 in at the corners like this, and then 1 in front of it just here. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to get the stone slabs. We're going to go 1 just there, 1 there, and then right in the center we're going to put a stair upside down if we can get it, just like that, for a little bit of detail. Now for the top part here, we're going to go ahead again, just finish off a little trim really to the edges. So if we get our stone, we can go over here and we can probably go 1 and then 1 at the top and 2, 1 and 2, just like this. And then we should be able to get a upside down stair here and here, here and here. On top we're going to put a 4 block, and then we're going to go a 4 block again, and then a slab on each side. Something kind of like that. Okay, now I'm not quite happy with this one up here, so what we're going to do is we're going to put a slab just there, which is next to the stair, okay, again on that side. Then we're just going to run a 4 block across those ones there, okay. There we go, that gives a much nicer archway there. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to put in some cobblestone wall in the corner, all the way up to that upside down stair, and the same in here. There we go, that looks really cool. Now at this point here we could go ahead and break in some windows. I'm going to get the polished andesite for now, and I think we're going to go 1, 2, on the 3rd block up I'm going to put a normal stair, then I'm going to break 1, 2, 3 and 4, upside down stair there and there. We'll do the windows later on, I think that's a good one. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, upside down one there, a normal one there, 1, 2, 3, upside down one at the top. Okay, that's looking good. Over here in this corner here, we've got a bit of a gap here, and what do we have? We have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we can get 4 windows in here. So let's do the same thing. So 3 up, we're going to put upside down stairs on the 3rd block, a normal stair above those, and then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think 4. Just like so, and I guess we'll probably put an upside down stair at the top as well. Yeah, that will do for now at least. Now above this is going to actually be a balcony. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab ourselves some spruce planks again, and starting on this edge here, we're going to go ahead, we're going to bring it all the way around the edge. All the way around, just follow that edge all the way from one side all the way until you reach that corner over there. Now to divide the floor up just for now, we're going to go over to here, and we're going to bring this all the way across to the other side. All the way over to here for the moment. And then this one we're going to come, so we are right in here, 1 block on this edge here, so we're going to come to that level, and we're going to just bring another one all the way across here for now. Now we're going to fill all this edge here and all down here with the spruce planks. The reason I haven't gone any further than that is because I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet for the inside of the castle. So I don't know if we need a floor on these levels yet, because I'm not sure if it's going to be just a balcony on an edge, because I plan on having a throne room in here somewhere just here, and I want to make it pretty big. So for now I'm going to just leave it as it is like this, and I'm going to just fill the flooring on the outside, but likely is later on we will come in and put some more flooring in for some more levels. But for now we're just going to go with this. So let's go ahead and just fill all the flooring in that gap. Okay, now the platform is all in place. We're going to come over to the corner here, and starting from this one here, we're going to put 1 upside down polished andesite on every other block. This one here, put 1 here, and put down every other block so that we are kind of a zigzag between them all. On the corner here, because we've got this little corner pillar here, we want to make sure we kind of curve towards it, okay, up towards the center point like that. Then we're going to put 2 on the lower half here, 1 in the middle. This one here, do the same as what we've done on the other side, so 1 like that, 1 like that. And then from here, every other block going across all the way to there, and then in the gaps, 1 above like that. This corner here, 1 here, so that these 2 twist towards each other for the corner. 1 here, 1 here, 1 in the center. This side here, twist towards this pillar. Then we're going to put 1 here and 1 here, okay, leaving a 2 block gap between this one. Down the side we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and then this one here we're going to twist outwards so it matches with the one on the other side, and then we're going to put one above like so. And again here we're going to twist 2 of them towards the pillar in the center here, 2 on here, 1 there, 1 here, 1 there, just like that. This side we put 2 and then 1 in the center at the top. Again in here, 1 that way and 1 that way. Then it's a little bit tricky in here because we've not really got much room, so what we're going to do is on this side I guess we'll end up going 1 here, 1 there, and then I guess it'll be 1 there, 1 there. Actually we'll just curve around that little corner. That's the only way we're going to be able to do that one. Then we're going to put 2 here, 1 in the center. And for this side here, we're going to place 1 on that side. 1 there, 1 there, 1 there. This side again, we're going to place 1 forward. Then we're going to put 1 there. And then we should just be able to go across, across like so. And then 1 there, 1 there. And then we're just going to go ahead and for this bit we're going to go 1 there, 2 in the gap with the 4 blocks, and then everywhere where the spruce is shown at the front there, just put a block in front of it for the moment, just like this all the way around. On the front here put 2 in that gap there and continue all the way around. And once you're back to this size, we're going to start placing them on top of the 4 blocks. 1 there, so we're going to go across like this. The corners here, put 2 on there, 1 there, 1 there. Make sure you miss that center one. Place 2 here. On the 4 blocks down this side. Continue on those 4 blocks there. Okay, so hopefully you guys can see. Hopefully I ain't going too fast for you guys. If I am at any point, you can slow the video down. There is a slow down button on the video. Now what I'm going to actually do here guys is break these 2 4 blocks actually and go with 2 stairs to blend the pattern. So just like so. And then continue on top of the 4 blocks like this. All the way around. Now here's going to be a little bit awkward, so we're going to go 1, 2, 3 and then 4. Skip that one over there and we're going to go to there, then to there. And then continue the same pattern on top of the 4 blocks. All the way across to here. Okay, making sure again you skip that one in that corner there, and in fact that one in the corner, if you wanted to, you could change that to one of those. Okay, now that we're here, we can go ahead, we can get in our walls. So in those gaps, go ahead and place in your cobblestone wall or the wall of your choice. In this section here, to be honest, we probably could do something a bit better here. Let's break these 2 on this corner here. We're going to break these 3 here. Put in 4 blocks like so. And then I think one of those in there. Yeah, that looks much better. And that gives us a little bit of extra room. And it just looks a bit neater at the top here. If you wanted actually, you could just go ahead and put in a plank. And then come down underneath here. And put in a slab underneath there. There we go, that's much neater. Now let's continue with our cobblestone walls, making sure we get those in the gaps. So 1 there, 1 there, and then just continue in all of the gaps, 2 in here. Now once we get to here, we just want to kind of just work good points to put the slabs on. So for me, I'm going to start with these 2, okay? Right on the little tower on the right hand side. Then I'm going to leave the 2 corner ones, put 1 there and then 1 there. Or you could even just go straight to that one, I think would look better. Yes. Then over here, we're going to go 1 there, 1 on this one. How wide is this? We could put 2 together like that. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then again, we're going to go 2 on here. Skip the 2 here, 1 here. These ones here are going to go 1, 1 and 1, so we got a 1 block gap between those. Leave the 2 corner ones. These two. Then I'm gonna jump over to these 2 for the minute, and then I think these 2 as well. Yeah, I think that looks good. And then 1 on that corner, and I think that should be good. Now that that is all in place, we're going to start working on the next floor. So for here, we're going to come over to the section where this little flat wall is a straight wall. Now where this last block is here, I believe if we leave a 2 block gap, we're going to just place a stone block just there for the moment, and go to this corner here, do the same thing, 2 block gap, and place 1 on the 3rd one. Now what we're going to do is we're going to come over to this section here. Okay, this is where the roof edges, and where that block comes behind it, just there, we want to continue this all the way across, bring it all the way over, and then once we get in line here, we want to bring this up so we're the same height. Then we're going to count from that one there. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and that will bring us 1 behind that one, and that lines up perfect. Then of course we're going to just put the marking in for the roof, so miss the corner one there, we're going to go up by 2 and then in by 1, and then on that one we go 2 and in 1, and we're going to just repeat that until we get to the center of this wall, which is somewhere about there. I'm going to leave it just so I think the next one is the center, and then we're going to do the same on this side, so go in 1 block, up by 2, in 1, 2 more up, in 1, 2 up, and just repeat that all the way. There we go, perfect. Now if we quickly just work out where the center is, which is this block here, we're going to leave a 3 block gap in the center, just like that. Go 3 more blocks up, so that's 4 in total, and then we'll actually just join those up to the top there, and then we're going to just do that, and we'll just leave that section. We'll work the door out a little bit later on, and then just fill this section of wall, and then this section of wall in as well, and then of course this section at the very top here, we can go ahead and fill all of this. Okay, now for the doorway up here, we're going to actually go ahead and break 3 more at this side and 3 more at that side, and for now I'm just going to use a stone, but like I said, once we texture it later on you can change them up. I'm going to put an upside down stair on those ones. Then I think we're going to go a 4 block like that, and then a slab in the center, just to give us a nice kind of arched way area there. And then behind the back here, just to make this little doorway look a little bit neater, let's get ourselves some spruce stairs and some spruce wood for the moment. And we're basically going to put 2 lots of the spruce wood at each side, bring that all the way up to cover the gap. That, and we'll go ahead, put 1 more row across the top, and then from the front here we can put an upside down stair just there. Now with the stone we're going to go round to the right hand side here, and of course we're going to just bring across our stone across here, and we're going to just extend that and fill the wall in. And then down this side here, we're just going to fill from here, bring it towards the back until we're at the edge of the wood there, and then just go ahead and just fill this section all in, just like so. Now I just remembered guys that on the other side we added a little extra bit of room for the edge for the roof. So what we're going to do is we're going to go 2 blocks here, 2 blocks here, 2 blocks, 2 blocks, all the way up to the top. And then once we're at the center, at the very top here, we're going to put 3 blocks, okay? And then 2 down the rest. All the way to that corner there, okay? And that's where it's going to stop. Now, for the tower over on this side, what we're going to do is where the top of the wall is here, we're going to skip 1 block, so go from that block, and then we're going to go up 1. And on this side here, we're going to put a stair on this side and this side. Make sure it's upside down. And then come across to the other corner, we're going to do the same thing, so put a stair like this. Keep going around and do it on all 4 corners, okay? This is just a little marking for the moment. Now, go ahead and get your stone, and we're going to start by putting a block on here. Then we're going to go 1 block up and another block over, and then we're going to go actually 1 more block over there, I think, as well. Yeah, we're going to go with that. Then we're going to go ahead and put in a slab just there like that, and we're going to repeat that on this side. So we're going to go block, 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 and then we're going to go a slab just there, and then another block just there. Now we're going to just go 1 2 slabs here and 2 slabs here, and then that is pretty good. That's it. Let's go ahead and repeat that on all 4 sides. Okay, so it should be block, 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 block. Okay, and then it should be slab and then slab, slab. Okay, same on this side. 2 blocks here, 2 blocks, and then a slab and a double slab on this one. Yeah, so we should have 1 gap in the center. Let's go ahead, repeat that all the way around. Okay, now that that's all in place, we have 2 full blocks on top of the stair here. So we're going to count 1 2, and then we're going to go 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11, and then we're just going to bring that all the way over and join it up with this side here. Join those together, and at the bottom here we're going to go ahead and bring a row of blocks all the way across to there. Okay, then we're going to go ahead, we're going to fill all that section there, and we're going to repeat the same thing on this side here and on the other 2 sides as well. So just bring it up to the same height, bring it all the way across, join to this one here, and then go ahead, bring your blocks all the way over, and then again round onto this corner here, bring it up all the way, and then just make sure you go ahead and fill them all in as well, guys. We want to make sure that we've got these all filled in, and we'll cut out some windows a little bit later on. Okay guys, we're going to come back and do all the texturing a little bit later on, but for now we're just going to get in at the top stone part of these towers. So first of all, we're going to start on this right hand front corner here, and from the very top here we're going to leave the first 2, and on the 3rd one down we're going to put an upside down stair, put a stone block on top with a normal stair on top, put a upside down stair at each side, and then 4 blocks on top of the upside down stairs. Then we're going to place an upside down stair in the center like this, and then we're going to move around to this side and repeat the same thing. So go down to the 3rd block down, a 4 block, a normal stair, upside down stairs at the sides, and 4 blocks on top. Upside down stair in the center, and now because we're on the corner here, we're going to put a 4 block in this corner here, and then a slab underneath it like this. Now on the side here, we want to, because we've got the diagonal corner here, we want to bring a diagonal over here, so place 1 here, then we want to place 1 on the one below there, another 1 across, and then 1 up, so that we can keep the window shape in the same place, and then basically repeat that same pattern. So bring them up by 4 and put an upside down stair there. Then around this side we're going to do the same thing again. We're going to stick with the stone for now, do that, go 1 below, 1 over, and then bring that up to the same level, upside down stair just there. Okay, that should do for now. Now we're going to repeat this on all 4 corners of this part of the tower. Okay, so make sure you repeat exactly the same pattern. So I'm going to go ahead and get that all in place, guys. Do exactly the same as I've done there, and do it on all 4 corners. Okay, now we got them on all 4 corners. We're going to go ahead and we're just going to raise them all by 1 block. So just put 1 block of stone all the way around the edge of each tower, just like this. Do that on all 4 corners. Okay, now that we've done that, we're going to go ahead and add just a few little details in. So what we're going to do for each roof of these little towers here, we're going to put an upside down polished andesite stair like this. We're going to put a slab in the middle with a slab on top, slabbing the corner on the top half with a slab on top, slabbing this corner like that, and we're going to repeat that pattern all the way around. So let's get our stairs in first of all, and then our double slabs. Once you've done that, just go ahead and on the upside down stairs, just go ahead and place a cobblestone wall. Then we're going to go ahead and repeat that on all 4 other towers. Okay, now those are all in place, let's go ahead and just make a little bit of detail across the ledge here. So where this upside down stair is here, we're going to put a polished andesite stair upside down right here, and then on every other block to there. And again, the same pattern, we're going to do a double slab in between the gaps, and then our cobblestone walls on those gaps. And we're just going to repeat that on all 4 sides. Okay, so again, just your polished andesite stairs, and then double slabs, one on the top half of the block where the stair is, and then one on the block above, just like this, all the way across, and then stairs in the gap, our cobblestone wall in the gaps. Okay, now before we move any further, we're going to go ahead and start finishing up the rest of this side of the castle here. So at the very top where we've got this piece here, we're going to start on this corner down here, and we're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. From that 11th one there, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we're going to turn towards the front again, and we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in front of it, so there'll be 7 here in total. Counting from this one here, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then from here behind this one, counting that one again, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And from the 7th one here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now over here is where we're going to make the little adjustment. So we've got these 2 points of towers here. This one is meant to be a platform, this one is actually going to be going up further. So what we're going to do is we're going to break these blocks just here, like that. We're going to go ahead and we're going to break that block just there, and then those 2 just there. Let's just break these ones here for now, so we're in line with the wall for the moment. And then get rid of the polished andesite ones just around this little edge. And I think we're probably going to end up getting rid of these ones here as well. Okay, and then just get rid of that one there that we placed earlier. Now from here we're going to break 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And we're going to put stone, so 1, 2, 3 stone, 1, 2, 3 with the stone, 3 more stone. This one here, just break that top one, that bottom one there, place 1 there, and then we go 1, 2, 3. So as you see, this is the tower point. So let's just break this out of here for now. Okay, that is good. Let's go ahead, just put a row like this around the top for the moment. Okay, just something like that. Now over here, this is going to continue as part of a wall, so we're going to just get rid of this first layer here and then bring that across like so. Right, now we're going to basically raise the walls that we've just done, and so they are all at the same height as this wall here. Okay, so if we just frame this in for the minute, something like this, making sure we keep it all to the same height. We don't want to go any higher. Just like that, okay? And then what we'll do is we'll just quickly get ourselves some of the spruce wood, and then just fill in that area where the flooring needs to go. So just underneath this section. Okay, so now we've got a full walkway on the outside, and then over here we're going to go ahead and put 1, 2, 3 and 4. Now for this little corner here, what we're going to do is if we go down here, we're going to get an upside down stair there and another one just there, and what we'll do is we'll just put 2, and then here we're going to break that one, we'll put 2 on here, and what we'll do is that stair there, we'll break that, we'll put the upside down stair 1 up there, and then that way we can put in our cobblestone wall just there, and then our polished andesite slabs can go on those 2. Just like that. Just to finish off that little corner there. Now this tower here is going to be raised by another 12 blocks on top of what we have. So from here we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And we're going to raise all of these ones around the edge here to the same height. Okay, once you're done, just make sure that you get this last section here on the tower because it's the corner of the wall here, okay? So just make sure that you bring this section up as well so that you have like 3, 3, 3 and 3 all the way around on that edge. Then we're going to just go in and we're going to fill all of these walls in. So we're going to bring the walls across all of these gaps in here and just bring it up to the stone above, okay? So just up to there. Just fill all of these in, and then that way we kind of just got a sort of boxed in area to work with, and we'll get the details in a little bit later on. Okay, and the last bit of the wall is just in this little gap around the side here, guys. So what we're going to do is, first of all, we're going to raise this stone wall here until it is level with this one here, and then just fill that in. Now from this one here we need to go up by 6 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we're going to go in 1 and then go 1, 2, in 1, 1, 2, in 1, 1, 2, in 1, 1, 2 and 3. Okay, and then we're just going to fill this section all in here. Now we're just going to add some finishing details before we finish up with the episode. So first of all, we're just going to put in an upside down stair at the bottom of each of these, okay? So just at the bottom bit, just on top of the block that sticks out, all the way down. Then we're going to get our polished andesite and we're going to place them on the corner blocks going around this tower here. Make sure they're upside down, just like that. Then we're going to use the polished andesite slabs and put 2 again, just like this, all the way around in the gaps. And then we're going to put our cobblestone walls on top of the upside down stairs, just like that. And we can go ahead if you want and put them on these ones as well. And then finally we're going to repeat the similar pattern around the edge of the build. So let's start with the front with this one here that sticks out. We're going to go and put an upside down stair, make sure it's the polished andesite one. Every other block going inwards like so. Do the same on this one, like that. And then we're going to put 1 there, 1 there. Okay. Then we're going to skip the front piece here, and from here we're going to put 1 coming down here, and then every other block across like so. Then head round to this side over here and the same thing, starting from that edge, every other block. Then we can go with our slabs, do 1 on the top half, 1 on top, and do that again in between all of the stairs. And then we're going to go ahead and put in our cobblestone wall in all of those gaps. Now get your stone stairs again, and on the bottom halves of these we're going to go ahead, put an upside down one on those all the way to the top, and then same down the other side here. Make sure that they are upside down like that. We can go ahead and put in our cobblestone walls on top and 1 in the middle at the top as well. And then finally we're going to come over to this section here, get your stone. We're going to go 1 and 2, over 1, up to 2, over 1, up by 2. Do that until we reach the center, which is going to be this one here, I think. Then we're going to do the same here. 1, 2, over, up 2, over, up 2, all the way to there. And then let's just put an extra one in the center. Upside down stairs in these little edge bits here. Do the same on this side. Then we're going to go ahead, fill this all with stone. And then finally we're just going to add a last few of our cobblestone walls on the edges here, on the top, and then on the stairs on the way down here as well. Okay, I think that is going to do for today's episode, guys. We've got quite a lot more work done than I actually planned. This episode is probably going to be a little bit longer than I actually planned to do so, but I kind of got a little bit carried away with myself there. Now, as you can see, guys, the castle is really shaping up and coming together now. I think in the next episode, we're going to start working on more of the roofs, get all the roofs in place, finish up any towers and stuff like that we're planning on putting onto the castle. And then from there we can move around and do some of the other buildings on the castle. There is still a long way to go, guys. There's a bunch more work. But as always, I hope you guys have enjoyed this. If you did, please remember to smash that like button and leave me some comments in the section below. But for now, this is Blue Nerd signing out, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Hey everyone, how you all doing? Blue here, back with part 4 of our Minecraft Medieval Castle tutorial. Now before we get started, I just wanted to wish you guys all the best. I hope you guys are doing well. I know there's a huge crisis going on in the world right now, but I think it's important at times like this that we all stick together and help each other out the best we can. So I'm going to keep it short, I'm not going to talk too much about it, but I just hope you guys are all doing very well. Now, with that being said, guys, we are on part 4 of the castle series, and I've been getting quite a lot of feedback from you guys and a lot of comments as well, so thank you guys for all of the support. It really is appreciated so much. Now, one thing that I seem to be getting asked a lot is how many episodes is this series going to be? And to be honest, guys, I can't really answer it. I honestly don't know. I've built the castle up, I've done the outside of the castle, but I've got no idea how long it's going to take me to put it into episodes for tutorial, because I don't know how much building I can do in each episode as to how long the series is going to be. It's really hard to judge. And among doing that as well, we're going to be doing the interiors and everything else. So it's probably going to be a fairly lengthy series to sort of get through. But I'm trying my best to kind of extend the episodes just a little bit to kind of get a little bit more work done, so that it's a little bit sort of quicker rather than taking too long and you guys getting bored with the series. So with that being said, guys, we're gonna dive straight in and get back into work with today's episode. Now, I'm not gonna list all the materials in today's video. I've listed all the materials in the last 3 videos, and that will cover everything that we need for the moment up until we complete the castle, the walls, the surrounding houses, the stables, the barracks, and the blacksmith, and pretty much everything that you can see from the outside. It just doesn't cover any of the interior. Now, last episode we was working on the castle itself, the main castle inside of this, and we got quite a lot of work done actually. We got way more done than I was expecting to get done. So we've got the platform in place now, we've got all of the sort of main parts of the castle done. We still got to get the big tower in the middle done, and all of the roofs as well. Now off camera, guys, I did go ahead and just texture up the walls. As you can see, these was all stone last episode. I've gone ahead, added in a few textures and just varied it up just a little bit to give a bit more detail. I probably will go ahead and add in some more blocks a little bit later, but for now I've just kept the texturing sort of relatively sort of basic for now. I probably will add in some polished andesite blocks amongst the mix at some point and stuff like that. But we've still got a lot of details to go into the walls and stuff, so I'm gonna wait until that's all done before I do any more texturing. Now, I think today we're gonna start off by focusing on the roof of the build and getting in the main tower, or the largest tower should I say. So we're going to dive straight in, and for this one we're going to head to the back of this castle. So if we head right round to the back of the castle, and at this point here you can see we've got the main bit of the building that sticks out here. The tower itself actually starts from this corner point here. Okay, so where we have this little extension coming out here and going across here, we want to head one block further back to here. So we're going to start here and we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we'll have 5 going like this. Then we're going to go diagonally in. We're going to place 2 and then 1 here. So we have like a almost like a little V shape. Then we're going to repeat that pattern. So we're going to go over 1 and then we're going to do 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In, make the little V shape like this, and again repeat it again. So here and then 5. Let's just make sure there's 5 in the middle. Yep. And then we're going to go 1, 2, and 3. Over 1 to here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 more, making that 5. And then we can put 1 there and make that little V in the corner. And that's going to be the shape and location of the tower. Now the tower's going to go up through the spruce roof that we'll have. So what we'll probably do is some of the base of the tower that we have here, it might get chopped out, or we may even extend it down to make a nice stairway or something for it. I'm not too sure just yet. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and raise this by 21 blocks, making it 22 blocks high in total. So we're going to start from this one. We've got 1 already there. We're going to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Okay, let's go ahead and raise all of these until they are 22 blocks in total. Now the tower's in place, let's go ahead and put a floor on the top. So first of all, we're going to run our spruce planks all the way around the edge, and then we're going to go ahead and fill in the center. Okay, once the flooring is all in place, we're going to go ahead and start adding some details. So first of all, find the center block of the tower here, and you want to put an upside down polished andesite stair at each side of it like this. Then we're going to go ahead to this corner, put in an upside down stair here and here. On this side here, repeat what we've done on the other side. Then we're going to do the corners, 2 in the centers here like this, on the corners again, and then 2 in the, well, 1 from the center at each side, and then 2 on the corner. Then we're going to get our polished andesite blocks, and we're going to place 1 in all of the gaps in between these, like this, all the way around. Now get your polished andesite stairs again, and we're going to place an upside down one here and here on this side, and then the same on the opposite side. Okay, just covering those 2 little sections, and we're going to repeat that all the way around the build. Once you're done, go back to your polished andesite blocks, place 3 here and then 3 more underneath like this, with 1 in the center. Then we're going to go upside down stairs on these 2 and 1 underneath that one there. Let's repeat that on the other sides as well, doing exactly the same pattern. Okay, now we're going to head up to the top part of the tower, and on the front here we're going to go ahead and place 1, 2, 3 of our 4 polished andesite blocks, place 2 of these corners here, and then repeat that pattern again all the way around. So 3 on these ones, and then 2 on the corners, 3, 2, 3 and 2, just like this. Okay, now we're going to work on the roof for this one, and the roof, it looks complicated, but it's actually a lot easier than it looks. So what we're going to do first of all is we're going to get in our pillars. So the pillars, first of all, we're going to go ahead and put 1 behind these 2 on the corners here. Okay, then we're going to put 1 just behind the two on the corner here as well. And then basically we're just going to repeat that pattern. So where we have these ones here, we put one there, one in that corner, one there, one in the corner, one there, one there. And what we're going to do is we're going to raise those until they are all 6 blocks in height. Okay, so we've got one there already, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and then just do that all the way around. Now we're going to get the cobblestone wall and basically just place it in these gaps here. So place one here, all the way around, just placing one in each gap so that nobody falls off the tower. Just like so. Now we're going to get our polished andesite stairs, and where we have this middle pillar here on the corners, as you can see the corners are made up of like 3 pillars with a 1 block gap kind of between them. On the middle one here, we're just going to put an upside down stair on both sides of it like this, okay, and then we're going to go 1 and 2, and then on the third one we're going to put 2 upside down stairs again. Okay, do that on all 4 corners, making sure it is the middle pillar you're doing it to and not any of the others. Okay, 1, 2, 3 pillars, do the one in the middle, and then finally this one here. Now on the main ones at the front here, we're just going to put an upside down stair just on the front like this, and again we're going to just repeat that all the way around. And then get your polished andesite blocks and place one here. We're going to extend it across to this one, place one on this one and bring it over just like that in the corner. Again here, put 2 in this corner, 1 on here, bring it over, and just keep repeating that same pattern, joining all of the pillars sort of kind of together all the way around on top of the upside down stairs. Now get your polished andesite slabs, and then we're going to start by placing 1 in the middle of the 3 here, do that on all 4 sides. And then at the very top here, we're going to place 1 on every other block like this, okay, and then on the corners we're going to put 2, okay. So again, over to this one, 1, 2, 3, and then 1 and 2 on the corners. Just repeat that all the way around. Now we're going to head into the center of the tower here, and we're going to start placing some upside down stairs across here, and then we're going to just turn and start wrapping it all the way around the edge. Once you're done, get your polished andesite, and in the center here, so from this side we're on the center block, we want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, and we're going to do that on all 4 sides, making sure it's on the center block. Just like so. Now let's get in the frame for this. So what we're going to do here is we're going to place 1 behind this and then go up by 2, then 1 behind this one, up by 3, 1 behind this one, up by 3. Okay, so 4 at the bottom, in 1, up 2, in 1, up 3, in 1, up 3. Okay, let's repeat that on all 4 sides. So again, we're going to go in 1, up by 2, in 1, up by 3, in 1, up by 3. Let's repeat that on these 2 sides as well. Okay, once you're done, go to the very top here, and you just want to make an X sort of in the center here like this, and then you want to place another one just on top of it like that. Then again, we're going to go up by 1 more, just like that, and then for now we'll just put 3 in the middle. We may add a bit more to that in just a second, but that will do for the moment. Now down the bottom here, we're going to go 2 upside down stairs like this, then we're going to put 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and then 1 just here, okay, and repeat that on all 4 sides. So we're just basically placing it above the blocks all the way down like this, and then when you get to the bottom you just put 2 just here. Okay, so 2, 1 on top of that block, make sure it's upside down, 1 on top of this block upside down, 1 on top, 1 on top. Okay, and we're just going to follow that all the way around. Okay, now back to the very top here, we're going to actually add 1 more block on top of these ones. Okay, and then 1 more block on the very top here. Then we're going to get slabs. We're going to put 1 against that stair on the top half, 1 against that one, and then 2 just in that little edge there. Okay, do the same on all 4 sides. So 2 slabs and then 2 there. 1, 1, and 2. Now we're going to go ahead again, get our upside down stairs, and on top of this block here we want our upside down stairs going all the way around. Then we're going to go ahead and get our cobblestone wall. We're going to put 1 in the center on these ones here, just like that, and then 1 on these top ones just here, just like so. And then of course we're going to put 1 in the middle. Actually we'll put 2 in the center there. Now working our way down, wherever we have the upside down stairs, let's go ahead and put 1 on top just like this, and make sure you do that on all 4 sides. Now once you're done, we're going to go ahead and place at the bottom here, we're going to put cobblestone walls on these gaps, and then this one here. Okay, so again at the front here, 1 here, 1 there, 1 there, and the same here, the corners, and then on these gaps all the way around, just like that. Then we're going to get our polished andesite slabs. We're going to put 1 on top of all of these. Then once you've done that, you want to go over to the corner. So right, if we take this little section here, right, first of all we're going to put 1 there temporary and 1 here, break that one, so we've got that little corner piece. And then this one here, we want to put 1 facing that way, and again on this side the same thing, make sure it's facing that way, keep that one on top. Okay, so you should have 1 there, then 2, 1, 2, 1, just like that. And we want to repeat that all the way around. Okay, so again, just on these ones here, you want to make sure it comes in, and then you want 1 in that corner there like that. Do that all the way around. Okay, now the frame's all in place, let's head to the center point again, and we're going to get our slabs. And on top of all of the logs here, we're just going to put a slab in those corners there, and then we're going to get our 4 blocks and just wrap them all the way around this little edge like this. Okay, do the same on all 4 sections here. Okay, so go ahead, put in your slabs first of all, and then run your planks all the way around the other edge. Okay, now we're going to do 1 section at a time here to make it a bit easier. So I'm going to do this section here, fill in all the roof here. So first of all, we're going to put 1 block there, 1 block there, and then 2 here and 2 here. And for this section here, it's going to be a little bit weird because we're going to put in a 4 block here, but we're going to try and make a little bit of a sort of curved shape for the roof. Once you've done that, get your stairs. You want to put a stair this way, and then this side, this way, and this way. And then of course a stair on top facing inwards like so. Now for this one, we're going to go 2 blocks up and then 2 blocks up here. We're going to put 1 block there, 2 at each side, put a slab on that one, and then 2 4 blocks here, and then 2 4 blocks on top like so. Again at this point here guys, 2 stairs here, 2 stairs here, and then a 4 block in the corners like that. Then we're going to jump up with 1 there, 1 there, and then 1 behind that one for the second, and I think we're going to go 1 more on there. Put a stair on top here, a stair on top here, and then a slab in that one just there. And then if we squeeze just behind the stairs here, we can put one in behind each of those stairs just like that. Now again, we're going to go a 4 block here and then 2 stairs facing towards each other like so. And I think what we're going to actually do is we're going to break that slab there, and we're just going to run some 4 blocks all the way down like that. Okay, so that is how the corner should look. It looks more complicated than it really is, but it's pretty simple to do. So we're going to go over it one more time here, and then I'm going to replicate it for the other ones. So first of all, a 4 block here, and then 2 here and 2 here. We're going to put the 4 block here and a 4 block here. Then we're going to go stairs on these ones, and then a full stair on this one. 2 blocks here, 2 blocks here. 1 block there, 1 there, 1 there. We're going to put a slab on that one there, and 2 4 blocks here, with 2 4 blocks on top of those. Then 2 stairs facing that way, 2 facing this way, and a full stair behind those gaps just there. Now for this one here, we're going to go up 1 here, 1 here, and then also bring 1 in just there, just like so. Get your stairs, and we're going to go 1 there, 1 there, and then a slab on this one. Behind your 2 stairs, put in a 4 block just like this, and then again we're going to put in a 4 block on top of those, and then a stair on top of those. Break the little slab in that corner, and then 1 2 and 3. Okay, so now just go around and just repeat that same pattern all the way around on the other side. Okay, so rewind the video if you need to, just so you can watch the same steps if you're struggling to follow along. But just go ahead and get it in on all 4 sides. Once you're done, head right up to the top of the tower, and you can go ahead and put in 2 of your spruce fences and maybe 3 iron bars on top of it like this, just to give it a nice tall point. And then if you wanted to, you could also go ahead and put in some iron bars on top of all of your cobblestone walls. Sorry guys, I couldn't get the words out. Okay, now we've got the tower all in place, let's get in a couple of details. So right now I'm facing the front part of the castle, and we're going to head up towards this tower here. We're going to leave this 1 block at the top here, and then we're going to break the next one down, break 1 at each side, and then we're going to go down by 5 more, making 6 in total. So 1 2 3 4 5, and then we're just going to bring it across by these 2 here. In the center I'm going to put a polished andesite with a polished andesite stair at each side. At the very top I'm going to put an upside down stone stair like this, and then I'm going to get some glass. Now the glass can be any colour you want guys, it's entirely up to you. You want to put 3 behind here, and then just raise that all the way up until you are behind the stair here, and then 1 in the middle as well. You can choose any colour glass that you want, it hasn't got to be the light blue, it can be any colour stained glass of your choice. And then go ahead and put some cobblestone wall in the centre there to make a nice looking window. Then underneath, what I'm going to do is put an upside down stair facing that way, another one on this side facing that way, and then 1 in the centre just to make a little kind of window ledge. It's nice and simple, but it does the job. Okay, now we're going to do something very similar over here. So I think for this one here, again, we're going to go right in the center of the build here. We're going to go up by 3, break the 4th one, and then 1 2 3 4 I think 5 above it, and then we're going to go all the way down on both sides like this. Put in a polished andesite on that side with a stair on those 2 sides. Then upside down stone stair at the top so that it blends in with the wall, and then we're going to get the light blue stained glass, put 3 behind here, and then we're just going to bring that up, covering up the window all the way over like this. And then we're going to go ahead and put in some cobblestone wall right in front at the centre of it, like so. Now on my castle I did go ahead as well and I put in some upside down stairs here and here, and then just put in some cobblestone wall at the sides, just to kind of bring out a little bit of extra detail. But it's up to you guys if you want to do it or if you want to leave it. It hasn't got to be done. It just added a little bit of extra detail on the front there. Okay, now on the larger wall here, we're going to go ahead and I think what we're going to do is come over to the center here where this door is. We've got a slab and then a 4 block. Break that next one and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and then obviously one at each side and then take that all the way up as well. Do exactly the same thing with the window, so we'll have the stone at the top and then the andesite stairs here, 4 block in the center there. And then before we do the next piece, what we're going to do is we're going to break, I think, this one down. So go 1 down here and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, do the same over here. At the very top here, we're going to put an upside down stair facing sideways, so we get almost like a curved shaped window. And then our polished andesite just there. Then we're going to go behind with our glass, and again of course we put 3 on this piece, bring it all the way up, cover that window, put 1 here, bring it up and cover this window, and then 1 here and then cover this window. And of course we're going to put in our cobblestone wall in the center there. And again, I think this one actually looks pretty good if we add just a little bit of detail. So put in some polished andesite stairs right there. So you've got the upside down stair there, just go down by 1. And then over here, we want to bring it just to the side of these polished andesite stairs. And then our cobblestone wall can go down and down. Okay, over here on this little tower here, we're going to break in a window. So from the top, you can see half a slab. Then we've got a 4 block. We're going to leave. Actually, no. We'll break the next one down. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. Put in an upside down one there, and then I think we're actually going to go 1 more. We put 1 stair there and there. So we should have a 3 block gap here for a window. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, just like that. Nice and simple. Nothing too crazy, but it does add that little bit of detail that's needed. Okay, now for the large tower over here, guys, we're going to come over to the side. We're going to go in by 2 blocks, and then on the 3rd one, we're going to break this one here, which is 1 block from this one. Okay, this is a 4 block. We're going to go up there, and then I think we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so 5 in total. Skip a block and come over, but this time go up 1, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're now 1 higher. 1 block gap. Do exactly the same here with that one, and then this time we go down 1, just like that, just to create this nice kind of sort of shapes to the window. Now across the bottom here, we're going to go ahead and put in our polished andesite stairs. And then I think we're actually going to break these 1 more actually. Let's go 1 more, yeah, 1 more, and then we're going to put in our stairs at the tops. And then of course we can put in our glass panes all the way up. Just like so. And then I think now we're going to go ahead and start getting in some windows. So let's get windows in on this one and this one here. Now, one thing I did do is I actually put windows on the sides here, but I think we're going to cover those up because they are going to be blending into the roof. So let's first of all just get all of our windows in on the outside. So the ones on these edges and these edges here. Okay, let's just fill these up with our glass panes. Just to there. Then we're going to go ahead, let's just get some stone for now, and we're going to fill these ones in and replace that one there with a 4 block. And the same around this side here. Okay, so the inside edge there will be stone and the windows will be on the outside. Let's do the same for this one, and again on here, and then finally for this one. Now like I said guys, the reason is because the roof is going to be coming in here, so it's going to be coming across the window edge there, so you wouldn't be able to see the windows anyway. Now finally we're going to head down here and we're going to get in some window panes for that one. We're going to put window panes in here, and again guys, remember I said if you want you can change the colour, you haven't got to use the light blue, any colour will look nice I'm sure. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and put in the top part of this tower over here. Okay, this is the second highest tower from this one. So the top of this one is actually going to be very similar to what we've done with this one here. In fact, it's probably going to be the same. So what we're going to do first of all is I think we're going to actually go ahead and we're just going to get the stone, and we're just going to place one more layer of stone all the way around the edge. And in fact we'll leave the andesite ones because we can put andesite on top of those, the polished andesite. Make sure they're polished andesite. Just one layer I think. Just bring up that one little bit extra. Yeah, I think that's better. Now again for this one guys, we're going to go ahead, let's first of all start with our planks. So we're going to just run them around the edge and then fill the center. Okay, once your flooring is all in place, we're going to go ahead and on the corners here, let's just replace these with the polished andesite. Just like that, and then we're going to put a stair facing inwards towards them like this, okay? Do that on the corner, so from the planks facing inwards like this. Make sure you do it on all four corners. Then we're going to go ahead and place 3 stairs down here like this, and then 2 in between the gaps on the upper part, okay? Do that again all the way around, so 3 here and then 2 just like this. Once you're done, we're going to place 2 of them on top of these lower stairs like this, and then on the corner we're going to place single ones, 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, single ones on the corner, and just repeat that pattern all the way around. Once you're done, put in your cobblestone wall in the gaps, and then we're going to get our spruce logs, and right where those polished andesite are, we're going to bring them up by 5 just like this. Okay, now for the roof. So we're going to start by going over to the log at the top and place 2 slabs coming outwards just like this. Underneath the outer one we're going to put another slab, and then we're going to put one on the upper slab like this with one on top. Then we're just going to literally join the center together like this with these 3, and then put another slab on top like that, and we're going to repeat that on all 4 sides. Okay, once you've done that, we're going to go to the corner here, place a slab here, one underneath. On top we're going to put 2 here and 1 on this one. Then from behind the back here we're going to put 2 here, 2 here, and then 2 here and 2 here. So from this side here you can see it just slopes up by a slab at a time on the corner. Let's repeat it on all 4 corners. Okay, now we're going to go to the center block here, break that slab and then put in a stair, and then behind that stair we're going to put a 4 block with 1 at each side and then 1 behind it. Then we can do the same thing again, a block at each side and 1 behind it. Then go around the front, we're going to go slab on the side ones like this, and we're going to repeat that on all 4 sides again. So again we're going to go stair, 4 block behind with 1 at each side, 1 there. Same again, 4 blocks behind and 1 on top, and then in front, slab on the ones at the side. Let's repeat that all the way around. Okay, once done in the center here, we're going to go ahead, we're going to put a slab in the corner on the top half of these blocks with a 4 block on top of those. Now we're going to head to the inside again, placing in 3 4 blocks like this. Okay, let's do that all the way around, just like this. Then we're going to put in a single block in the center, just like that. And then we're going to go slab, 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 all the way around. Now again, with the 4 blocks, we're going to bring them up on the corners here. We'll bring them up by 2. One in the middles, just like this. And then we're going to go 1, 1, 1 and 1, just like that. Now at this point we're going to get our stairs, and we can actually just make it a little bit smoother by putting 2 stairs here facing that direction, and then this side here 2 stairs here facing in that direction. Okay, then on top here we can put a stair facing in towards the center on all 4 sides, put a plank in the center, and then we're going to go 1, 2, I think 3, just like that. Okay, and then we're going to get in our flag on top again. So for this one we're going to go 1, 2, 3 of our fence posts, and for that one we started with a cyan at the top, so let's go cyan at the top. Remember, you want to make sure your flag is facing the same direction as your other ones, okay? And you can create a different wave to it, that doesn't matter, but just make sure it faces the same direction, so it looks like the wind is all blowing in one direction. Now again, we're going to go ahead here, so we're going to come out by 1 with the white this time, and then the terracotta, the cyan underneath. Then we're going to move back this time, and we're going to bring it 1 down, okay, just like this. Okay, and then we're just going to simply go 1 forward like this, and then 1 backwards like so. Okay, and if you even wanted, I mean, you could even put the flag like this, or even have it coming sort of swirling out even more this way like that. You know, it doesn't really matter. You can change it from flag to flag so they don't all look identical, so that the wave is a bit different, but just keep them facing the same direction. Now for the little towers, it's pretty simple for the roof, guys. Just run your spruce planks around the edge like this. You should end up with 3 blocks on each side, okay, just like this. Place a 4 block in the middle. Then you want to place a stair facing towards the block like this, and then the center stair on top facing inwards. Do that on all 4 sides. Now get yourself some 4 blocks. You want to place 1 here, 1 here, okay, so 2 basically in the corners, 2 in the corners, then 1 in the little gaps above. Place another 1 just like this. Now I'm going to go ahead and place 2 stairs this way, and then on this side of the build 2 stairs that way. Bring your 4 blocks up by 1 more like this, and then just go ahead, put your stairs facing inwards on top of those. 4 block in the center, and then maybe 2 blocks up. Yeah, I'd say that will do. And then go ahead and maybe put in 1, 2, say 3 fences. Yeah, just like that. I think that looks pretty good. And we can use that same design for these towers up here, because these towers are exactly the same width as well. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So let's go ahead and repeat those for all 4 corners here of our towers. Okay, once those are all in place, guys, we're going to head over to the center of this part of the tower, and we're going to start working on this bit of the roof. So for this, we're just going to basically use our stairs first of all, just like this. We're going to bring them up 1 at a time all the way over until we get to this point here, okay? So you should have 3 lots of stairs that will join up, just like this. Go ahead and do that on all 4 sections, okay? So it should all be exactly the same, just like this, and then stairs again. Make sure they're the normal way up, like this. And just repeat that all around. Okay, now for the rest of the roof here, we're going to head to the inside, and to make it easier, we're going to put some upside down stairs around this inside edge here. Just like that. And then we're going to go ahead and we're going to start putting in our stairs all the way across the top. And it's going to be a little bit awkward getting it in the corners, but it is possible like this, and just make sure you wrap it all the way around. If it does this in the corner like this, just pick it up again and then try and connect it just in there. Again, it's still not working. Just crouch and place. There we go. And then we're going to go ahead and continue this all the way around. Again, here I'm going to do that. And we should be able to turn there. There we go. All the way across. Now it should be a little bit easier from this bit because we can just put in our upside down stairs now, and we should be able to just go all the way around in a square, all the way up until we get to the center point at the top. So let's just keep repeating this pattern. Okay, so just run your stairs all the way around, and do your upside down stairs, join them up and keep going. Once you get to the top, just go ahead and put a full block in the middle with a slab on the top, just like that, just to finish it all off. And there we go. I think that's looking pretty cool. Okay, now we're going to start working on the main roof. So first of all, let's head over to the back here. We're going to come round to this side here. We're going to go ahead and where we've got this stair here, upside down, we're going to put a polished andesite stair on every other block going across. Then double slabs like this, so one on the top half, one on the lower half above, all the way across like this. And then go ahead and put in your cobblestone wall on top of those. Now for this side of the wall here, we're going to go ahead and put our upside down stairs here. Make sure they are the stone ones, so you want them to blend in with everything you've built, and then bring it down the opposite side here as well. Just like that. Now I think the rest of everything else is all in place so that we can get the roof in. Now one thing I didn't mention, guys, is the windows we've done here on this side. We can repeat that on this side of the build here and also on this side of the build, but we're going to leave this section here because it's going to join into part of the roof, so we'll leave that as it is, but we'll get to those windows later on. But for now we're going to go to, I guess, around this side here. Let's start here. Get your spruce stairs and you want to put them across the top edge here like this. That block there, we want to break that, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to replace it with a full stone block for now, and then we're going to put our spruce planks coming across like this, then stairs, then our planks all the way across to here, and then I think we can get one in there. On top of those, stairs, and basically that's what we're going to just repeat all the way out the wall. So it'd be a plank, a stair, plank, stair, plank, stair, and then at the very center here it will just be two lots of planks like this. Okay, and then down this side again it will be repeated. So again here, stair, plank, stair, and then a plank underneath, stair, plank, plank, get it in the right place, stair, and then a plank, then it should be stair, plank, and stair. Okay, and we're just basically going to extend these all the way across one at a time. So I'm going to start by doing the planks because it's just easier to get the planks all the way across first and then climb up after. So I'm going to go ahead all the way to there, then bring this one all the way across here. That will cut off just there. Then we're going to go down one over here. So this one again is the same as the other side, so I'm going to replace that with a full block and then bring the planks all the way across here. Then I'm going to go ahead and put my stairs in, and again on top of all of the planks. And then once you get to this, guys, you just got to continue the process. Just keep repeating the pattern all the way across until you get all of the planks going across to that side of the wall. Bearing in mind again, you're going to be touching this tower, so just bring it to the tower, and then at this side of the tower just extend it on this piece of wall here. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get the rest of that in, and if you guys go ahead and get the rest of yours in for this piece, and then I'll catch you once you're done. Okay guys, right, I've got all of this section of the roof in place, as you can see. I've got all of that in place. Also got it all in place down this side, and then it extends all the way down to the back. I filled this section and this section down here, making sure that we join straight into this tower here. Okay, now we're going to extend it across and start joining up to what would be this piece of the wall here, which might be a little bit tricky, but we should be able to do it without any issues. So we're going to start by coming over here, and we're going to place a stair here, break these two stairs here, and just replace those for planks for the moment. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring our stairs all the way around this edge here, okay, just like that. Then we get the full block, put the full block on top, and we're going to extend that one around and join that up to here like this. Again, stair on top, do the same thing with your stairs, curving it all the way around this edge. And then over in this corner here, break that stair there, put a full block there, and then two in here. Then put two full blocks there and two stairs there. Break those two and put full blocks. And then I think we can go 2 blocks like that, a stair, a full block behind. Break this one here, put a full block here, 2 full blocks like that, a stair and a stair. Okay, so you can see it's coming up with the roof. Now I'm not sure where the center point here for this roof is going to be, so what we'll do is we just break that bit off for the moment, and we're just going to break it off till we get to this side here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5. We're just going to leave it like that just for the moment. We're going to come back to that in just a second. Now round here we're going to continue the same pattern, so the 4 blocks are going to be next, which are going to be here. Then the stairs on top. Then the full block is going to go here and extend around this edge here. And again, stairs on top. Full block here, extending around this edge. Now this one here is the center point, so I'm going to put one more on top of that. But I'm going to bring it to the end there and then stop there. Here is going to be stairs like this. Okay, that's because the roof extends still on the opposite side here. Now coming around this edge, we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring our stairs around the little edge here. And then bring in our 4 blocks. Then of course guys, we're going to repeat it with a stair, a 4 block, a stair, 4 block, and then a stair, repeating it and curving it down towards this wall. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that all in place. Okay, once we get to this point, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put in a stair here, a full block with a stair on top, a full block, a stair on top, and then a full block, I get it right, a full block, a stair on top like this. Okay, so we're just over in this corner here, as you can see. So now we've extended this single piece here. We're going to just continue now these ones all the way over to this tower here. Okay, so literally just bring in the 4 blocks over. We'll join that to there. We'll bring the stairs over. 4 blocks, and then the stairs. Okay, so let me just go ahead and get this little section in here, guys, and then we'll work on the other side. Okay, now as we can see, guys, where we stopped on this section here, on this bit of roof, we've got 2 more sections where we have a block and then a stair to go up. So over here, we're going to go ahead, put in a block, 2 stairs, break that one. Then we put some 4 blocks behind that for now, with 4 block on top, and then stairs just there. Just to equal up to that side that we have over there, which I think that should actually be the center block. So what we're going to actually do here, guys, I nearly didn't realise, this is the center block. So here, break these stairs and put in slabs, 4 blocks all the way across to this one. This is the center point. Okay, going to match up with this one. And again here, let's match that, 4 blocks there. So that's where we're going to stop with this side of the roof, and we're going to head over to the back side around here, and we're going to finish this little section here. Now this little section here should be pretty straightforward, just following that same pattern. So we start with our stairs down here, followed with the 4 blocks, and we just keep alternating as we go up. Okay, once you're done, guys, you should have something that looks just like this. So it's just going to bring it straight up to a point. And the last little section to finish up now is over here. So over here, let's just start from that top point. We're going to go with the stairs, 4 blocks. Now just in case you can't see where I am, guys, I'll just back up a little bit. You see we're in this corner here, okay? Stairs there, and then we're going to break that one there for the minute. Break these ones here, just behind. Don't need those there. And then we're going to put in a stair, 2 4 blocks, and then this stair here, we're just going to turn it that way, I think. Yeah, that's looking good. And for this point, we're going to do this. We're going to go to the top here, go 3 fence gates, leave a gap, 3 fence gates, leave a gap, 3 fence gates, and then in those gaps, we're going to put in our fence posts like this. Okay. Do the same on this little peak here, so we'll put 3, 3, and then we can go 2, okay, and then we put the fence post in between. At the top section here, should be able to go 3, 3, 3, 3, all the way, and perfectly joining up on this side. Put in your fence in the gaps. And then we should be able to go 1, 2, 3 just there. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Now guys, of course, don't forget to go and texture up this tower here. It will look so much better once you've got that textured up and all set in place. You want to put in some more stone on here as well. I mean, I haven't textured it an awful lot. I will go around and do a bit more texturing on here to even it out so that it looks much nicer. But overall, guys, that is the main castle layout pretty much done for the main building. We still got to put in some windows and some more details around this side. And I'm still debated if to do something else on this balcony edge here. I don't know if to save it and put in another catapult maybe, or if we should do something else with this. If you guys have any ideas what we should do with this area here, should we extend this bit of the castle over and have a larger extension here, or should we keep it as it is and have it as a balcony? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below, guys. But for now, I think we're going to wrap it up just there. We've had a fair bit of work going on in today's episode, and that covers pretty much most of the castle now. Obviously, there is still a ton of work to do on the inside, and there's still loads more work to do on the outside here. We've still got several other buildings that have got to go in place, and a lot of detail work. These areas down here, although they're going to be smaller and should come together quicker, there's actually a lot of detail work that's going to go into them. And then a little bit of terraforming to organise the land so that we can bring it up nice and smoothly up to the starting point here. But yeah guys, like I said, we're going to wrap it up just there. So as always, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy it, don't forget to smash that like button. And if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing. Just don't forget to hit that bell so you get notified every time I post a new video. But for now, this is Blue Nerd signing out, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Hey everyone, how y'all doing? Blue here, back with part 5 of our Minecraft Medieval Castle tutorial. Now before we get started guys, I just wanted to say that I hope you guys are all doing well, and I hope you're all staying safe. I know there's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the world right now, and it's pretty scary seeing everything that's going on, but it's important that we all remain positive and kind of follow the guidelines that we're doing. Being stuck indoors is not fun for anybody, you know. I know it's very tough staying indoors and can be very stressful, you know, being away and restricted from the world. But it's important that we all follow these guidelines and we all stay safe and protect everybody else from what's going on out there. I won't say the words, but you guys all know exactly what I'm talking about. Now, with that being said, guys, I don't want to talk too much about all of that side. I want to try and remain positive and keep a positive attitude with everyone. So please, guys, let me know in the comments how you staying positive and what you guys doing with yourselves to keep yourself occupied and busy. Okay, now we're going to dive straight in and get some building done, guys. But before we do, I just wanted to quickly clarify on the gate here, because I've had a few questions. I did make a very small error in the video. So the video for the gate here, I said that the left tower here was 11 blocks and the right tower here was 22. Now it should actually be 12 and 23 blocks in total, and then the floor level is the one above. As you can see, if we come over here and just take a little look, let's grab a block here. We can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then the 13th block is where the floor level is, and that floor level will go all the way across and join into here. Now I know it's a bit of an issue, guys, and it's a pain in the backside if you have already built it. But if you have already built it, I wouldn't worry about changing it. That one block difference can be dealt with. We can make amends with that. That's not an issue. Because to get into the tower here, what I've done in my one is I end up creating a doorway just here, okay? And we go in and we make a little stairway or a little ladder going up to the tower. Now if it's one block shorter, it really isn't gonna matter. At the worst, if you really want to bring it down, we could just break like a couple of blocks here, for instance, and you could easily just put in a stair and then a stair to bring it down. It's really not an issue. So if you have already built it, please don't panic and think that you've got to break it down and rebuild it, because you don't. It doesn't matter. For one block in height, really is not going to make no difference at all. But if you really want to change it, it's entirely up to you. I think there was a little bit of confusion as well about the height of the wall here. I think some people were expecting it to lead straight onto this tower, but I done the wall intentionally lower. I wanted this wall here to be lower than the towers of the gate, okay? It was intentional. It's not something that's a mishap. I know there's a couple of people that were wondering why. But we're going to be getting to all of the doorways and the walkways inside all of this later on. For now, I just want to concentrate on building up the kind of structure of everything, so that we've got like a big box of the castle, and then all we've got to do is go around and work all of the walkways and all that out on the inside. So if you have built this one a bit lower, guys, please don't worry about it. It's not going to make a difference. We can work with that. It's not a problem. Now, with that being said, guys, let's dive in and start with today's tutorial, and we're going to head over to the back of the castle first of all. Okay, now from the back of the castle here, guys, we're going to come over to the left hand side facing towards the back. Obviously, if you're at the front of the castle, this is the right hand corner. And what we're going to do here is where we've put this wall in here, we're going to go from that top block there, we're going to break that one and the wall, and we just want to break that all the way along at this level. Okay, now like I did say before, I do apologize for having to break bits along the way, but it's a lot easier to do it this way with the tutorial rather than trying to tell you guys what to break along the way, because there's just so many little bits that might sort of touch into other areas. So I do apologize for it, guys, but it does make the tutorial a lot easier. Now with that being said, we're going to also go ahead and just break these ones across here. Okay, so we have just those upside down stairs there. Let's just get rid of these ones, do that all the way across. Okay, now that everything is all cleared out the way, we're going to start on the left hand side here. We're going to do this 5 section here and bring it all the way up and then repeat it all the way across. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by placing 5 planks in the gap here. Where the stairs are below, we're going to put an upside down spruce stair with a slab on the top half of that block in the gap. Then we're going to get our stripped spruce logs and we're going to place 1 here, and then we're going to go 2, 3, 4, 5 in total. Then we're going to do 1 in the center and 1 on this corner as well, making sure they are 5 blocks high. And then we're going to put the smooth sandstone in the gaps, just like this. At this side we're going to put a spruce plank here and then a spruce plank on this side as well. An upside down stair underneath, upside down stair in front, and then an upside down stair sideways like this. And then we're just going to put a trapdoor in the gap there. Now back to the stripped spruce log, we're going to go to the block behind here, and then we're going to go 1, 2, 3 and 4, and then this side here we're going to do 4 as well. Okay, make sure you do 4 on the top half here and not 5. And then in the gaps we're going to fill that with our smooth sandstone, and we can leave these 2 here for a window. Now we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 of the fences. 1, 2, 3, 4 with your fences. Then go ahead, I think I'm going to choose this side. I'm going to put 2 of the trapdoors like this, and then 2 glass panes in between like that. Okay, and that just gives us a nice area there to work with for the wall, and I think it's a nice bit of detail as well. We've got the fence that stands out, this bit protrudes out as well, which gives us that little bit of extra depth. Now we're going to repeat that all the way along that same pattern. So again, we would start in this section here, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we go our upside down stairs with these slabs in between, and then we would have our stripped spruce logs here, here, here and here. And then we'd repeat this exactly the same pattern right here. Obviously this time it is 1 further forward. We'll do it here, which will be 1 further forward, and it'll just be 1 block further forward all the way across until we get here. So go ahead, repeat that pattern, guys, all the way across until you get to the end there, and then I'll catch you once you're done. Okay, once all of your windows are all in place, you want to head over to the opposite side. Okay, now once we're looking at the back of the walls here, we want to go over to the left hand side here to the end wall. Okay, and not this top pillar here, but this one here, right at the very top. We're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And this can be any block of your choice. This is just for counting. Okay, then we want to put a pillar here, so I want it going downwards. So let's just do that for the moment, put 1 underneath and then break that one, and this should be 11. So let's just double check as we go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, that's good. Now from this one here we're going to go 1, 2, 3, so that's 4 in length. We're going to go 1 more, making it 5, and then we're going to just join that to the wall. Now we want to repeat this pattern that we have over here with the wall. So as you can see, it diagonally goes, if we're looking that way, it diagonally goes over that way. So let's get our planks just for the moment, okay, because this one here will actually be floor level. So let's just make those planks to make this a little bit easier. Then we're going to go ahead, we're going to put one here for a minute and bring it over, break that one there, and we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, making that 5 in total. Bring one over, make that one 5, that one over, make it 5, that's 4, that's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I want to do it so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections here, okay? And this is going to be where the walls are going to work. So we're going to basically repeat the same pattern we have over there. So again, on this corner here, we're going to put 4 of our logs, and then we can go ahead and we can fill these ones up here, okay? Now the reason I'm starting on the top level here rather than working from the ground is because I want to make sure the roof lines up perfectly, because the ground, the levels kind of go in and out a little bit. So if we made any mistakes with the walls, that wouldn't really make a difference to anything, but this top level here is going to make a difference. That's why I'm building it first, to make sure that we have that 11 block gap so that we can keep this roof evenly at the right size. So now I'm going to just quickly repeat this pattern for now across all of these sections here, okay? So like I said, we've got half of a section here, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 more, okay? So again, we're just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 of our stripped spruce wood, and then just go ahead and fill the gap for now with the smooth sandstone. If you want to, you can just leave a window gap like this, it doesn't matter, that's entirely up to you. So just go ahead and do that across these ones for the moment, and then that just gets our walls in place. Okay, now these walls are in place, let's just head in here, and we're going to actually go to where this corner of this tower is, and it should be on that one there. Let's bring this all the way across, and we want to leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks, okay? And then we're just going to bring this over like this, and we just want to join it to this corner for now, just to make a platform, just so that it's a little bit easier to work with. So let's fill this section in with our spruce planks, sorry guys, and then this section down here as well, all on that same level, just so we've got a little bit of a platform on the outside here. Okay, now that that's all in place, we're going to just start working on this roof here. So to do that, we're going to actually just put one more of our spruce logs on top of here and make a connection like this, okay, and just do that all the way across on this side and also on that side there, just so that we can make ourselves a nice little bit of a roof. Now this block is going to be hidden from the outside, so if you want, you can just use planks across the top here. It doesn't matter, it is up to you. If you want to save on some resources, the planks will be a little bit cheaper, so if you want to do that, it's perfectly fine. But I'm going to go ahead and use the strip spruce because it will be seen on the inside. Okay, now for the roof. The roof is fairly simple here, guys. If we start over on the left hand side here facing the back of the castle, what we're going to do is in this first gap here, we're going to put a stair facing that way. This is the spruce stair, make sure you're using the spruce, and then we're going to extend that all the way across like this, and then we're going to overhang by one on this side. Then move to the next section, put one that way in the corner, and then bring them across like this, and we're just going to repeat that same pattern for the stairs. Okay, making sure they're up the normal way, just bring them across all the way, making sure this one is faced that way for the corner, and then bring them across like this over here. On the very end one here, we do not need to turn one on the corner, we can just bring that all the way across, and again we can overhang that one by one block like so. Now we're going to get our dark oak slabs, put one here, then one underneath, and break the top one. Then we're just going to basically run it across the edge. Once you get to the edge of that 5-1 there, you want to bring it in, okay? Don't bring in the extra one here because you don't need that. Just bring it in all the way across and bring it all the way around. Once you get to this end, we're going to just overhang by one, and then we're going to put in a dark oak stair there, another one there, and then from underneath we can go ahead and put a upside down stair there, and then a slab just there. Okay, just to finish that little piece of the roof. Over this side here, again, we can do the same thing. Let's put a slab there, and then we're going to do stairs, and we're just going to keep repeating these stairs all the way up until we get over to this tower over here. Okay, once you've got that all in place, we're going to start working across the roof here. So again, for the roof, we're just going to repeat this pattern. So it'll be stair all the way across, and then when you get to this corner here where that curved one is, we're going to just curve one instead. Bring it across and curve. Bring it across and curve. Bring it across and curve. And just keep doing that all the way across until you get to the end one. At the end one here, we just need to bring it across and connect to that one just there. Okay, and again, we're going to repeat the pattern from this side to this side. But before we continue it, what we're going to do is come around to this side quickly, and we're going to just repeat the pattern. So we started with our stairs coming across here, so these ones will all be straight for now. In this corner here, because it dips back, we're going to place a stair this way, which is the opposite way to the ones we had on that side, and we can put one in every corner as we come backwards, just like this, and then normal stairs across the rest of them like this. Okay, now we're not going to overhang this side for the moment, we're going to leave it like that, but we are going to put in a slab, break the one on the top, bring these across until we get to there, then we're going to go in one, make sure you break the corner one, and do the same thing we've done on the other side all the way down until we get to the wall. And then while we're here as well, we can go ahead and just put in our fences against these pillars here. We should be able to put 4 on each one. Just like so. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and basically from this corner here, just repeat the pattern again for the roof. So to make this a little bit easier, what we're going to do is put a stair there, and we're just going to do this upside down all the way until we get to what is approximately the center. So I'm going to stop there for just now. I'm going to go directly opposite to this side here, and I'm going to do the same thing. Okay, just bring them up so they are together in the center. Once you get to the center, you want to put in a full block just here, and then a dark oak slab on the top there. Yeah. Now we can start from this point and repeat the roof all the way down to this end. Okay. So remember, we just want to repeat this pattern all the way up to the center point, and then we're going to go down to this side and repeat this pattern all the way up to the center. Just remember to make sure that the curved planks are in the same spot. So that one would need to be there, and then we'd go up. The next one would be there. Bring the normal stairs across, and the same thing all the way across, just remembering that the end ones all will be straight. Okay, so just keep connecting straight ones across this side, and then again the reverse on this side. So let's go ahead and get that all in place. Okay guys, I'm just going to quickly stop just for one moment, just to show you guys what I mean, in case some of you get a bit confused. So as you can see now, I've got 2 sections of roof, and as you can see, this piece here is the same all the way up to the center there. Okay, as we step back and we've got this section here, you can see it's the same all the way up on that section there. Okay, so I will repeat that across these sections here. Once we get to the wall, I can only repeat this 3 sections, so I'll bring that all the way up, and then round the back here we'll go ahead and we'll end up repeating exactly the same thing. Okay, just making sure you repeat whatever section you've got down here, you repeat it all the way up until you reach the top center part of the roof. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish that all up. Okay, once your roof is all in place guys, you should have something that looks a bit like this. As you can see, the pattern is basically just repeating up to that center there. Just remembering that that last stair will curve against the center point of the roof there. Okay, at each point, because it's going to step back each time. Okay, just make sure you bring it up to the same height. And there we go, that's it for that side. For this corner here, we're going to do this bit in just a minute, but let's work out this side of the roof first of all, because we're going to be bringing the curve down and it's going to join in somewhere on here. So let's get this done first. Now, just like we did for the other side, we're going to get the walls in first of all. So what we're going to do is we're going to break 1, 2, 3 on here, break these ones here, and just break it down until we can see the spruce planks from the platform there. Okay, just uncover them. So we have 1 5 section here, and for some reason I managed to miss one of those just there. So make sure you got that. So we've got 5 sections there. Then we're going to bring this one, break it across there. So that's 1 section, 2 section. We're going to go 3 sections, 4 sections, and then finally the 5th section here. Okay. So just following that pattern of the wall. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sections of wall. Just want to clear the top of it like so. Now to make it a little bit easier, let's go ahead, let's put planks in front of those and then just run that all the way across the board. And then the pattern's going to be exactly the same as the other side. So we'll end up going with our upside down stairs like this all the way across. Making sure that you place them above where the stairs are underneath. And then go ahead, put your spruce slabs in the gaps. Just like this. Okay, now we would just repeat the same thing that we've done on the other side here, okay? So starting from the corner here, we got 5 of our spruce logs. So just like that. Then we're going to put 5 in the middle. 5 on this corner with our I keep going to say stripped, our smooth sandstone in the center. Then you want a full spruce plank on the corners, upside down stair underneath and in front, and then also on the inside edge like this. Trapdoor in the gap. Strip spruce log will be on the 4 block. Make sure it's not on the upside down stair there. Okay, and then you bring those up by 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Then go ahead and fill with the sandstone. You can break a 2 window like that in the center if you want. At the very top, I'm going to go ahead and do the same as we've done before. So let's just connect it across like that. So we'll add 1 more and then connect a beam. That makes these 5 in total now. Then place 4 of your spruce fences going up like this. Okay. Then your glass panes in the gap, and then 2 trapdoors on one of the sides of the window like this. Okay. And again, you would repeat that on this section, this section, this section, and this section. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that all in place. Okay, now that we've got those walls in place, let's go round to the side here, and we're going to start working on this side piece. So first of all, we're just going to keep this a bit basic. So first of all, let's put another pillar here and raise that till it's the same level as this one. Okay, which should be 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In the gap here, we're going to just put some smooth sandstone for now. Then counting from the bottom here, we're going to go 1, and then we're going to leave a 3 block gap. So let's just go 1, 2, 3. Place another 1 on this side, and then break those 3 in the center, just like that for now. Okay. Now, what I'm going to just quickly do, just for the minute, I'm going to go a few of these across here, just for the minute, okay? Just so we can get in this pattern. So the door's going to be in this section here. So then we're going to have another pillar here to match up with that side, and then 1 more with a 1 block gap, and then smooth stone there. So now we can just break these under here for now. They're not going to be needed, not for the moment. So for this, I'm just going to bring this up by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bring it across and join it up to this one. Okay, and then we'll just go ahead and just raise this one, and this one like this. Okay, right, that's looking good. Now it's going to be a little bit complicated because we want to basically repeat this pattern of this top part here. So what I'm going to do is, for now, I'm going to extend the planks actually to the corner. Then from there we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, making that 5, and then we're going to go in one, create a corner, 1, 2, 3, 4, making it 5, just to basically repeat this pattern on this side. 5, 5, yep. Just keep repeating it in 5s. So again, we've got 5 and then one more. Just to there for now, and then we just bring one further back on there for now, just so we know where we are. Okay, right, now just basically repeat the pattern of the wall. So first of all, it's just every other block to the same height with this. So let's just repeat this pattern on the wall, and then fill the gaps with the smooth sandstone. Okay, once you've got your 3 pillars in on each gap, then we're just going to go ahead and just fill the gaps here with the 2 sandstone on each section, do that all the way across. Okay, now that the walls are all in place, let's go down here, and what we're going to do is we're basically going to bring our stone all the way across, and from this corner here, just bring it down to the ground. And then we should be able to repeat the same pattern there, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Then 1 in, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I think I'm probably just going to stop there just for the moment, and what we'll do is we're just going to raise each section up to the top here, cover it like this, fill the stone in here, bring this all the way across here, fill that in with stone as well, and then just fill these all with stone up to that level there. Okay, so let's go ahead and just get that all in place. Okay, now all the walls are in place, let's head over to here first of all. Let's go ahead and put in our spruce planks just across here, just to fill this little bit of a gap. And now what we're going to do is we're going to repeat that top half of the wall. So if you remember, we started with our planks, so let's just go ahead and put our planks across here. Now we can only reach to here, so the rest will actually fill from the outside edge. Okay, so we've done that, and we've done upside down stairs here, here, then on the inside edge like that. Okay, for each section. So just repeat that on all of these sections here. Just like so. Remember, we can only bring it over to this section at the moment. Put your trapdoor in the center, and then now on that full block there, we're going to go ahead and we're going to bring up 5 blocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then join them at the top like this, and then in the gap here we're going to go ahead and just fill with our smooth sandstone, leaving a 2 block window just there. Let's repeat that all the way across, bearing in mind our location. So if we see here, we've got this one section, we're going to put in a spruce, a strip spruce wood here and here, and this one's going to go in here and here. Now here we're onto the floor level, so it needs to stay one in front of the section just behind there. So there and there, and then this corner here, we're going to do something a bit different with this. So we're going to just maybe do something like that. Yeah, we'll work that out as we get over to that corner. We might actually do it with this. Be something like that, just to match it up into that corner. So for this now, let's go ahead and repeat this same pattern here, guys. Get these all in place. Okay, we've got that repeated all the way across, and as you can see over in the corner here, I've just got 2 lots of the smooth sandstone, and I haven't brought it up to the roof level just yet. Okay, because we're going to just see what happens to this corner here. So now, before we get in our roof details, let's just quickly add in the details. So let's put 4 fences on each side, and then we're going to put in our trapdoors for the windows, and then we just need to grab our glass panes. Let's grab those, and we're going to put the glass panes in like this. Okay, so let's go ahead, repeat that all the way down to that corner for the moment. Okay, as you can see, we've got all of our windows all in place down here, and I also put in the shutters and the glass panes down this side as well. I will be putting in a couple of doorways at some point, but for now we're just going to leave it as it is, and we'll work the doorways out a little bit later on. Now, coming over to this corner here, right on this edge here, we're going to put in a upside down stair there, and on this one it's going to be one lower, this one here will be one lower, and then this one at the top. We're going to put a plank behind that one and that one, and then on the inside edge here, we're going to put an upside down stair like that, and then on this one we're going to do a normal stair facing downwards. Okay, now again, get your stripped logs, and in the corner here we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. We'll do the same on this corner, so we are one past the top of that edge, and then on this side here, right on that 4 block, we're going to just bring that up until we're level for now. Just like so. Then across the edge here, we're going to go ahead from this block here all the way across to this side, and we're just going to raise that up and fill in the wall for the moment. Now, as you can see on the inside, you're going to see your strip spruce like this. You may want to match the pattern of the wall up by just extending your strip spruce wood up in those gaps. That's entirely up to you guys, but we'll be detailing all of that later on anyway. Okay, now let's get our spruce slabs, and right here where we've got that plank, on the lower half above we want to put one there, and then on the lower half above that, one there. This side here, the same thing, right at the bottom where that stripped spruce log starts, and then one on the lower half above, just like this. Okay, I think now is a good time to start with the roof. So what we're going to do, if we head down to the back here, just where this tower is, okay, and on this corner here, we're going to put a stair and then overhang by one. Then we're just going to stretch these ones across here as normal. Again, to the corner, we're going to twist, and then we're going to put 4 normal stairs across here like so. Let's do the same here. And just repeat that same pattern all the way across until we get to the end. So once we get to here, we're going to bring it to there and then just overhang that stair by 1. So we're in line with this extra pillar that we have. Now, let's get our stark oak slabs, and if we start down this end here, we're going to put one against that one there, so we're one lower than the stair on the top half. Bring one there, one extra one, one here, and then we're going to put 2 stairs like so, and an upside down one just there. Now, we're going to extend the slabs all the way across to the other end, again making sure we don't end up with one in the corners here, okay? We just want to bring 5 across, and then 5 across the next section, 5 across this section, and just repeat that all the way down. This one here is going to be 1 extra longer, and then we're going to put in another one actually, so 2 longer, slab just here. Now we're going to go a stair, upside down stair, and we're going to repeat that all the way. So we now have 1 stair, 2 stair, we're going to go 3 stairs, upside down, 4 stairs, 5 stairs, 6 stairs, and 1 more I think, 7 stairs, which will bring us to the next block, will be the center block. So we're going to put in an upside down stair on that top there, normal stair on there, and upside down one just there. Now we're going to work out the pattern again for this side before we put all of the roof together. So from this side here, we're going to put a stair there, overhang by 1, make sure it's your spruce, bring it all the way across. This time we're going to turn in this direction and then bring it across. Turn it in, bring it across. Turn it in, bring it across. Once we get to here, I think to make this match up right on this corner, let's break that one, and I think we're going to put the stair there. So I think this section here is just going to join straight into the roof. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get our dark oak slabs. From this corner here, we're going to bring it across to there. And then again onto that 5 section, and just repeat that all the way down. At this end, one extra, two extra, one behind, and then the stair here, and we're going to just take that all the way up until we join up to that section there. Okay, that's looking good. Now what we're going to do here is, again, all the way up to the middle section there, we're going to just repeat. So this one here will be like this. Okay, so let's just quickly do that a second, because I just want to show you an example, because I know the roof can be a little bit confusing. Bringing it up all the way. And then once you get to here at the center, we're going to go ahead and put in a 4 block like this. Now when we come down to the next section, it's going to come up, but the stair is going to end up here. So the 4 block will end up just 1 block backwards. It'll be twisted, okay? So let's start with the stairs, for instance. We're going to put a stair there because we've got one facing that way there. That way it blocks the little gap that you would see if you faced it this way. Okay, so we're going to do that. Do it all the way across, all the way up, should I say, again to there. Then we will put in our straight ones again to this corner. Just keep bringing it over. Now, as you see, when we get to the top here, we're actually 1 block further back. So then we just go ahead and we put our 5 full blocks behind like so. Okay, and then we repeat it again on this section, and we're going to do this section and then this section. We'll stop there and I'll show you how to join the roofs. And then down this side here, we're going to do exactly the same thing all the way across, meeting up to the middle point of the roof. Okay, so make sure you bring them up to the same height. So I'm going to go and get that all in, guys, and then I'll catch you once you're done. It's probably going to take a while because the roofs are a little tricky, so they do take time. So go ahead, just pay attention and make sure that you get the blocks in the right place, because it's very easy to kind of go wrong. Okay guys, once you get to this point, let's go ahead quickly and just put in our dark oak slabs through the center. Okay, so as soon as it goes over where the stair is, we're going to go over to the 4 block here and just keep doing that all the way down. It will go across all the way to this point here. Okay, now for the corner piece of the roof here, I've messed around a few ways, but the best way I found to do the corner here to get it to match up nicely, as you can see, first of all guys, I have put the extra section of roof in here. I did say to do the 3, but I did put this extra one in here because it didn't matter, because there was enough room for it to fit. So I think the best way to actually do this here is literally just to join these stairs together, okay, in this corner. So just bring them over and join them up like this, okay. Do this all the way to the top like that, bring it around, join it to here. So let's bring this all the way up as far as we can go for the minute. Once we get to here, we're just going to put one more row at the back here, like this, and then behind that we're just going to put some 4 blocks like that and just leave that bit as it is. This section here, just continue the stairs over and join to here, and again over to here. Behind this section you can put some full planks with your dark oak slabs across the top, and then this last section at the back here, just continue your normal roof pattern you've been doing here. So put your stairs upside down across these ones like this, and then just connect it over to this side as far as it can go. Just like so. Okay, now bearing in mind guys, at the back here you are going to end up with a 4 block at the very top there, but I don't think you really notice it. It's not really noticeable. I think it's really just blends in with the roof. Okay, now the roof is all in place, let's head back down here and just quickly finish up some of this wall here. So as you can see, we've got a nice kind of shape here. What we're going to do is from this corner block here, we're going to break this one and put in some smooth sandstone stairs. Then we're going to break 1, 2, 3, 4, and then bring that across and down and just break those ones like that. Behind this section, put in some of your glass panes of your choice. I'm going with the light blue stained glass, but you guys honestly can use any colour that you like. Then from the outside here, we're going to put an upside down smooth sandstone at each side, and then some sandstone wall in between the gaps. Now get your stripped spruce log, and we're going to place one here, one above, joining it up there, and the same on this side like so. Underneath the edge we're going to go 1, 2 and 1 and 2. At the top here, upside down spruce stair, just like so. Now at this point here, we're going to bring in the stripped spruce wood again across here. At the top here, we're going to bring some beams on every other pillar like so, and then put the smooth sandstone in the gaps, just like that. And then a simple little bit of detail here, just some upside down stairs at each side, a trapdoor on each side, and then a trapdoor underneath as well. And it just gives us that nice sort of curved arch there. You know, it really does add a nice little shape there and a nice bit of detail. Then finally down the bottom here, we can go ahead and put an upside down smooth sandstone stair like so. Get the stripped spruce wood, and what I'm going to quickly just do here is I'm going to quickly just put in a few planks across the back here, just like so. And then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, we'll just go 5 up to there, put 2 down on that one, and then we can put an upside down stair just there, a fence at each side, and then of course grab yourself a door of your choice. I think I'm going to go with the spruce one here, but you can use a dark one if you want to break up some of the colour, the dark oak. But I'm going to go with that one for now, I think. And that looks pretty good. Now this section of wall here will be extended. I'm not sure how far just yet, so I won't extend it all, but we will be extending it so it is 5 blocks wide for the walkway. So the walkway will be 5 blocks wide coming down to a certain point here where the stables are going to be. So I'm not going to put that in just yet, okay, but it will be extended to 5, which will make this an even wall as you walk up to the doorway. Now if you wanted to at this point, guys, you can go ahead and get yourself some lanterns and go ahead and add a few lanterns about. So I made these little sticky out sections here so we could put a lantern on each side, and we can put one in the center just there, okay, and I think that does pretty good for there. At the sides here, if you wanted to, you could put one in the center above the window, just like that. And then also if we come around this side here, we can do the same thing here, right above the window in that little gap. Do the same down this side. And then finally we're going to fly around to the back of the build around here, and just for a little bit of extra light around here, we're going to go ahead and put one above the windows in here. There we go, that looks good. Now just to finish off, because in this corner here you can see we've got a little bit sort of sticking out there, let's go ahead and put an upside down stair just there, and then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of our spruce wood in that corner there. And then if you wanted to, you could put a slab just here and just finish it off with your spruce fences, okay, just so it finishes off that corner there. On this corner here, we're going to go ahead right on that stone block there, bring in some of your stripped spruce logs like this. Underneath here, I think I'm going to just put in a spruce plank, spruce stair just underneath there. And then for the gap here, we're going to go ahead, bring this the spruce stripped spruce log, sorry guys, all the way across, and then bring it all the way up to the roof like this. Right on that top spruce log there, bring that across, and then put a divider in the center, and then just fill the rest up with your smooth sandstone, okay, all the way. Just like so. Okay you guys, now if you're playing survival, be sure to light everything up. As you can see, it's very dark underneath there, so I'm going to go and light that up in just a moment. But guys, I think we're going to wrap it up just there. This has actually been a pretty long episode. Even though we haven't got an awful lot of work done, there's been a lot of detail work that's gone into making this one. So as always, I hope you guys have enjoyed it, and I hope you're enjoying the series too, guys. If you are and you have some ideas for inside the castle, for interiors and things like that, some rooms, certain rooms that we should maybe add, be sure to let me know in the comments. But for now, guys, we're going to wrap it up just there. So as always, thank you so much for watching. If you did enjoy it, don't forget to smash that like button, and if you're new to the channel, then please consider subscribing. Just don't forget to hit that bell so you get notified every time I post a new video. But for now, this is Blue Nerd signing out, and I'll catch you guys in the next one. Hey everyone, how you all doing? Blue here, back with part 6 of our Minecraft Medieval Castle tutorial. Now before we get started, how are you guys all doing? I hope everyone is well and staying safe, and I hope that this castle series is keeping you guys busy and occupied with all of the craziness that's going on at the moment. So I'm not going to talk too much about that, guys. Like I said in the last episode, let's stay positive and I'll work together, and we'll get through this. Now, with that being said, the castle series is actually moving along a lot smoother and better than I expected, and we're actually a little bit further ahead than I expected as well. So we've got quite a lot of work done over the last few episodes. But with that being said, there is a bunch more work to be done yet, guys. We are still a long way from finishing the castle, and the interior as well. The interior is going to be a long journey as well, because I've got a plan for a bunch of cool things in there. But guys, like I said before, keep sending me all of your ideas for the interior as well. You guys have been coming up with some great suggestions, so keep them coming. Now, with that being said, let's dive in and start doing some building. Okay, so in last episode we worked on the right hand side of the castle, over here on this big building. Now there's a few little details that I need to get in place, so we're going to just quickly go ahead and do those before we start. First of all, using your spruce slabs, go ahead underneath your windows here and just put a slab as like a little window ledge. Okay, we're going to do that all the way around this section here underneath the windows. This section here don't have a window, so we're going to leave that bit there. And then we're going to head around to the back of the build and do exactly the same, just underneath those windows like this, just a little extra detail. And then round this side as well, again making sure it's underneath the window, just like so. Excellent. Okay, now we've got that all in place. Let's head back round to this side here. Now we're going to start working in the other wall that's going to come across the back here and stuff in just a moment. But first of all, we want to get in a couple of doorways up here. Now choose a window that's on this balcony ledge somewhere for a doorway. You could use this one here maybe, because it's out of the way. So maybe use this one here. Let's go ahead, break that window, break the slab, these two trapdoors and this block here. And then maybe we'll do this one over here as well. So go ahead and do the same like this. Place an upside down stair in that gap, and then if we go on the inside we can just put a door from here and then close it up just like so. And then we'll go over here and do exactly the same for this door as well. So just do that, we'll come inside, put the door there, and for the moment I'm going to go ahead and I think we're just going to put a few slabs, turn them into 4 blocks like that, just so we've got a little ledge to stand on for that door. Okay, with the doorway all in place, let's work on the balcony. So first of all, guys, let's get our strip spruce log. Now you can use another log if you want, it's entirely up to you. And right where this balcony here is on the corner, we're going to go all the way down, and we're just going to raise a log until we're 1 block past the top like this. Leave a 3 block gap, and from this one here we're going to do exactly the same, bringing it up to the same level. Then we're going to leave another 3 block gap, and this time we want to go all the way down to the ground, and we're going to raise that all the way up again to the same spot. Then we'll leave a 3 block gap, which will bring us to this one, break this one and then this one, and then we're going to go into the corner here, bring it all the way down from the bottom and all the way up to the top, and then one up like this. And then in the center here, it's entirely up to you. You can go ahead and put in some upside down stairs, but what I like to do is bring the logs across like this, And then that way what we can do is underneath we can put some upside down stairs, which give us a nice little sort of arched corner. Okay, so I think it just looks a bit nicer. But if you wanted to, you could go ahead and just put some stairs on the top, you know, just to give that little sort of kind of tapered edge across it, if you like. Then we're just going to go ahead in here, put some spruce fences in the gaps. And then we're going to skip this one on the corner here, but for the rest of them we can go ahead and just put a spruce trapdoor or a spruce slab on top. It doesn't matter, any one will do fine. And that looks pretty good. Then I think we're going to just make a secondary support here, which I think is going to be probably about this level here where the floor is. So if we break that polished andesite block, we're going to bring one out to there and then bring it all the way across and join it over to here. Okay, now that the balcony is all in place, let's head underneath here and start getting in the wall. Now the wall needs to match up to the same as this side here pretty much. So what we're going to do is we're going to go underneath this little edge here, I think, and we're going to go from this edge here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, right underneath those last spruce planks there. We're going to place 1 here, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. Then bring it forward. Place 1 there, 2, 3, 4, 5, which matches up perfectly to that wall there. Okay. Now, as you can see, as I'm looking out towards the front of the castle here, you can see that the angle goes forward, the same as the walls above do. Okay, they go forward. Okay, so there's 5, go forward 1, 5, forward 1, and 5. Now we're just going to go down to the floor here and just basically bring these stone blocks here all the way down to the ground. So just go ahead and either raise them or bring them down, whatever is easier, and get all of these walls in place. Okay, at this point guys, I've gone ahead and I've actually left a hole in the wall here, and I think I might actually just break it one across here and then bring this one over by 2 here, just because this is going to give us another entranceway that's going to lead into the basement of the castle, okay, on the lower level, because the stairs go up to the level above here. So we'll probably want a connection here at some point for something, so we're going to go ahead and do that. And just in this little edge here, I think I'm probably just going to go ahead and just fill this like this, just so that we have an even wall coming down here. And we can texture or change anything up there a bit later on. So you should have something like this from the inside. Then we're going to get our spruce planks, run them across the tops of the stone blocks like this. And then now we just want to copy what we've done for these walls really. So we're going to get in the spruce, put 1 here, here and here on all of the walls. So there on the corner, there and then there. Okay, so you should have 2 in the middle, there, there and there, all the way across. And then we'll raise those up until they reach the ceiling, and then in between the gaps we're going to use the smooth sandstone like this. Okay, so just go ahead, build that up, and don't forget to put your smooth sandstone in the gaps. Fill it up to the ceiling here just to finish off the wall. Okay, and just to finish off a little bit of detail, we're going to go ahead where we've got these stripped spruce logs here. We're going to put a upside down spruce stair in front of them like this, all the way across, all the way to here. Obviously ignore that one just there. We can bring it round to here and then start bringing them across like so, and then just put a slab right in the middle of the of those gaps on the top half of the block, just like so. Now I think that's going to do for the corner over here. One thing I'm going to quickly just do is grab a lantern, and I think what we'll do is we'll put a lantern underneath these, just like that. Okay, now that that's all in place, let's start dividing up some of our pathways, the planters and the area for the stable over here, which we're going to work on in just a little bit. Now we're going to go to the castle and go over to the right hand little pillar at the very bottom down here, okay? And we're going to start by placing 2 of our polished andesite like this. Then we're going to go diagonally over, place 2 coming down again. Then we're going to go 3, then 2 and then 1, all diagonally coming downwards. Now we're going to start going diagonally this way, okay? So now we're going to go 2, then 3, and then we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. From the 6th one here, we're going to go diagonally over there, and behind that one we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, making it 7 in total. That should bring you just to the side of this stair at the bottom of the stairway for the castle. Okay, so if we bring it up, you can see we're just to the side of it. Now let's go ahead and just raise this by 1 more quickly. So just go ahead and put 1 more block on top. Okay, now this is just going to help us sort of identify the layers. Okay, so this one's going to be higher. This is probably going to go up 1 more layer in a little bit, but for now we're just going to keep it there. Where we got these 6 coming across here, we're going to come down to the bottom here. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we're going to go ahead and place 1 diagonally just here, 2 across here, and then 3 just across here. Okay, so we're coming forward and over this time. Now we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, and then to the side here we're going to go 1 in like this. Then we're going to go back 1, and then back. We're going to go 1 and 2, and then back 1 into that gap there. Okay, so from that little corner there we've got 1, 2 coming down, and then 1, 1, and 1. Now where this one is on the corner here, we're going to come diagonally over and bring 2 just down like this. Okay, and then we're going to bring 2 more just like this. Okay, now what we're going to actually do is add 1 more block to the end of that one, and then a slab just on the end of it. Then we're going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On the 7th block there, we're going to place a slab. So there should be a 6 block gap in the center here. Then we're going to get our polished andesite and bring it all the way across to here. Okay. Now, get your spruce slab, and where you've got this slab here, we're going to place 1 there, and 1 diagonally just there, and then 4 just joining up through the center like this. Okay, this is just to help us divide up the area. See, now this is going to be the area over the back here where the stables are going to be, and then the pathway is going to come up here. The stables is all going to be open, and then we'll have a pathway that goes up to the side here. There should be a stairway over the side around about here somewhere. So now what we're going to do here is, I think the easiest way to do this first of all is to go ahead and get yourself probably the grass. If you can't gather the grass, you want to get yourself dirt, but you're going to need a few grass blocks in between, because you want the whole layer inside here to turn into grass. So we're going to basically put a layer here, okay, around this edge like this with the grass all the way over to this corner here. Okay, and we're going to fill everything in behind here with 1 layer all the way inside here, 1 layer of grass. Now like I said, if you don't have enough grass, guys, what you can do is place down most of it as all dirt, but you're going to need to put some grass down so that it can grow into grass, and then that way you can turn the grass into a grass path block. Okay, because we want this area here to look like grass, grass path. Now if you don't have enough grass path or that, what you can do in these areas is you can get yourself the coarse dirt and just fill it all with coarse dirt if you want. That's entirely up to you if you want to do it that way, but that way it's going to keep it all kind of as a muddy texture here. The idea is, because it's going to have these stables in here, we want it to look a bit like a muddy texture. So for me, I'm going to be mixing up some coarse dirt and grass path just to give it that kind of sort of rough ground. But if you want, you could go ahead and make it all coarse dirt and maybe some dirt for a variation in color. Something like that should work pretty well, but I'm going to go ahead and use the grass path. So first of all, let's go ahead and fill this all in with grass. Okay, once you finally get all of your grass in place, or all your dirt, however you're going about it, you want to come back over to here, and we want to add 1 more layer around this upper ledge here. Okay, so we're going to go all the way around with our polished andesite again, all the way around the edge. Just bring it up by 1 more block, all the way to about there. This one here, we're going to go ahead and bring this one up as well, just by 1 block, just like so for the moment, and we're going to stop on that corner just there, just for the moment. And then what we'll do is behind it here, we're going to fill this up with 2 layers of grass or dirt. I just want to bring it up. You want to get some grass in there because this is going to be turned into a flower bed, so you do want grass to grow here. So if you do use dirt, I would suggest adding just a few grass in there so that the grass does grow across all of the dirt. Okay, and then once you've done that one, guys, we want to come inside this one, and again we want to fill this area, but this time we want to fill it with 3 lots of grass. Now you can just fill the bottom with any block on the first bottom 2 layers. You can use any block you want, but the top layer here needs to be grass, or you can just fill in the top level like this and then go ahead and put some torches or something underneath so that no mobs spawn. It's entirely up to you how you want to do it. I'm just going to just fill the area like this for now because I'm being creative, but whatever makes it easier for you guys. It's probably just easier to go ahead and do the top level and then put some torches underneath, I would imagine. So go ahead, just fill that all in here, and just bring it up to this point here. So the third one will come into about there. Just fill it up to there for now and just cover it all in inside here. So I'm going to go ahead and get that all in place, guys, and I'll catch you once you're done. Okay, once you're done, guys, let's go ahead and around this edge up here we're going to go ahead and run some of our polished andesite slabs, just so that we've got a little bit of a raised area in front of that grass area. All the way to here, and I think on the corner here we're going to just grab our polished andesite stairs, and we're going to go ahead and just put a stair on that corner there like that. Okay, then down here we're going to go ahead and do the same thing, bring all these blocks around here just up by one with the polished andesite slab all the way to that corner there. Okay, now for this little corner here, we're going to just go 1, 2 with our 4 blocks like that, and then I think 2 slabs like that. Yeah, that should do good. Then this side here, we're going to go 2 slabs there, and then I think we're going to go a 4 block, and then maybe a slab and a slab, something like that, just to kind of just finish that off a little bit. Okay, now that we've got this all in place, let's go ahead and start working on the layout for the stables. So for the stables here, guys, we're going to start from where the gate is, and we're going to go over to the left hand tower, right where the tower turns here. So we've got the polished andesite, then 1 block here. We're going to place a stone block just here, okay, diagonally from that corner, and 1 block gap from the polished andesite. From that one we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then from here we're going to go across to the side, so count that one in the corner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go diagonally back 1 to this corner, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now with the strip spruce log, we're going to place 1 here diagonally from that corner, and then we're going to leave a 3 block gap and place another one. And this one here, heading towards the wall over there, we're going to go diagonally back 1, leave a 3 block gap to the left and place 1. Go diagonally back 1, and then a 3 block gap and place 1 just here. Okay, so you should have something like that from the main gate. Okay, so 7, 5, 5, and then 3 block gaps between all of these. Then go back to your stone block, and from this block here on the corner we're going to just bring it all the way over and join up with the wall, just like that. Now behind the rest of these spruce logs here, we're going to go with a stone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And just do that all the way across. And finally the last 5 just here. Now we're going to place 1 more behind that one and then bring it across like this. 1 more behind that one, bring it across like this. 1 more behind that one and then bring it across like this. Okay, so they should all be exactly the same size. These are going to be the stables down the side here. Now on the corner here, we're going to go on top of this block, so we've got 1 there, we're going to go 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Okay, and then from here we're going to bring it all the way over and join to this block just here. Let's go ahead and just connect these 2 in the corner here just underneath like that, And then we're going to just go ahead and fill this wall in for the moment. So that block there should bring you to one block underneath where this is. Okay. Now get your stripped spruce log and you're going to put it against that one there, and then you're going to bring it all the way back here and just overlap for one for now. Okay, so we're just hanging one over that edge. Now back to the stone here, we're going to raise this section here all the way up to the same height as the stone wall here, and then we're going to do the same with this one, all the way across, join it up to this one, and then for now we're going to bring the wall up across, and I think we're just going to bring it over to here just for the moment. Okay, now first of all, let's go ahead and just fill this bit of the wall in and this bit of the wall here, just like so, and then we're going to go ahead and get our stripped oak again, put one here and then overhang by one, break that one there, and we're going to bring that in. Then I think from here we're just going to bring this one all the way down, making sure they all face the same direction. Now where we got these ones here, we're going to go ahead on the stripped spruce logs, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 on top, making them 5 in total, and then we're going to bring the other one up and then join it across. Okay, do the same here, just like that, and then finally this one here, just like so, and then underneath we're just going to put a couple of upside down spruce stairs. Just like so, and at the bottom here, a couple of spruce fences like this. Inside those little gaps, they're going to be where the little pens are. We'll put a gate in the middle a bit later on, and then wherever we have the spruce, these spruce pillars here, we're going to place 5 of our fences in the corners like this, all the way down to the ground. Okay, now at this point here guys, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get our spruce planks. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we'll place 3 in this gap here, and then we're just going to fill all this section here across the top for the floor level. Okay, just fill in all of this, all inside here, all up to all of these walls. Okay. Okay, let's head to the outer castle wall on this side here, and starting from this side here, we've got our first section of wall. We're going to break the top ones here, and then this first layer across the top here, so that we uncover the planks. So we've got 1, we're going to break 2 sections, 3 sections, and then finally this 4th section like that. Okay, so we've got 4 sections coming across. Grab your spruce planks and we're going to run them across the front of this. Okay, so put 5 there, then we're going to go back, 5 across, back, 5 across, and then 5 across, just like this. Now let's just quickly put in a mark in here. We're going to put 1 on this side and 1 on this side. Okay, so we have 3 in the middle, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, leaving 3 block gaps in the middle of all of them. Okay, now I'll put them in as markers first, because we are going to put some upside down stairs like this, and then slabs in the middle like so. Okay, and we're going to repeat that all the way along, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to build 1 section up here, and then we're going to just basically repeat exactly the same all the way across. Okay, so go ahead, put in your upside down stairs, then your slabs. Where you've got the spruce, stripped spruce log, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in total. Okay, so there's already one there, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then join across the top like this. Then gonna go ahead, grab your smooth sandstone, and you're gonna fill in the section like this, and probably just leave a gap in the middle like so for a window. Okay, then we're just basically getting and move along and repeat this all the way across these 4 sections. So let's get that all in place. Okay, once you've got those all in place, we're going to go around to the side here. Okay, and what we're going to do here is we've got 1, 2, 3. We're going to just extend this, so we've got 3 planks there already. We're going to go 4, 5, 6, 7, and then we're going to just place an 8th one for now. On that 8th one, we're going to place a log. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to basically repeat that pattern, sort of angle in this way. So using the planks, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, making that 5 in total. Place 1 here, then we're going to bring it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, making that 5. Bring it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, making it 5. And then we can break these ones here and replace those with some planks. And then we're going to just fill this bit of flooring in with the spruce planks like this all the way. Okay, now that we've got our flooring in place, let's go ahead and first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to come over to this little section here, and we're going to put in an upside down stair there, then there, then there. Okay, and then just go ahead and put a slab in that gap. Okay, now get your strip spruce logs, and then we're going to place one right here, which gives us a 3 block gap here, and then a 3 block gap here, and then that one on the corner that we just placed. We're going to leave a 3 block gap, place one there, one on this corner, leave a 3 block gap, one there, 3 block gap, one there, and we're going to put one there, a 3 block gap, put one here, then one on this piece here, leave a 3 block gap, and one on this corner here. Then one on these 2 corner logs sticking out just here. We're going to leave a 3 block gap, put one here, leave a 3 block gap, and then one here, which should give us a 3 block gap for the walkway. Now this side here, we're going to repeat the same angle as the other side over there, and the same angle as this wall here. So we're going to leave a 3 block gap, put one here, then we're going to go diagonally one here, put a 3 block gap and one here, diagonally here, 3 block gap and one here. Okay, now let's go ahead and raise all of these logs until they are 5 blocks high. So at the moment they're already 1 block high, so we just want 4 more on top. 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's do that all the way around. Okay, now if we come over to where these logs are sticking out over here, we're going to have a little balcony here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put in another log sticking out like this. In the gap here, we're going to put 3 of our planks. Then we're going to go ahead and we're going to put in a upside down stair in front of those. One just underneath like this, and then one against that wall over there. Then behind here, we're going to go ahead and face a stair that way. And then if we come underneath here, another stair facing in that way. Right, now I think what we're going to do here is we're going to go for a stair here, actually. Yeah, we're going to go, actually let's go for a stair there, we'll do 2 stairs like this, and then in the centre I think we're going to put in a 4 block there, and then we're just going to go stair, stair, and a 4 block above with a stair sticking out, and then 2 slabs in those gaps. Yeah, that looks pretty good. We'll keep that like that. Now I think we're going to go ahead and fill all of the walls in. So if we start from this edge around here, we're just simply going to fill in with the smooth sandstone, and we'll just fill it up to the 4th block high. Okay, so 4 blocks high, and we're going to fill it all the way around all of these edges, in between all of these pillars, going all the way around here, all the way around here, all the way around here, all again here, right between the pillars. Same down this side, all the way till we get to this point here. Okay, and we just want to raise it until it's 4 blocks high. Okay, so we raise it to 4 blocks high. Most of them will have a beam across the top, but some of them are going to have the sandstone. So if we raise them all to 4 high, we can fill them in properly after. So starting from over this corner, guys, we're going to go from 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so they should all have 1 block at the top. Let's do that all the way around. Okay, once that's all in place, we're going to get our strips log again, and across the fronts of these ones at the top here, let's go ahead and join these with our strip logs all the way across, so making 3 in the gaps. Also going to do that across this one here and this one here. We're going to leave this corner here and the side, and we're going to leave that side over there for the moment, and then all the way around to this bit at the front of the castle. We're going to do the same thing, so just fill these gaps across sideways with your strip spruce logs. Right, okay, that's looking good. Then we're going to grab our smooth sandstone again, and then just go ahead and fill these gaps, the rest of the gaps, with the sandstone like that, and then these ones just over here as well. And then we're going to go ahead and get in some windows again. So I think for these windows we're going to go for 2 high ones like this, right in the middle, like that. This one here is going to have a door, so break 3 just like that for a doorway, and 2 just there for the moment. Now we're going to get ourselves a smooth sandstone stair, and then we're just going to quickly place that in upside down here for the doorway. Okay, now before we get anything else in, let's go ahead and get our stone. And what we want to do is we just want to fill this wall in here all the way across to here, and raise up to the same height as the pillar here, and then just bring it all the way across underneath here, just like so, and fill that in. And then just where it's underneath here, we're going to just extend it across like so. Okay. On the inside, where we've got the markings for the stables, we want to do the same thing. So let's go ahead and raise this one all the way up. All the way up to there. Then we're going to just continue that all the way across. All the way across till you get that in, and then on this side here we're going to do the same thing, bring it up again, and this one we're going to stop once we get to the same height as the pillar, because we're actually 1 block forward from this wall here, so we're just going to stop there for the moment. Then we're going to do the same with these ones, again bringing it up and stopping at the top of the pillars here. Okay, these are going to be 2 blocks wide. The reason this wall is 2 blocks thick is purely just so we can keep the stables at the same size. Otherwise you're going to have like one stable larger than some of the others and so forth, so it's just better to keep it like this. And then again we're going to do the same in this one here, bringing it up to the same height as the pillars. Okay, that's that all in place. Let's go ahead, get our spruce planks, and we're going to start on the top of these beams here. And we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Go to this one, place 5. To this one, place 5. Okay. Now with the slab, we're going to put it on the top half of this block, on the lower half of the next block up. Bring it round. Get rid of that one, and just keep bringing it in front, behind these blocks here, all the way across to here. Till we get to this end. Then in front we're going to put it on the lower half of the block like this, so it should sit perfectly on top of these on these fences. Now continuing up the roof, okay, we're going to basically continue the pattern, so put in a slab here, here and here, and then just extend those by 5. Okay, so that they reach the same line, so there should be 5 long in total. Then this one here we're going to come up good. Well, it doesn't matter, we can actually just put the one underneath, make that a full block, it doesn't really matter for now. Then we're going to go up to there, and then up to there again, and then again on the top half again, we're going to extend those until they are 5 blocks in length, which should bring us to this corner. And then again, we just want to repeat that same thing, so let's do that all the way to there, and then bring the top half all the way across till it reaches this side. Just like so. Okay, now first of all, on this corner here, let's go ahead and fill this bit in like this. Okay. Now obviously we can't fill in these little bits here, so we're going to put in a slab there and a slab there. If we go down here underneath, we're going to just go ahead and put in the stone that we can, like this, just to join that all up, and then in the little slab up there, just fill that in. And then what we'll do in each section, so we're going to do the same thing inside each of these little stables. We're going to put in slabs across here, then across all of them, all the way to the top there. And in fact, that one there, we're going to just bring that to there. Okay, so you'll have half a slab at the back here like that. So it should look like this inside. Let's go ahead and do the same thing inside this one. So first of all, starting with your stone, bring your stone down on this side. This time we're going to bring it down on this side as well, because this wall is 2 thick, or 2 blocks thick. Put in a slab here, a slab here. Then we're going to put slabs across there, 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 one in that gap there, and all the way across. And then we're just going to extend that down by one more half of a slab. And if you really wanted to be honest, you could just actually level it off like that. In fact, let's do that, put another row there and another row there. Okay, so it just makes it a little bit more of a better finish at the top there. Again here, so we can just go 3 across like that, and then just cover that. It just looks a bit better like that. Let's just go with that. And then finally, in this corner over here, let's get our stone first of all. Put the stone all in place. Same across this side here, covering in any of those gaps. Slabs into those little gaps you can see. And then basically you want a full block down here. Then you want 2 layers of slabs. 2 more. Bringing that ceiling down like so. Okay, now that we've got that in place, let's go ahead and put the edge on it. So now we're going to get ourselves out the dark oak slabs. Okay, and that's just going to be a little finishing edge. So we're going to come 1 lower down in the front here, bring it across by 5, place 1 against the top of that fence, place 4 more to make it 5, all the way to here. At this point here, we're going to place 1 here, 1 behind it, and then we're going to just step it up like this with 2 slabs each. Okay, and then once we get to this top point here, I am going to put 1 more just there for the moment. Okay, now I'm not sure, we're probably gonna bring that over here and make a little window ledge, but I'm gonna just leave it there for the moment. Now for the roof here does get slightly confusing, but we're gonna go ahead and get in our dark oak stairs for the rim on this one. Okay, the rim's gonna be dark oak, just like we've just done around this spruce roof here. So we're gonna start here, and what we're going to do, we're going to leave this first section here, okay, where the balcony is going to go. Put in a stair that way and that way of the dark oak, and then join up to this corner here, and then this one across to here like so. This section here is going to have a little bit of an overhang, so here we're just going to put stairs all the way across to there. Okay. Now for the rest of the roof, we're going to get in the stairs, bring them across to here. On the corners here, we're going to put a stair facing inwards like that, and then the rest can just connect across as normal, just like so. On the corner here, put a normal one, upside down one, and then we're going to go up another one, upside down stairs behind it until we get to this block here. So we've got the upside down stair here, a normal stair. The next one is the center where that pillar is. That's going to be upside down stair facing this way, a normal stair on top, and an upside down stair against that one. Over this side here, we're going to put 4 of the dark oak stairs like this. 1 here, upside down one behind it, and then again we're going to just keep repeating that all the way up until we touch the other side of the roof peak, which will be just there, and then we get our upside down stair underneath. Perfect. Now the strip block here, we can raise that by actually 4 more blocks to there, and then we can go ahead and put the smooth sandstone in the corner here. So you basically put in 3, then 2, then 1, just to cover the gaps. Down this edge we're just going to continue with the pattern, so we're going to put in a stair that way, and in this gap over here a stair that way, and 1 on this one. Bring it over to the corner, just like so. Okay, now we got that side in, let's work on this corner over here. So for the moment we're just going to put a stair here. We're going to work this little overhang here in a moment, but let's put a stair against that one, upside down stair, and then we're going to again just bring them up all the way until we get to that center block and repeat that same kind of idea. So we get to this one here. As you can see, there's the pillar, so we're going to put an upside down stair against this one in here, normal stair, and then an upside down one like that, and then we're going to just continue that pattern down the opposite side, going towards this little pillar here. Bring it down to there and make sure you get that other stair just like that, and then just like the other side we're going to put in our pillar like this, 3 sandstone, 2 and 1, and this is the smooth sandstone that we're using, just like that. Okay, at the very front of the castle here, for this little bit of roof here, we're going to go ahead first of all, get your cobblestone wall. Now on this first section of 3 here, near the tower at the right here, you want to go 1, 2 cobblestone wall there, and then over onto this section over here, you want to go to this one and put 2 cobblestone wall there. Now from here we're going to put a slab on there, the spruce slab that is, and extend it across, so it should be 5 across here, 1 on top of this one, and extend it over to here, that should be 5. Place a temporary one there and bring it over, break that one, and from that one there now we can bring that over to make 5 in that gap there. Get the dark oak slab, place 1 there temporarily, 1 in front, break that one. We're basically just going to add a little trim on the edge, making 5 in front of all of those. Okay, just like that. Now from here we're going to go up 1, and then up 1 until we get to there, and then we're just going to do the same thing, extending them over, break that one on the back, bring over 5, temporary one, break that one, and join it to there, and just keep doing that same pattern like so. Breaking these ones in the corner because we don't really need them there, and saves on resources too. And then last one right in front of the top edge of the planks there, do that. Then we're going to get our spruce stairs, and for this one here, starting from the left hand side, okay, from the left hand side here, put a spruce stair here, run them across, and on this corner log here, turn it, run them across and then turn, run them all the way across on this section because you don't need to worry about turning it for this piece. Okay, now what we're going to do is repeat what we have here all the way up. So we're going to just basically bring this one all the way across like this, place a temporary stair there, 1 there, break that one, temporary stair, 1 there, break that one, and then extend those across. And then lastly on the top here, do the same thing again, just like that. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing. Let's move over just like this, extend this one all the way across, and then turn the stair on this one, turn the stair here, bring it over, turn the stair, bring it over. And of course guys, we're going to just repeat these ones here being straight, so these ones can be straight as they are. And then right in the corner here, let's bring 1 forward, break that one behind, and we can extend those. And I think for this corner one here, I am going to just turn it because we're right at the top there, and I've don't think it's going to match up with the corner otherwise. So we're going to leave that like that for the moment. Now, simple down this side, again, we just repeat that same pattern. So starting from here, we're going to just bring our spruce stairs to the corner, turn on that corner, stairs across, turn that corner, and then these ones here can be straight, okay? So let's bring that all the way up, again repeating that same pattern all the way across. Okay, once it's all in place, guys, get your spruce planks, and in the top here we can just go ahead and cover up this gap here, and then we'll get our dark oak slabs and we're just going to put them across the 4 blocks that we just placed. We should be able to do 5, 5 and then 5 in the gap like this. Okay, that looks pretty good now. So now over here we're going to just quickly create our little overhang for this balcony. So what we're going to do is we're going to place one there and then bring it out, break that one behind, and then go ahead and bring that one over. As you can see, that now aligns with this section here. So what we'll do is we'll get our dark oak slab, place one there, then we're going to go down one and out one, bring it all the way over, overhang the edge by one, and bring it in, up, in, and then up, just like this. Okay, and yeah, I think we're gonna keep it like that. That looks good. If you wanted, you could probably turn that to a 4 block to even it out. I think that probably actually makes it look a little bit better with the way that it connects. Now for this section of roof over here, we're gonna again just continue the pattern. So I think first of all we're gonna start on the outside here because this one's a little bit longer. So for here again we're gonna put in our turn stairs on the corners here, matching up with these ones here, and then we can just bring in the normal stairs all the way down, just like this. And again, just for each section you just want to copy the same as the section below. So here we copy this section of 5, this one here is turned, so we're going to turn, break that one there, and then just bring the rest across like that. That matches up with the one again below, and then the same again here, bringing that all the way across and matching up with the pattern all the way. Now we're just going to repeat that until we get to the top center point of the roof. Okay, so we're going to repeat it across these 2 levels here. Okay, so let's get that all in place. Okay guys, this bit of the roof here is going to be just a very slightly bit tricky. So first of all, let's put a stair turned that way, then that way on these 2, just match up below. This corner here is going to turn as well, okay? So we're going to do that across that, and then just put straight ones across here. Now, for this corner here, we're also going to go ahead, break that one, and turn that inwards, like so, okay? And the idea here is going to be to bring one here, and then one here. Then these ones here again, just continue that same pattern to there. Okay, so it's as if the roof was coming out, we're going to build this bit here as if it was one further out as well. Bring this one here, turn it here, and join like so. Now get your spruce planks, and in here we're going to put one there and just fill in these little gaps here, and then bring it across there like so. Then we're going to go ahead and just put in a slab there, and then slabs across there. These are the dark oak slabs on these ones. Okay, now the rest of the roof is just continuing the same pattern. So again, where that's turned, we're going to just go one in, and then one in there. Okay, same on this one. Let's just bring it in there, and then one more into there. And this one here, there. More. And one more to the top level there. And then all we've got to do now is just connect stairs as normal across these sides here until we reach the stair that is turned. And then once you've done that, guys, it's just a matter of putting in some planks into the gaps. Fill all these gaps across the top here, and then on top of those planks, let's go ahead and put in some dark oak slabs all the way to here, and that finishes off that bit of roof there nicely. Now over at this side here, we're going to go ahead and get our spruce slabs, place one on this corner, one on this corner, and then we're going to put one here and one here, so it kind of looks like a little support holding up that bit of the roof. Then we're going to go ahead and put in our spruce fences around the edge just to finish off that and make that look nice. Over here we're going to go 1, 2, 3 of our spruce fences in front of all of these. In that corner there. Once we get to this corner here, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put in a stair, I think, on this one. We're going to put in an extra slab just there, and then on this one here we're going to just put slabs all the way across to there. Then in the corner here we're going to join up those, and then join up those ones there. Now that looks great. Excellent. Now on the back of the build as well, we're going to go ahead and put in our spruce fences against these. Make sure it's against the pillars only, and you should be able to get 4 in going from the bottom to the top. Okay, once that's all in place, it's time to get in your windows, your shutters, and then right above your window, a lantern. Okay, do that all the way across this side. So again, window, shutter, lantern. Okay, and I'm going to repeat that on this side and on the other side as well. Okay, once your windows are all in place there, you've got your lanterns and everything all in. Don't forget to head over to where your balcony is here and just get yourself in a door from here. Now it is going to be a little bit dark on the inside here, so you might just want to just temporarily just put in a few lanterns or something just to make it a little bit lighter in here, because otherwise you're going to end up not being able to see anything. Or just throw some torches up, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to quickly throw some lanterns like this. Don't worry guys, they will be moved once we come in to do the interior. It's just to brighten it up in here for the moment. And then we're going to go ahead and do that. Okay, let's work out what we're going to do in the little corner here. So we're going to have a little entranceway, I think, under here. So let's go ahead and right where this corner is here, we're going to put one block there. We're going to go 2 and 3 and then join it up to here, and then just fill this up at the moment with some stone bricks, and we can texture it maybe with some stone, maybe even some cobblestone. Something like that. And then we're going to just wrap some of our slabs around the edge. Again, I'm just going to mix them up a little bit here like so, just to give us a little platform. And then we're going to go 1 and 2, then break 1, 2, 3, and then just bring it up so you have a 3 by 3 gap. That should leave us a 2-block gap in the corner there, which it does. Okay, now I think let's get some stone stairs as well, because the stone stairs can blend in with the walls. Let's get stone stairs. We'll go ahead and put upside down one there and an upside down one just there. Then get your stripped spruce, and on the inside here it's a little bit dark, well, so it's actually pretty light in here. We've got a load of torches. Bring up your stripped spruce wood on there, and then on this side of the door as well. You can actually raise that all the way, and then in between we're going to bring it down so we have one just there. So from the outside you can see it like this, and in fact let's just go ahead and break that one just there, and what we'll do is we'll put in a spruce upside down stair like so. Right, okay, that looks pretty good. Let's go onto the inside here quickly. Let's get our spruce planks and just go ahead, on the top of the grass here, we can just go ahead and put in a flooring, okay? Now you don't have to use the spruce. If you want, you can use any block of your choice, but I'm going to just go ahead and fill this one in with spruce. Okay, once you're done, make sure you extend around this little back section here, just in case you end up filling any walls in. Make sure you knock it out and fill it all the way because there's some extra room there. And then we can get rid of this one strip of stone at the top here as well. And then finally, let's go ahead and just put in ourselves a door. But in the doorway, first of all, I'm going to put a stone block there and then put the door there. So from the outside, it looks like so. Okay, right, now I think the next thing to do is probably get in some slabs here. So where we got this beam, we're going to go on the lower half, bring in our spruce slabs all the way over till we're one from the end here, okay? On this on the smooth sandstone. I keep forgetting the name of that thing. Then we're going to extend 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, all the way to there. These ones will bring out to here, so we're going to bring this one out to there, this one there, and then we're just going to step them up, making this little outer edge a little bit thicker. Just like that, all the way down. Okay, and then finally we can get ourselves our spruce fence, and then I think underneath that one, no, not that one, underneath that one, right on the corner, and go ahead and put in 1, 2, and 3, just like that. And I think underneath here we could probably put in a lantern up there. I think, yeah, that looks pretty good. And then of course underneath here, just go ahead and put a lantern right in the center of these 3 like so. Then we can go ahead as well, get in our gates for these. Now remember guys, this is going to be changed up a little bit. Okay, so we've got that all in place now, and that's looking really good. Now don't forget guys, off camera, go ahead and texture all the stone walls up here and all of these stone walls up here as well. Okay, I'm not going to do it on camera, but I will do it off camera before the next episode. Okay, and then finally, don't forget this little window over here. We're going to go ahead and do something, I think, like that. I think we're going to go 2 little shutters on this one, and maybe a slab just there like that. Yeah, something like that should be good. I think that's perfectly fine. We don't need another one in the corner because we're not going to be looking out onto anything there other than the castle tower. So we're going to leave that one like so. Now let's head over here because we're going to start getting in another little layer here because we want to slope up the edge. So from here we're going to see where this top platform is here, where we've got this little 2-bit here, okay? And we're going to start by going in 1, 2, 3. Then I think we're going to go 1, then 1, 1, 2. Actually, we'll make that 1, 2, then 2 again, and then 1 there. So we've got 3, 1, 2, 2, and then 1. Now everything behind here that you can see, we want to fill this in again. Now like I said before guys, if you want to do this with like maybe coolster and dirt, you can do. I'm going to do it with grass so that I can turn the grass into grass path and then mix it with some coolster. But it's entirely up to you how you would prefer to do it. You know, the idea is that this area here is going to just look a little bit dirty. We've got the horse stables there and stuff, so we're just going to make it look a little bit muddy up here. Okay, that's the idea. So go ahead, do that, and just get all of your grass or dirt in place, and I'll catch you once you're done. Okay, once you've got that level all in place, let's go ahead and put in some slabs down here. And in fact, what we're going to do is we're going to actually break those ones underneath, and we're going to put in a full block and then a slab underneath. Because once we do the grass path, you're going to see the little bit underneath, and it always bugs me. So I always put in a full block underneath and then the slab. And over here, I'm going to make sure we do the same thing, just like this. Okay, just like that. That should be good. Right, this is really starting to shape up nicely now, guys. So now we've got this all in place over here, and I think down here we're probably going to go ahead and get in a couple of windows. So let's make maybe just single windows down here because of the height of the area here, and then we can go ahead maybe put in a couple of glass panes, and maybe we've got a couple of shutters like this. In fact, you know what, let's just bring that down, it doesn't matter, it's fine. Put in the shutters like so, and then we'll put some bushes and stuff underneath to make it look nicer, and it'll look much nicer once we got all the textures in on the stone as well. Okay, so now we've got a bit of a slope coming down here, and it is one more last little bit that slopes up at the back here, which I made just again to make a nice little sort of shift in the terrain. So what we're going to do here is we're going to get the grass path, and I think we're just simply going to go, say, from about here on this first little pillar here, right behind it. Let's go 2, 2, and then maybe 3. Maybe we'll make the middle one 3, like that. Yep. And then behind again, guys, just quickly go ahead, fill in your grass or cool dirt, whatever you're planning on doing in this area. Go ahead and fill it all in. And again, once you're done, let's make a stairway going up. So we're going to get our slabs, put in a 4 block there, 2 slabs, bring a slab all the way around in that little edge, just like so. Okay, that is looking pretty good, guys. So I think what we're going to quickly do before we finish up, we're going to go ahead, we're going to get our planks over here, our spruce planks. Let's extend this walkway here by 2 more blocks all the way across. So 2, 2, 2, and 2, and then again 2, 2, 2, and 2. Okay, now that's in place, guys, let's repeat our wall pattern. So underneath the edge here, we're going to put a polished andesite going all the way down like this, and again on that 5th block across, just like so. Behind the back here, go ahead and put in your stone. Just like that. We're going to go polished andesite there, and then upside down stairs like so. Then again we're going to go ahead with our polished andesite stairs there, 2 of them in here, 2 blocks, 2 blocks, and 2 blocks like so. And then if we just grab in our cobblestone wall, we can put that just there, and then we can get our polished andesite slab. And again for this side we're going to copy the other side, put in 2 just like that for this one. Let's extend that across. So now this time we're going to be here, and then here, then it'll be this one, and this one, and we're going to leave that last one, so it's going to be a stairway there. Okay, so we're going to leave that last one as it is. In fact, we're not going to leave it, but what we will do is just put 1 single pillar like that for now. Now if you are building in survival, guys, make sure that you put some form of lighting behind any of this wall here, because you're just going to get mob spawn otherwise, unless you want to go ahead and fill it in with all stone, it doesn't matter. So yeah, go ahead, do that. Let's go ahead and just fill the rest of these walls in at the back of the stone for the moment. Okay, once you're done, let's put the polished andesite across the fronts of the top there, upside down stairs underneath, facing into your corners, stair, stair, stair across these ones, making a 1 block gap in between, stairs in the gaps on the spruce plank above, and then we can go to about 4 blocks in between like this, and then cobblestone wall, and then slab here and slab here and here. Okay, that looks pretty good. If you wanted to, on your walls you could go ahead and put in a lantern underneath here like this. I think it looks pretty good. Now for this section here, this is going to be where we're going to start a stairway. So I think the way the stairway is going to work is we're going to end up with a 4 block about here. So let's go ahead and bring another pillar all the way up to there like that. This side here, let's just do the same. Now we're going to leave those as they are, 4 blocks, but the second one down is where the first stair is going to start like this. So from this one we're going to step them down, okay? So you see we've got 4 blocks, 2 there, then 1, then we're going to go down by 1 and just make a stair sort of coming down from there, okay? Here we can just measure up with the opposite side, like that. And then our upside down stairs on the fronts of these, just like that. And then from here we can put in our spruce stairs in this gap. Okay, now just to finish off this little section here, we're going to just put a little not balcony, like a little overhang sort of thing on the top here, like a little bit of shelter. So what we're going to do is we're going to put on this top of this stair block here, we're going to put 2 of our spruce fences, and then right over in line over here we're going to go 1, 2 and 3. Okay, then on that one put a dark oak, and that one put a dark oak slab, and then we're going to extend it all the way across to here. Now from here we just want to go up like this just for a second, yeah, all the way to the wall here. Then we're going to put a dark oak on the top halves of all of those. Then we can break these ones behind for a second, because now we can use these to stretch it across. Stretch it across underneath here. I think we're actually going to get the dark oak stairs actually. Should we run some dark oak stairs? We can do, I guess, underneath that edge there. Let's just put some dark oak stairs over like so. So it looks like a little bit more of a stronger connection. Then extend the rest of your spruce over to this one. So you're in line with that, and then go slab, slab, slab. Okay, and it's all good because you can't really do much more with this corner like that. So I guess maybe that would be a little bit better, like that. Or you could just turn it like that, break this one here, break this one here, leave it like that, and then change these here to spruce. That's probably going to be the best way to make it look a little bit better, like that. Yeah, and actually I don't think we need that one. Yeah, that looks good. Now underneath here we're going to go ahead and break 1, 2, 3 for a doorway, an upside down smooth sandstone stair with a door in there of course. And then here we can actually break this slab, and then we're going to put an upside down spruce stair, bring that all the way across like that, and in there if you can get an upside down stair. There we go, just to finish off that little edge there. I just think it just makes it look a little bit neater. We can put some flower pots or something like that on there later on. Alright guys, and I think that just about wraps up today's episode. Now next episode we're going to start getting in the walkway that leads up to the castle, and then start working on this side of the castle here. We'll probably start with the blacksmith and kind of just see where we go from there. But yeah, we've got a fair bit of work done today. We finished up that corner over there and got all of the stables area in here. Obviously we've got a bunch more detail work to go in with the ground and trees and bushes, and there's going to be another little flower pot area over here, vines and flowers and just loads of little details. So there's going to be much more details to come. It's going to look so much nicer once we get it all in there guys. But for now I think we're going to go ahead and wrap it up just there. So as always, thank you guys so much for watching. If you did enjoy it, don't forget to smash that like button, and if you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing. Just don't forget to hit that bell so you get notified every time I post a new video. But for now, this is Blue Nerd signing out, and I will catch you guys in the next one.
ビッコ12億って